ever go all the way? Who do you think that you are? But I know, I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one in a million. You gotta start till I'm at the top. I'll be that one in a million. I'ma be that one. I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one. I'll be that one in a million. I'ma be that one. I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one. I'll be that one in a million. I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one in a million. Ain't gonna stop till I'm at the top. I'll be that one in a million. I'ma be that one. I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one. I'll be that one in a million. I'ma be that one. I'ma be that one in a million. I'll be that one. I'll be that one in a million. A bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm sky high. It feels like lightning burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright. I can't shine like lightning. Bright light, shine like lightning. Feels right. I can't lie. Sky high. It feels like lightning burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright. I can't shine like lightning burning up in the sky, bright as the sun in your eyes. Feeling alright. I can't shine like my hand and come with me to a place beyond your dreams. Just throw away your fear and the path will be so clear. So take my hand, I'll give you so much more. 'Cause I would give everything, everything. I would give everything for love. Everything, everything. I would give everything for love. So take my hand, I'll give you so much more. I would give everything, everything. I would give everything for love. of you is left here in the morning. Your hands on me, they never stopped exploring. I'm hooked on you, obsessed, it's true. I feel I'm losing control. Left all alone and praying that you'll call me. My mind made up, it's you that's in my story. So into you and all you do, I feel I'm losing control. You're on my mind, you're on my mind, baby. Yeah, all the time, yeah, all the time, baby. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. Just can't get you out of my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind, baby. Yeah, all the time, yeah, all the time, baby. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. Just can't get you out of my mind. Don't wanna know who you were with before me. The thought of you with someone I'm ignoring. Just me and you, so make you move. I feel I'm losing control. Oh, I miss your touch, it's always so adoring. And way too deep, you can't keep me from falling. I'm lost in you, yeah, you feel it too. Oh, I'm losing control. You're on my mind, you're on my mind, baby. Yeah, all the time, yeah, all the time, baby. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. I just can't get you off of my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind, baby. Yeah, all the time, yeah, all the time, baby. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. I just can't get you off of my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind, baby. Yeah, all the time, yeah, all the time, baby. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. I just can't get you off of my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. You're on my mind, you're on my mind. I just can't get you off of my mind. I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up, feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Just lose your mind. We faced every demon within. We fight every battle and win. Now we're much stronger than before. I won't give you up. My heart's beating up. Give me your love. Just lose your mind. And you can have all my love when this is over. I'll trust you with my life when this is over. Need you here by my side when this is over. So stay with me. I won't give you up. Let me pull you closer. My heart's beating up, feel it taking over. Give me your love till the night is over. Take my hand and trust in me. Just lose your mind. Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No, I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt. 'Cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how. a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. calling me late at night, like I got nothing else to do. Wanna meet up in an hour for a swim in your neighbor's pool. You may think the only one I care about is you, but I got lots of other things to do. You may think that I will sit around and wait for you. You need to grow up, yeah. You need to grow up, boy. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own. Me, myself, and I are having a good time. I can have fun. I can have fun on my own. Whatever we had, it's all over, and I don't wanna start again. From now on, I'm gonna block ya, and I will never be your friend. You may think that I will give another chance to you, but I got lots of other things to do. You may think that I will sit around and wait for you. You need to grow up, yeah. You need to grow up, boy. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own. Me, myself, and I are having a good time. I can have fun. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own. I can have fun on my own.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. mojo. Flying miles ahead of all my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Lose. Da da ba da ba da. 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 I was driving late to feel the current running from your lane. I got no brakes, so keep the voltage flowing in my veins, Ooh, and I'm falling through flickering lights. I'm falling through flickering lights, yeah. Good things always happen after we hide it somehow. Come alive at night. We stole the colors down on Ocean Drive.
To be called great, you must have a great beginning. Z, Luna, and Rattel, to name a few, all have the opportunity to do something great in their first international semifinal taking place later today. But first, the near unstoppable behemoth in Dakun Gaming challenged the faith of the Filipino in a rising team secret. The first international Wild Rift semis starts right now.
back.
It's now or never.
That was massive.
This is gonna be hype.
This is your moment to shine. It's down to this final play.
Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Bigger from the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Yeah, bigger than me, you're not bigger than me.
It's semi-final Saturday in Singapore as the 4 teams from 3 regions fight for 2 spots in the finals. Welcome everyone to the Horizon Cup semifinals. I'm Digon here with the Rocky Zoro and Smacks, who's wearing a ditto on his head. Smacks, what's up with that, man?
Oh, well, I guess that is a ditto. I don't think it's sentient on my head, but it is comfortable.
Well, you look very comfy. And yesterday, we saw Rolster Y and Team Secret take care of business by 3-0ing their way through the first part of knockouts. And if you miss these matches and see the series scores, you might think you didn't miss much, but you'd be wrong, as the details of 3-0s said a lot about these squads, Max.
And you know what, Digon? Team Secret finally lived up to the hype that we've been setting all throughout this tournament of having 5 different carry players on their team. Chewy finally got in on the action on a stellar early game performance on the solution here in game 1. This was a really big knockout punch for us, and it really solidified that Team Secret do have that 5 carry play style.
Again, Azar, Tatsuri, Trevor have all shown up before, but this play on Lucian against multiple different Malphites, right? You had a Malphite on the support role, you had Malphite at the carry role, did not slow down Chewy, so it was great to see that from him. And that wasn't the only semifinals we had, though. We had Rolster Y take care of business against Sengoku Gaming here, Araki.
Yeah, I mean, they won their quarterfinals and made it to the semis 3-0. But the way they did it is a little bit concerning because their performance yesterday against Son Goku was a little shaky. It was close all throughout, definitely a lot closer than the scoreline tells you. It was slow paced, and a lot of the time it came down to very small margins in team fights where luckily for KT, they were the better team mechanically and synergistically, but letting it get to that point in the first place, in my opinion, isn't that great for how their chances now look versus ThunderTalk Gaming.
Yeah, the games were very close back and forth, and these fights, Araki, were a lot of fun to watch, where we got to see a battle of dragon laners go back and forth. Luna in games 1 and 3, Juan in game 2, but the power of Rolster Y ended up winning out here.
Yeah, no, it definitely did. I think Luna's performances have been really, really outstanding and really impressive. He always finds the positioning to dish out the maximum amount of damage while taking back the least amount of damage. It's really cool to watch.
All right, we'll get back to them in just a little bit. Let's turn to our first match of the day, where we get a look at Dakun Gaming for the first time in the knockout environment against Team Secret. DKG is a team which appears to be even more terrifying when you look at their team play. And to get some insight, I'm going to hand it on over to Professor Araki Zoro. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things about Dakun Gaming is that outside of Huiba, they're not actually the best players per se in their roles. What they are, however, is the best team. And I do have a couple of examples here to show you what I mean. And before we get into the first clip, let's take note of the draft from Game 3 of DKG's match versus Rolster Y in their group stage. And we're going to look at it from DKG's perspective. Key parts here to highlight are that DKG have a losing top matchup between the Renekton and the Fiora. Fiora on paper should be able to zone Renekton away from the wave, stack it against him, and then crash it under the tower with the support of her jungler and potentially kill him. And at the same time, the bot lane matchup against Corki and Alistar is something that's really difficult for DKG to play aggressively into because the Corki's wave clear is a little too easy. These two factors combined make it so that DKG are in a situation where they have to play, as I like to call it, defense. Now let's roll the clip and see how DKG play defense. And as we get into it, keep your eyes on Diana and on the Renekton in the top lane. Knowing what's about to happen, DKG are preemptively communicating the situation. Renekton tells his team, hey, I'm already half health. They're stacking a wave and I might die under tower. So what does DKG do given that Graves is not nearby? They shift towards the top side, meaning Diana is the one who comes to support her weak side laner, and as she gets there in time, Rolster can no longer go for the dive. Rolster lose out on an opportunity for first blood and all the minions they could have denied Renekton, and it's around a 700 gold denial away from KT. And at the same time, Graves does shift up to mid lane and catches the wave instead of Diana, which makes it so that DKG basically lose out on nothing, and at the same time put more resources into their main carry in Huiba. And then when we get to the second example, it's a similar situation, but it's a little bit later in the game, where we have DKG and KT trading Herald and Dragon. And generally when this happens, teams will also trade the opposite turrets immediately after. So as the play is happening, DKG anticipate what's to come next, and Diana pings her teammates that she needs help on the bot side of the map to defend the turret. So Garen starts pathing from mid down to through the jungle, and soon enough gets there to support Diana in clearing the wave, denying KT yet another opportunity for a kill and the turret on top of it. The value of this denial, on the other hand, is around 1,500 gold, which is huge. And at the same time, DKG get the top tower on the other side of the map. And at the end of the second clip, you do notice that DKG have a 3k gold lead despite having 0 kills in that game, and it just so perfectly illustrates DKG's understanding of macro and how to support their weak side laners instead of just leaving them on an island alone to die, like we've seen almost every other team do in this tournament, but not DKG.
I love that, Professor. We got to start using the word shifting and not always defaulting to rotations here, Smacks, in the future. And we can't talk about DKG's defense without talking about their offense in Hueba, which isn't just about facilitating their star player, but facilitating that star player in the perfect meta for him, Smacks.
This meta was so well cracked open by Dakun Gaming on patch 2.5. The biggest change that happened in this patch was directed at jungle, and that's exactly the star carry on Dakun Gaming. The way that they saw the patch was twofold. One, the Rift Heralds now spawn twice, and this means that Baron is pushed back to after 12 minutes. This gives you more time to prepare for the 5v5 fight because you don't have that major objective that spawns at 10 minutes to worry about. You can save your carry for later. The other thing this patch did to help out carry jungle is make it so farming was more effective. You no longer had to just cycle your red quadrant over and over and then go for ganks immediately after that. You are more free to go and take your blue side camps and then also potentially go and counter invade as well, getting so many resources, and there's just no downtime for what Hueba's doing on champions like the Jax, like the Fiora. He's using his time very well.
Rocky?
Yeah, I love these kind of details because generally in the game and when you're watching the games play out, you don't really get to notice them very closely. But when we break it down and highlight why DKG are on another level, you get to understand what makes them who they are.
Well, their opponent's Team Secret finally conquered their demons in beating SBTC yesterday, and now they look to slay Goliath.
I'm more than happy for the team because this is like the best revenge match against SBTC. We had a history against them that we never beat them in any best of 5s, best of 3s. So this is the first series that we were actually able to beat them. This is like a proof that we are the #1 team in Southeast Asia. I'm very, very happy for that achievement for me and my team.
SBTC just getting destroyed on the objective, the triple over to Azar. Darius absolutely insane right now, the quadra kill.
Against DKG, since we had a lot of training against them, and like I could say that they're really a strong team, but after our win against SBTC, I think we're confident enough to take on them, and I think we can win against them. DKG has a lot of weaknesses, and for tomorrow's match, we're gonna expose it. Team Secret has what it takes to take the championship for the Horizon Cup. We can take on anybody.
Now, what makes this semi-final matchup so interesting is that it feels like to beat DKG's super defined style this tournament, Team Secret's going to need to pull out all the stops, and they have 3 different looks that they've shown throughout this Horizon Cup, haven't they, Smack?
Yeah, and they showed all 3 of them just yesterday in their quarterfinal against SBTC. Right here, we can take a look at the 3 different comps that they played. The first game, they had this composition that was very built around attacking bottom lane with the aggressive champions of Lucian and Lee Sin, and then Azar playing the Camille was off in the side lane, playing this 4-1 style that you could team fight, but was more about that early game. Game 2 was the Riku named Spooky Ghosts composition with all of the assassins jumping onto the backline. That also looked very sick. Very fun game to watch as well. You should go back and watch that one if you haven't. And then Game 3 was the 5v5 team fight. And the biggest thing here is that they showed all three of them just yesterday. They looked very practiced. They looked very dominant on all of these. And they will need to pull out something to beat DKG. As you mentioned, they do have just that one defined style.
Yeah, and I guess the team that can play defense so well, such as DKG, as we just covered, having multiple playstyles to go to and what Team Secret have shown us thus far, it makes Team Secret a lot less predictable, and it makes preparing that defense against them a lot harder. In the game, there are indicators that you can always pay attention to know which side your opponents are trying to play, but I do think that Trebor is actually one of the smarter junglers that we have here at the Horizon Cup when it comes to masking their pathing and hiding how they want to play.
Well, you can see the stats right here. Hueba and Trevor are going to be our key matchup in this one because we know so much of the gold and a focus will be on Hueba for DKG, whereas Trevor has shown hard carry potential and also facilitation potential to still get ahead and give it out to the rest of his team. All right, y'all, prediction time for DKG versus Team Secret. And before we get to your picks, here's what Team Secret's Tetsuri told our Tigress yesterday about what he thinks will happen versus Dakun.
And you have another really difficult match coming up against Dakun Gaming. What are your thoughts on their performance thus far within the tournament and how you plan to take them down in the semifinal?
They're so strong team because but we can 3-0 them.
Ooh, 3-0. Team Secret sounds pretty confident. Do you agree? And Max, we'll start with you.
I feel like it's probably going to be a 3-0, but I admire the confidence. I think it's going the other way, Degon. I think it's going to be DKG with 3-0. They just look so dominant, so gross with how good they are and how well they read on this patch. 3-0 for DK for me.
All right, 3-0. Rocky Zoro, are you there with him, Professor?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it straight as well. This is going to be a DKG clean sweep. I can see a world where Team Secret maybe takes one game, but I'm definitely not putting my money on it. So I'm going to go with the 3-0 for Dakun Gaming.
Yo! What do you need to see from Team Secret? They dismantled their demons that have been hunting them for almost a year now. They did it in multiple different styles. You can carry from any position. Put it on the board, baby. Team Secret going 3-0 here, baby. Who's with me? Let's go, Chad. I know you're with me. It can't just be me. I'm in here with these two big brains here. Who's going to use some heart? Team Secret's going to use some heart and get themselves a victory. And I want to revisit that point that we had the graphic for real quick, Araki Zoro. That key matchup, Hueba versus Trevor, and how they both can play against each other and how they're going to find success for their teams.
Yeah. I haven't mentioned it on air in a while, but Hueba is my #1 player for the tournament. Outside of Z, I don't think even anyone gets close. And so while I do think they should remove Lee Sin away from Trebor, since it's by far his strongest jungler, I think even if he does get it, DKG and Hueba are so well versed in their playstyle of not getting caught up in the early game aggression that teams do throw at them, that I'm pretty sure they'll be just fine to scale and get to their stronger points.
All right, Smax. I know you don't think they're going to do it, but tell me how my Team Secret are going to get their wins today.
I may not think that they are, but Riku is probably there at home, right there with you. I'm not even going to say probably. She definitely is. But like I said before, they have these 3 different styles that they showed us yesterday, and a best of 5 is exactly the kind of environment that you want to have 3 different styles, because if they lose on one, they just try the second one. If they lose on that one, then they try the third. And by that point, if nothing sticks, then maybe DKG just really are the best team in the world. Maybe they're just destined to win.
Yeah, that would be all 3 losses in the series, Smax. Thank you for that. Good math here by Professor Smax as well. I'm just saying, hey, ban Jax, ban Fiora, make someone else beat you. Don't let Hueva be the one to do it. All right, y'all, it's time to get into the matchup here. Dakun Gaming and Team Secret. This is a huge one, and the winner will make it to the finals of the first ever international tournament, the Wild Rift Horizon Cup. The matchup starts right now.
Team Secret finally getting justice.
We might honestly be seeing two of the best teams in the world.
China's Dakun Gaming going up against Team Secret of the Philippines.
Dakun, I feel confident saying they might be the best team here this entire tournament.
因为可能大家之前都是打职业打得比较久吧，心态比较打得比较多，尽量打好自己的吧，我觉得。
They are not a team to be disrespected.
Against DKG, since we had a lot of training against them, I could say that they're really a strong team. But after our win against SBTC, I think we're confident enough to take on them.
With that Q again, out of the Lee Sin, Trevor can do no wrong.
DKG has a lot of weaknesses. This time we're not playing around. We will be serious.
Team Secret, they are showing off why they are one of the favorites here.
Team Secret has what it takes to take the championship. We will smash them.
일단 처음으로 목표했던 4강이 와서 기분은 좋고요. 4강 할 생각에 많이 설렙니다.
It's just easy cleanup for Rolster Y.
일단은 롤스터 Y의 멤버들은 전부 다 개인기량이 좀 뛰어난 것 같고 팀 간의 호흡도 잘 맞아서 강팀이 될 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Rolster, they're the ones in command of the map.
TT와의 경기도 좀 저희가 숨막히는 경기를 좀 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
ThunderTalk, they have maybe the best laner in the world with Z.
就是很想去跟 DKG 打，因为训练赛的时候我们也没有怎么打过，但是我们对于他还是很想去尝试的。
我们如果进了，就是能多观察观察，就是对手的能力吧，以及他们的 BP 以及他们的打法，这样让我们更好的去研究对面吧。
And look at Z blowing up one. Oh, that's two. Beautiful moon for Z, looking for the gold card. S12K gonna make it sing.
只要他们4个，就我们5个嘛，能发挥出平常训练赛打出来的那种效果，我感觉打他们完全没有任何问题。
I've never breathed Wild Rift.
We have gone through the best of the best.
It's now or never. That was massive. This is gonna be hype.
This is your moment to shine. It's down to this final play.
Bigger than me, you're not bigger than me. Big up on the streets, but I'm bigger on the scene. Bigger than me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals of the Wild Rift Horizon Cup. I'm Demon Smith, and joining me is the man that is living and breathing Wild Rift. It is Scoundrel. How you doing, buddy? Good morning.
I can't stop cringing every time I hear that.
You can't get away from it anymore. That's it. That is your tagline.
The first time I heard that, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And now I just can't stop cringing. Anyway, let's focus in on this semi-finals, Demon. I'm super excited for it. I think a lot of people are favoring DKG coming into this matchup, but I genuinely think this may be closer than we anticipate. A lot of it comes down to how well the Team Secret laners perform and the types of matchups they get. I think that Team Secret can play through mid. They can play through Azar in the Baron lane as well. You know, and those assassin-heavy styles, those are things that I don't think DKG have had to face yet. So I'm pretty excited to see how this turns out. I do think Team Secret are better maybe than we're giving them credit for. They have a very different play style they can work through, whereas we've seen what DKG like to do, tried and tested from the start.
Absolutely. And, you know, we cast DKG in the very first game of the tournament. At the time, they were against SBTC, and they just swept them aside. And we were sort of saying right then, they were two favorites for the tournament. Well, here at DKG, they're not up against SBT, so who were in themselves swept aside by Team Secret. A result that really went against, well, the entire year that they've had so far. Is this the Goldilocks story now? Is this where Team Secret carry on, or do they meet their maker? We just heard from Arakizori there talking about, you know, the fact that, you know, the multiple styles that Team Secret showed throughout the quarterfinals and throughout the groups, you know, the different comps that they have. And that could be very important here against DKG, who themselves have thrown a plethora of choices. And it did interest me, obviously, Degon's talking about, you know, they've got to take away this, they've got to take away that from Huiba. But honestly, I think we're going to be in the stage where you got to ban almost every jungle champion to take something away from Huiba.
Yeah, speaking of bans, I'm glad to see the Galio out the window here. You know, one of those strong anti-engage tools. Jax is being taken away here.
There we go. Okay, here we go.
Coach Degon is on Team Secret's side right now. It is going to be the Camille ban, so Azar will not get his hands on that. Again, a Fiora ban. So what's really interesting to me, though, is that Trevor I'm glad to see the Lee Sin ban because Trebor, apart from the Lee Sin, played a very similar style and very similar set of champions to what we saw Glaber go for. The Graves, exactly. The Graves is open.
Senna open. Oh, it's Ziggs. So okay, this is an interesting one. I think Ziggs, I would have to double check based off yesterday's stats, but I'm pretty sure he's still 100% pick and pan. But only had like a 45% win rate or something like that. It wasn't that great. But the Riven open. The Riven is huge in the East.
It is, and it's also obviously going.
Things are coming fast.
Yeah, they are. Now Tatsuri can play Riven mid. I think that's one of the things that I know. We'll get there. We'll get there, D-Man. I heard you. I heard your little gasp. Tatsuri can play Riven mid, but it is also something that does get frequently played in the jungle. We know that Aza will be taking Renekton, which is a very high priority pick to Baron lane. We've seen the Garen. That is not always likely to go over to YK. We've seen Emo play tank Garen support for DKG. And they're one of the only teams that will actually actively do that. With the fact that we've got Nunu being locked in here as well, I feel like this is going to be Tatsuri's Riven mid.
Oh, I'm very interested to see how this one's going to go. We're in a different game now. We are.
What now, Mike?
Okay.
What?
Okay, so Orianna, I mean, it could be Orianna support. We have had Orianna supports as well, but we've got to assume that would go to Tatsuri.
Maybe
for now.
Maybe it's Nunu support.
Ooh, yes. That is something that's worked out well in the past, but okay, this is where we're going to see. This is really going to be a Garen top lane, or is it going to be a Garen? It's not a Garen support. Okay, Leona comes in. Okay. So this means it's probably a Ziggs Leona bot lane.
What I really like, I agree. What I really like about the Garen being now put towards top is actually there aren't any bad matchups on the other side of the field. Like he's good into Riven and he's good into Renekton, like decent into Renekton anyway. So he actually wins or goes even in both of these matchups, and you're going to limit the power that you get on the top side of the map here for Team Secret. Kha'Zix comes through, so that's going to be Yo playing the Z mid. We're going to have the Garen top and obviously Kha'Zix for Hueba in the jungle. Team Secret's draft is spicy though. That is a really, really, really kind of unique draft that we're seeing from them right now. We'll see whether the Orianna could even be in the AD carry position, by the way. We have seen AD carry Orianna a little bit versus Ziggs sometimes. When I say AD carry, I just mean Dragon Lane carry. Yes,
yeah, wow.
Okay, so it will be Dragon Lane carry Orianna versus the Ziggs. That is something that actually even popped up way back in Europe. I don't know if you remember, D-Man. Game Lord sometimes played this.
Yeah. Okay. So I am confused. It's going to be like such a confusing matchup with both bands. They're both pulling out something interesting. We are in the semi-finals. Now is the time to sort of throw caution to the wind, as it were, especially in game one of a best of 5.
It's really interesting. You look at Team Secret, they have a Loctite team fight comp with a bit of split push pressure because you have the Renekton and the Riven that can do that, but they aren't obviously as strong at split pushing as some of the more sort of dedicated split push carries. But I would say that their team fight is Loctite. That 5v5 is disgusting. You've got Renekton, Nunu, and Alistar on the front line to help protect and create space for Riven and the Orianna. But obviously, to me, the crutches are whether Orianna and Riven do well in this comp. Because obviously, if you get towards late game or you get towards mid game, your Orianna's behind and your Riven's behind, you're severely lacking damage for Team Secret. Whereas DKG, they don't really have a strong team fight, realistically. Like, both Kha'Zix and Zed can be shut down pretty easily versus this type of comp. And for DKG, it feels like they're going to want to try and err away from team fights and try and use Ziggs to just play mid lane waves, and then maybe look for a split push where Yo and Hueba kind of function in the side lanes. It's a very weird comp from DKG, personally.
I'm struggling to see, and as someone that used to be a Kha'Zix main many years ago now, I'm struggling to see the weak target that he's going to try and separate and taste the fear and get everything going on them, because they are going to be a clump. I mean, look at that. Orianna's technically the weak target, but look how many tanky units are around her to try and prevent it. Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Hueba, but you know what? I don't second guess him. They make him the carry so often, but I just don't see it with the Kha'Zix.
I mean, if they try and 5v5 this, if they're not ludicrously ahead, like, you got to remember that Dakun sometimes take these comps that don't look like they should be able to team fight, but because they have so much gold, by the time they come to actually team fight, it doesn't matter. unless they get to that state versus Team Secret, you don't win 5v5s versus Team Secret. So Team Secret with the Nunu, clearly very objective, focused gameplay coming on. But we're on to our first game here, D-Man. Semi-finals of the Horizon Cup. I am hyped.
Can you feel it? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Do we get any level 1 shenanigans? I very much doubt it. If it were, it would go heavily in favor of DKG to start with. It is all about the tankiness. We are expecting to keep our eyes peeled. Some very interesting dragon lanes. You know, Ziggs Leona versus Orianna Alistair. A little explosive start there with the Riven Zed to begin with as well. So, going to be a very interesting start here, no doubt about it.
No major level 1s you can get from an Alistair, obviously, but the Orianna picked up for this particular reason, just able to put a bit of pressure on Ziggs early on. Ziggs usually likes to get lane prio and just push waves from the very get-go, but Orianna kind of stops that in its tracks. And this is something that we saw Europe kind of pioneer as an answer. It was Game Lord specifically that tried to pioneer this as an answer in the bot lane. They were a team that were very, very keen to run these types of AP carries as an answer to Ziggs overall. And I'm loving this right now from Team Secret. Super aggressive bot lane.
Both of them, aggressive top, aggressive mid. Everybody sort of chest thumping, as it were, trying to get their prowess set. Who is the stronger? No doubt these guys would have scrimmed each other. They've all been in and around Singapore for, well, what would be probably close to a month by now. They've certainly been practicing hard, and you know, the Southeast Asia and China region certainly not too far apart from one another, would be able to practice as well. But here we go. We've been talking about this. Obviously, we're mentioning about the shifting. You got to keep your eyes on the jungle paths of Trevor, and Hueba. Very interested to see how this one's going to work out, though. We're going to keep seeing whether they do support each other, whether they go with any of that vertical split. That's a great pulverize, but it may well cost James here. Almost got locked up in the chain.
And we have a potential 2v2 with a rotation upcoming from Emo. Trevor is here. This is not what you want to get locked into as Team Secret very early on. I don't think you want these early fights.
Emo doing a very good job at completely zoning them out there. That's going to be James surely focused on. The Zenith Blade goes in. Oh, it's a messy one, that's for sure. But it could go heavily in DKG's way. They do get themselves a 2-for-1, sorry, because they lost Emo.
I really, really didn't think that you want to take that fight as Team Secret. Your Orianna, she's very good, like early lane aggression, but she does struggle in terms of that damage towards level 4 and 5. You need those items to back you up. Tatsuri was the only brawler that I think was going to be strong in the smaller skirmishes. Let's have a look at the Axe replay here. You can see again, Hueba jumps in, he bakes himself out, and obviously Tatsuri doesn't commit because Emo's there. I think Tatsuri maybe could have committed, and that might have, you know, given a bit more of an edge. But this engage from James, you have to respect how tanky the Leona can get with her Sunlight and with her second ability. Just gives her so many early resistances, especially because you've got it at level 2 when you are level 4. And I just think the brawling power of DKG at this stage of the game in the smaller skirmishes was much, much stronger, and you have to respect that.
I feel that they thought, okay, we've got it in a 4v3, and just we're expecting Win to stay with the lane. I'm not too sure, but obviously up he came, got himself the quick kill, and helps himself out with the assist as well. So obviously gold still pretty much balanced between the two, because obviously there were other lanes still farming away, so nothing too critical or damning for either team yet, despite the 2-1 engagement. But here we go. This is where we ordinarily start to see our first team setup fight. 20 seconds to go. Rift Herald and of course the Dragon coming up. But at the moment, this Dragon lane is staying very proactive.
And yeah, usually we'd have seen a rotation by now as well. Like we usually have seen like the Ziggs go towards the mid lane, and that would allow them to gain automatic mid lane priority, which allows you to then just move towards the objective that your team is posturing around. Haven't yet seen that, but it is now. Looks like it's happening. Looks like we're going to see Wind and Emo head towards that mid lane. So a little bit late to the punch on that rotation. And you've now seen Yo maneuver his way down the map. Look at this as well. This is a classic example of what Iraqi was talking about. Hueba's like, I'm never getting to those Krugs before they respawn, right? Yo, take them right now. Like, and by the time that I ever get to a point where I'm coming towards the Krugs, they might have respawned for me. They're making sure they're not losing any gold on the map. They are being so efficient by the way they distribute their gold between their carries. And that's something that I think DKG do better than any other team in the game right now.
Decent pull price, but it is only on Leona. Already had the shield up, so Emo not taking too much damage. It does mean we have the explosive mid laners now down in the Dragon lane, and that has come very much in the favor of Tatsuri. Yo's going to have to send back. They are going to try and finish off this Rift Herald quickly, but Trevor's coming in. Is he going to be able to smite it? No, doesn't get there in time. Quaver manages to get the smite off. Chewy now the focus. Hammers doing a fantastic job of trying to get them out, but they are outnumbered in the pit. DKG choose to disengage. They got themselves a Herald. They got themselves the kill on Trevor.
Yeah, just a little bit of an sort of out position there for Team Secret again. They need to be set up really well. Oh, Chewy!
He is gone.
Oh, Yo just picked something back up there. I love that he had that ultimate still available. Didn't bother expending it versus Tatsuri. Knows that he can go into a 1v1 versus Tatsuri and be out of position. This was just a little bit awkward from Team Secret. They were completely split here. You can see the Trevor completely isolated by himself in that Rift Herald pit. Takes a load of damage from Quaver before he even gets into the middle of the team fight. Really, you want Azar to be setting up when he's got that dominance flowing on the Renekton, but unfortunately, it was just very disjointed from Team Secret. They need to play a very grouped up front-to-back style if they want to deal with DKG in these smaller skirmishes. Remember, talked about how strong Team Secret's teamfight is, but they do need the correct setup to make it work. And right now, DKG are punishing even the smallest micro out of positions that we're seeing from Team Secret.
Yeah, just a little too late to the party. Weren't about to get involved in this one. The Quaver's doing a very good job at zoning out Tatsuri there, in and away from that bottom turret. So Dragon turret looks like it's going to go that way, but they are trying to group up and answer this Team Secret in and around the mid, but I feel they're just sort of chasing the game at the moment, trying to be reactive to what DKG do, not playing their own game, which may well cost them here.
The only problem that I think I see with Team Secret's comp, over anything else, is the fact that Chewy really is the linchpin of the comp, right? For the real late game threat to come through, you're basically playing how hard can we protect Chewy, and if Chewy gets strong enough, we have all this front line so that Oriana can consistently pump out damage throughout these team fights, and if we're able to just collapse around her, there's no real way that DKG are going to be able to kill her easily, especially once she has that stasis to kind of prevent Yo's damage coming through. So that's the only problem that I have for Team Secret, and obviously because Tatsuri hasn't exactly snowballed here, I think that their side lane pressure and their ability for Tatsuri to flex in this Riven is a little limited right now. So Team Secret's falling 4,000 gold behind. Chewy is not accelerating. He's actually about 1,300 down. And
Tatsuri's in trouble. I was talking about the taste of fear. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We know Quaver can be a scary carry, and he gets things going. I tell you what, diving on a Zed on a turret, that is a dangerous, dangerous thing to do. He's so mobile, so maneuverable, and they couldn't do anything about it.
You could see they were desperate to make a cross-map play. Honestly, Quaver, he's just too good, man. Every opportunity that Quaver finds, just to find that slight opening in the armor, the slight weakness to exploit, and he is there, ready to do it. Team Secret, out of sorts on map. Their vision is just a little bit lackluster right now, and Quaver is walking through the enemy jungle and exploiting it.
3-man knockup could be enough. Quaver has to jump away. Emo jumps away. YK is going to get caught up in the process, but he is a Garrett, a big tanky machine. And while they did get what was one of the perfect executions, they get nothing for it.
They had both Gargoyle enchants on Emo and YK, and they were too hard to burst out. And I think right now, DKG, again, we've talked about it, they're so good at accelerating gold in the early game that even if their comp might not look like it can team fight, at this stage in the game, you have what we call gold advantage team fights. And that's just where you can have the worst team fight comp in the world. And yes, your Kha'Zix shouldn't be able to function versus a Renekton, a Nunu, a Riven. But because he's so bloody fed, it doesn't matter. He can do what he wants. And Quaver goes where he pleases pretty much all the time.
He's doing so much damage already. He's looking scary. He's just going to chase down that cow. He wants a bit of beef, that's for sure, but he's not going to find it. Will get himself a second one. And Nunu will take a big chomp on Willem, and away he goes to the mid.
What I really find interesting about the priority and levels on evolutions for the Kha'Zix and Quaver as well is that he's gone for the Void Spikes evolution really early on. That is an evolution that you would choose if you are looking to be more teamfight orientated. You're looking to be a bit more effective in these teamfight situations. And Quaver said, well, okay, we're doing so well. I actually think that we can take them on in the 5v5 right now. And he's gone for that evolution specifically so that he is just more effective with his gold in these teamfight scenarios.
It's working out so far. We were wondering which and where they were going to find their targets, but at the moment, Team Secret are just found wanting. The second Rift Herald was picked up with ease. DKG not even contested. They Second Dragon's going to come up. This may well be an engagement they want to go for, but I don't think they're in a position to. All 5 members are in and around here. But look at DKG. They go where they please. They're just running through. It's actually James. They know that James is the main engager. And yeah, he's going to have to pop everything to keep himself alive. And they're just bullying back.
Gonna get the Eclipse up on Emo. He should be able to escape here with the Gargoyles too. Taken down low, but he will be fine there, D-Man. But Trevor wants it.
Oh my god, they're turning back around. And in comes Yo. Yo getting the damage down, and it's going to be YK that will pick himself up the kill onto Trevor. And now they're turn and run. Yo wants more. Weber just saying, guys, the dragon's up. Just back away. I gotta go get the dragon.
10k gold lead at 10 minutes. You're looking at the finest team in Southeast Asia being mauled by DKG. This is not close. I don't want to put up any false pretenses here. This is a rollicking by DKG.
I don't want to be too harsh, but didn't the game only release a couple of months ago in China? I mean, I'm just saying.
They've got plenty of experience from past mobile titles, trust me. They are very experienced mobile MOBA players in the Chinese scene, and I think DKG have had a lot of transferable skills, let's say that. It's has been exciting to watch this region just very quickly get away from Wave, but they've overextended.
You can't lock him down, he'll just turn it back on you, and in comes the rest of the team. Zenith's playing locking down Trevor there. Hammers in all sorts of trouble, and those void spikes, I tell you what, they took half the health off Chewy straight away, and this is just going to be a full tower dive. Have they gone a little too far here? They are tanking without the minions. They do throw down the Rift Herald to keep themselves alive, but they are going 2 towers in, and Yo will still get himself the kill and the tower.
I love how Yo is absolutely styling on Zed, but that is such a Tatsuri pick as well. Like, they drafted it so early on, as, they denied it really from Tatsuri, and Yo is absolutely styling on it. Like, he's showing he's just as good as Zed as Tatsuri is. 202, but he's got a huge amount of gold, hasn't died, and had some big impacts, but really the name of the game, once more, is Hueba. You cannot talk about DKG without talking about Hueba, and again, you think he's caught out here, he's so aggressively pushing for this Gromp to deny as many resources as possible, and like you said, pops the camouflage, jumps back in, takes down the Nunu, who's been absolutely slaughtered in the jungle. Trevor has not had an impact whatsoever. And as you mentioned, at this point, it's just massive gold advantage for DKG. They are so far ahead in item fights. They can do what they like in these team fights.
Absolutely. It's just chasing now. They're having fun. And, I mean, while they're having fun, they're also making a bit of a statement here. Oh, YK getting caught under the tower, as is Emo, but you can see Yo goes in. He might be able to clean up. Gets 1. Can he get 2? Asa goes down, and then he's going to get picked off by Weber. And they are styling. And this is almost a mentality check, if anything, coming out from DKG, just saying, this is what we can do to you in game 1. Just imagine how it's going to be in game 2, getting in the minds of Team Secret.
Can I be real honest with you? This is what we call in Wild Rift throwing a Rift Scuttler. This game was just like, Team Secret did not need to fight Rift Scuttle, okay? You have a Nunu. Nunu is not a 1v1 champion. He's not supposed to brawl. He's just supposed to happily farm away and become a bit of a tanky beast in the mid game, right? This is a game that Team Secret could have very happily said, you have bottom Scuttle, we'll take top Scuttle. Gentleman's agreement. And they kind of didn't. And I think that gave Hueba a platform to just run away with the game. Of course, the Rift Herald fight was another big one where you threw a Rift Herald there. That was just, again, a poorly coordinated engage from Team Secret. But I feel like they've made incorrect decisions from about 3 minutes into the game right here.
Yeah, so obviously we had a lot of discussions yesterday. I'll get back to that in a moment. YK may well go down here for the first time. Can they get him picked off? Yes, they do. YK goes down, but in comes the rest of the team. And look at that massive damage spike. I think that was a single combo from Yo there that just took all of them down. Impactful. While they do get a single kill, it is going to be another T2 turret going down. And we're on to the final inhibitor turret here. And that's all that's left here for Team Secret. A glimmer of hope. Not really. 18,000 gold down. I don't think there's any coming back from this.
No. I would like to say so, but when you're 2 inhibitors down and you can't even get into your own jungle right now, you are being starved of resources left, right, and center. It's a bit of a rough spot, and you can see Yo just haunting taunting Team Secret right here. It's going to be the third dragon of the game, uncontested over to DKG. The Baron is up if they really want it to. It's a slaughtering by DKG. 15k gold on our boy Hueba.
Yeah, he's been involved in almost everything. 5-0-5. James getting focused. YK in there. Mega Inferno bomb follows, and in goes Weber. Looking in for James. Trevor taken low. He's going to be the next focus. He gets dived on the Nexus. Doesn't matter where you go. Is he going to catch him with the fountain? No. Azza tries to get away. That's Azza, by the way, the hero, effectively, of many games. Just unable to do anything here on Renekton.
They're trying to go in now, a bit of an overextension.
I think they stuck around a little too long, but I don't think they're going to be able to dive much deeper than that. And Trevor realizes it. They got a 1 kill out of it, but they did not lose the turret. Oh, no! Yo, you're not allowed to do that. He's just like, guys, there's more minions. I'm going in again.
Oh, no, yo, that was disgusting. Got the Baron up if they really wanted. DKG feel like they're toying with their food a little bit when we're looking at a 20k gold lead. I'd love to get some stats of whether this is the single biggest active gold lead that we've had in a game in the Horizon Cup, because this feels like a lot.
Absolutely. We were looking at, shifting and patterns and sort of setups, but honestly, as you mentioned, obviously outside of the Scuttle Crab, which is the first time, in fairness, I think we've seen a fight for a Scuttle Crab so far. It normally is a sort of a posturing around the Rift Herald to start with, or the Dragon, depending on where they go, but there really wasn't much posturing involved. It was simply Team Secret walking in too late, DKG picking it up, and I'm never going to question what Weber's going to do, because, even on a Kha'Zix in what really is a comp that he shouldn't be getting kills on Azza, on Trevor, maybe even on Tatsuri, I would argue, and James. I would say Chewy is probably the easiest target for them, but it's just not there. They're chasing Yo down on the bot lane here. Meanwhile, they're taking Baron. Now they're like, oh, guys, he's just got the Baron buff. We're in trouble.
I think Team Secret are very well aware that they're probably not winning right now, so they're trying to get Yo down and give him his first death.
Can they get him? Can they stop him? It looks like they should be able to. He turns it back around and he gets away. And in comes the rest of the team. Oh no, they threw the kitchen sink at him and he just laughed like a plumber.
Look at Weber in the base. Minions chiming in. Dominant game from DKG.
Easy as that. Game 1 goes the way of DKG. And they sit there, well, pretty casual, just have a quick sip of the drink. Not much celebratory there. They're just like, well, that was easy, guys. What's next? What is next? And that's something the Team Secret coaches, whew, they've just been blown away. And yeah, they need it back to the drawing board, figure out what we're going to do. I mean, look, I don't even think you could say that was lost in pick and bans. It was just, they were just outplayed from the start. And as you talked about, the questionable decisions. I think, I mean, you could see it from all the lanes. They were all posturing. Everybody wanted that first kill, that first fight, that first something, just to sort of prove that we can compete. And it backfired.
I just think that the choice for when you've got a Nunu, you don't usually want to unless you want to get a sneaky chomp steal, right? You don't usually want to contest first with River Scuttler because you're not a brawling champion until later on when you've got a few more tanky items, right? Just felt a bit awkward. Obviously, I'm not saying that lost them the game, but it was a platform for Hueba, right? And if you give Hueba a platform, he's going to leap from it. And he did this game again.
Literally leap.
Literally. And I think the second issue was that they were so laser focused on saying, well, we've got Renekton, like we should be able to fight Rift Herald because, you know, he's super strong at this stage in the game. And they just went in one by one. And if you go in one by one versus Hueba's Kha'Zix or any Kha'Zix, he's just gonna eat you up, and he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally that is what he does. Fantastic stuff overall. Amazing stuff. Let's get over to the State Farm analyst desk and figure out. I don't know what they can figure out because that was one-sided.
Definitely a statement made in that game by DKG, even though it was Team Secret pulling out the strategy. Hey, everybody, still hanging out. My name's LaTigers. We got Omo, we got Grandin. And what a way to set things off here in the semifinal.
Look, I feel like we've had so much build-up talking about Team Secret coming in here with those secret strategies, but when things came to fruition, it wasn't even a really good secret. You know, it's a little bit mundane, a little bit lackluster.
Look, I think it doesn't matter what strategy you pull out here. Like the Costas was saying, it's not a bad draft by any means from Team Secret. DKG, to me, it just looks like they outclassed them every step of the way. Every fight they took, DKG were just too sharp.
Yeah, Huiba felt like he had complete reign over the entire map, but it wasn't just his own doing. The team in its entirety putting their best foot forward with a lot of control over the game state.
I feel like when we were discussing the game, Gabby, you were mentioning to me how it feels like, oh, they're always moving together, they always have the numbers advantage, and it feels like they have 6 players on the Rift. It doesn't feel like 5, it feels like they have 6 full players, and that's why they can always make that happen, because even in those bad situations, they're able to recover, they're able to outplay, and it never feels like they're in a losing position.
In some ways, that Vision was that 6th player at times. The way that Team Secret was often left in some secrecy of their own when facing against DKG.
Yeah, the entire map was black for Team Secret. You couldn't extend on the side waves. You couldn't even catch your waves. You can't walk into your jungle. And this really comes back down to 2 key things from the side of DKG here. Utilizing the Ziggs, Leona in the mid lane extremely well to constantly get prio and playing off that with your Kha'Zix, controlling the jungle, controlling the side lanes, just gave Team Secrets with no options to play.
If they weren't getting gold leaves just based off of their own laning prowess, they were forcing those fights and really leaning into the idea that they have full confidence in their abilities in every single way.
I feel like if we go all the way back to the draft, right, it doesn't feel like Team Secret necessarily took a bad stance towards things. Like, it still looks like a comprehensive idea. They had some really cool moments where they pull Orianna to the Dragon lane, they had Riven to match the Zed in the mid lane, but all of these things don't matter when the skill gap is that wide. I feel like they just have to go back to basics.
And did this feel like something that was very difficult for them to overcome because of just such a strong early game, or did you want to see something different from them as they carried out throughout the game?
Well, it's 2 things, right? For one, I think that the drop wasn't a bad idea. Maybe you have to ban the Kha'Zix away, but DKG, they just look like they're playing so well. Now, if we're talking about what Team Secret can adjust going into the next game, go back to basics. Go back to what works for you, get control, get priority from Hamas and Chewy. Play something like the Lucian Nami and actively contest them for prio in the mid lane.
Yeah, that Nami you just mentioned was one of the key picks for Team Secret to get here. Is it something, a switch up of that, going back to that comfort and having that priority for the lane that might help them out?
Absolutely. I feel like Hamas has done so well on the Nami. You know, a lot of the moments that Team Secret look best in is when he has something like that that can kind of enable the rest of his team, whereas stuff like the Alistar, you're kind of committing yourself into the engage and you don't have that option to get out. But I really want to take a look at what DKG had working for them that was so good, because I felt like Zarelda's Grudge works so well right now. It helps them shred through all the tanks that Secret have. It felt like Secret had no tanks, and it felt like DKG had all of them.
Yeah, on every single level, DKG just had their bases covered, and Team Secret having to maybe overcome some of the mental aspect that was just dished to them in game number 1. We got more to break down about this series, though. Let's send things over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Great analysis, LaTigerson team, and equally impressive were the walkouts that you didn't know we were recording. Smack, you're our analyst. Break this down for us.
Ooh, all right. I'm lifting up the note card right here. I've got the 10 on it. You're just gonna have to imagine it because I didn't actually bring one. I should have been more prepared for this, but 10 out of 10 for me. Love the style. Great job.
I love the equal poses on the sides. Now, before we get into game number 2, listen to the teamwork that makes Dakun Gaming's dream work in our Bose sounds of the game.
能找他们打吗？我不想平场，
不想平场，我不平场，不平场。
我天哪！
能看我吗？来，
我能看你，我能看你。我主牛，我主牛，我主牛。剑姬，剑姬，剑姬。我在管牛，我在管牛。可以打，可以打，可以打，可以打。我死了，我死了。剑姬卡里没大，你们可以打，卡里没大，卡里没大。好的，好的。全上，我们接了，我们接了。一波，一波，一波，一波。拜拜，拜拜，兄弟，我这波全上了，兄弟。
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco Network, powering every epic moment at the Horizon Cup, so you can go wild on the Rift.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game 2 of what we're hoping is a longer series. But I gotta be honest, Kieran, I gotta be truthful. I'm a little fearful for Team Secret after that first game because I don't think they really did much wrong out in the, the pickup ban seemed pretty safe and secure, and it just got away from them so quickly in such a downhill momentum. Like, we talk about snowballs, that was an avalanche hitting them right there, and I don't know what happened.
And they had the Nunu as well, so they should have had the snowball. Anyway, I'm gonna put that joke to the side. I think Omo kind of summed it up. It was a skill diff, man. Like that game was just played flawlessly by DKG, and Team Secret did have some missteps. They definitely put their foot wrong in certain areas of the game, specifically around Rift Scuttle and Rift Herald. I think those two areas, once the Rift Herald fight was over, it felt like they were locked out the game for good. Like, it felt like their comeback mechanics have been strangled because things just went wrong, and I think they need to, again, as I think Omo said again, go back to basics. They just need to, I think actually it might have been Grandin, go back to basics and kind of focus on what makes you good as Team Secret. Don't try to outthink, don't try to 4D chess DKG, because that's not a game you're going to win. Go back to what makes Team Secret good. Play strong solo lanes. Dominate in the laning phase where you can, and transition into the point where you can really allow Tatsuri to flourish and allow Azar to flourish as well. I think that's what makes Team Secret good. And I think, you're not going to beat DKG at their own game. I don't think you can outthink DKG at their own game. I think you have to just say, and we were talking about this when it came to Team Queso as well, D-Man, and all the Tribe as well. I feel like they 4D chessed themselves too hard in the Horizon Cup. I think, play what you're strong at. And if that doesn't work, then you've played your best possible Wild Rift,
I think back to it. I think of the ganks that came into lane, Hueba going down bot, getting himself the gank. They tried it up top to reverse it, didn't work. They tried it again, didn't work, and it was sort of like it just sort of fell away from them there. We're going through a very similar ban phase right now, identical almost, other than the Jax Fiora ban being the other way around. They are going to ban Garen? Okay, that's a response. Well, it leaves Renekton open possibly for DKG. What do they want as a first pick? Because there's a lot of options here for Hueba. Or will he just choose to go against it? No, it will be the Renekton.
So I'm sure you're trading Ziggs over to Team Secret right now as well. I think the Garen ban is interesting because Garen kind of nullifies a strong side top, right? You pick Garen and he can survive most matchups. And I think that's what, YK is happy with Garen in the Baron side. Like, he can just survive pretty much everything. And he has that true damage burst that can kind of chunk through one of the frontline tanks. So I think, it's a very sensible decision if you're trying to set up Azar for success. But you have given over the Renekton first pick to YK. And Renekton, again, in a similar boat, a super strong pick in the Baron lane meta right now. But I love this. Going back to what makes you good. Tatsuri on Zed. Strong solo lane presence. It means Chewy is very likely taking the Ziggs here, but the response from DKG is what I like to see. Another strong Dragon lane carry in the form of the Varus, which has similar clear potential, similar 2v1 potential, and can allow them to unlock their supports.
Yeah, like it. The Varus obviously always solid, and that means that obviously against the Ziggs could be painful for him, eating a couple of those arrows, and we know how strong Diana can be. So what does Team Secret come out with now? Are they going to go for a jungler? Jarvan, is that going to be jungle? Is it going to be top? I'm going to assume it's jungle until we see, a Jarvan versus Renekton can work. Not the best of choices. Maybe a Darius in there. I'm trying to think what else they could possibly pick with Fiora and Garen off the table. They're going for the Lucian. Okay, where's Ziggs going? Is this Ziggs support? Ziggs top?
It could be Lucian top. Lucian top is something that we have seen a little bit. Lucian is a flexible carry. He doesn't need to go in that Dragon lane position. He can go mid and also go top too. I wouldn't say that Baron lane is his natural home. You usually see him mid or in the AD carry role. Rengar for Hueba. Is that the first Rengar pick we've had all tournament?
We had it the other day. Yeah, I know. I got very excited with it. I think it was I can't think what game it is, but definitely saw it. But it does mean Rakan comes in there, and that is a very good opener for them. I gained a cat on the desk. It's all right. Confused me for a moment. I've gained a cat. Well, there is a cat. It's Rengar. There we go.
Yeah. We'll never, ever complain at gaining cats on broadcast, Demon. So, and that is going to be the Gragas. Okay, so this is an interesting draft from Team Secret. My imagination is it's obviously going to be Javan jungle. Obviously, we have seen some Zed jungle pop up from time to time, so we can't 100% discount that. It's Gragas support for James, it feels like. I think it'll be Chewy James with Ziggs Gragas bot, because it's got a lot of lane shove potential, especially at level 1. And then I think you're gonna have Azar playing Lucian top into the Renekton, because it's quite oppressive for the Renekton to deal with. So that would be the way that I choose to play it anyway. Whereas when you look at DKG, I think they're basically saying, well, if we can deal with like the Ziggs or the Lucian with that Rengar pick, then we probably deal with the majority of this team fight. And so that's kind of the way that I think they're looking to play this. Rengar's a very strong Quaver pick as well, can single-handedly burst down targets easily. And they have nice team fights set up with the Diana and the Rakan and the Varus too. So
yeah, there you go. It is indeed going to be Azar on Lucian in that top lane. So going to be very an interesting one, and it's great to see Rengar back out again. Big fan of Rengar. Obviously, I used to be the Kazakhs. I used to have that little thing going on. And I remember back when I joined Riot, many years ago this was, when obviously we're back when I joined Riot, we had to fight for who had the icon. Back then, obviously, there wasn't, thousands and thousands of employees like there is these days in Riot Games. And everybody had your own icon as your sort of in-game thing and as an employee, and we had to fight for Kazakhs. I lost.
was it 1v1 on the Rift?
It was, yeah. It was the classic 1v1 on the Rift, bro.
Oh mate, this is interesting though, because Team Secret have gone back to what I think forms their identity. Like, you've given two very strong solo lane carries over to both Azar and Tatsuri, and so I think this is what makes Team Secret strong. And I think if you play through this, if you allow them to play through those lanes, they might flourish and be able to shut down Dakun. Dakun again brings something very different though.
I mean, is different good? That's the question. Is it going to catch Team Secret off guard? Or Team Secret bringing something they're maybe not used to? They've certainly got champions that they're used to here. We've seen James doing very well, very aggressive, immediately getting in there and finding Emo. But Emo, Rakan with those entrances can be such a strong setup, and I've lost count of the amount of 3-4 man knockups we've seen from Rakans. Everybody grouping up, but with Team Secret's comp, they're not going to be stacking on one another, so it's going to be more about finding those fights.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret may be even averse to just fighting at all. They might want to utilize Tatsuri and Azar in the side lanes. I really like the adaptation of the Lucian into the Renekton. Renekton traditionally a bit of a Baron lane bully, but this is a hard matchup for a Renekton to play into, at least until level 3, where you can maybe look for an engage and catch Azar out with your slicing dice. But realistically, this should be Azar favored heavily. So you have got very strong top Baron lane priority right here, which means you're going to have free reign of that top side of the jungle as well. And you're seeing a full red side clear for Trevor at this stage of the game, which means he's probably going directly for top lane Scuttle, and maybe even looking to split the jungle vertically and deny some very early jungle on the blue side for Hueva.
Keep our eye on that path. We can see him sat waiting to see if he can get anything set up for Yo here, but it's not going to be the case. Shows himself. That gives Hueva all the information he needs as he just gets himself a little farm in and around mid. Continuing to trade down the bot lane or the dragon lane, whichever you would prefer these days. Imo just eating out here, looking to see if he can get out Chewy. Not going to step out further, but eats himself an arrow. That's the danger. That's the danger. Whoever pops out of nowhere. That is also the danger of a Rengar. And you can see, the photo strike landing. There's Rakan knockup, but Trevor managing to get away with the flag of drag.
I'm trying to figure out why Trevor didn't just say, well, top lane Scuttle. Like, we have full top lane priority. Bot lane was a little even, but questionable because Chewy was out of position to be able to respond, and now Hueva might actually just double Scuttle you.
Yeah.
What was the decision making to say, why weren't we utilizing top lane priority right now for Team Secret? Hueva has just got away with a double Scuttle as a Rengar. And versus a Jarvan, that shouldn't really happen. Jarvan can definitely hold his own at this stage in the game, so that felt a little awkward from me, and Trevor definitely isolated himself. I assumed that they thought they had more priority on the bot side of the map than they actually did. But I think Team Secret punished, again, very early on here with some interesting decision-making around the Rift Scuttlers.
Look how confident Emo is in a 2v1 right now as the support in that bot lane. Just happy to dance about, farm out the goal while he waits for Wind to come back to lane. But so overly confident. Obviously, they've got the full ward coverage, so he knows he's safe. He only needs to worry about dodging out skill shots, and had no fear of James whatsoever because he was so low.
I feel like they kind of had to, though, because if they allowed James to freeze the lane there, it made it a little awkward for DKG overall. So I think, like, Emo basically said, well, I've got to try and shove this wave in. That would be my priority, so I'm going to try and shove this wave in. Interesting that they're going for a gank on the Renekton here. He does have that dominance available, and Hueva isn't too far away, and he'll be able to stalk this towards the top side of the map with his ultimate relatively easily.
Okay, though, getting baited into this one. Trevor's there. There's a flag and drag. It's a good knockup, but have they got enough? The dominance comes down. I don't think the damage is there, but Hueva comes in and destroys the back line. Asa and Trevor didn't know what hit them.
Did we not just call that? Did we not just say he's stalking in the sidelines? Hueva could be there before you could even say, well, dead. And Azar and Trevor were just dead in that situation. I think it's also risky, you know, post level 5 trying to gank a Renekton. It is risky to do that. Let's take a look at the Axe replay here. YK, he has no idea that Trevor's here, but watch, pops dominance, even flashes away under tower. That is a very risky cataclysm, and Hueva is just there, stalking on that top side of the map, ready to jump in. He can so easily react to these ganks and find a counter gank in these post level 5 scenarios, and Hueva already off to a 1,200 gold lead, effectively and efficiently farming his way through the jungle as well. Who can stop this man?
And the danger is, of course, you know, the fact that obviously we're using a Lucian top there. You know, the reasoning behind it, yeah, I get it. You can poke and prod onto YK, but the fact is, you're a Lucian top. You are squishy, and when a Rengar comes out the jungle like that, you're gonna go down fast. There's no doubt about it. Team Secret, though, trying to get a bit of chest thumping going on here. As you can see, the Scuttlecraft ward obviously is in there, so they don't have that, so they're going to try out this Rip Tail, try and get the poke in. Emo re-engages. I love that re-engage. Chains of Corruption come down, and Hueva will pick himself up the first kill here. Emo again in, trying to get out of the way of it this time, but again, DKG just too quick and too punishing in their response.
And just too good, I think D-Man is the phrase here. Wind overextend, he knows he's dead. To Tatsuri, Tatsuri found something back, but... And that might be enough to allow a trade for objectives cross-map right now. That was, I think, Tatsuri claiming something from the depths right there. And that's an okay response for Team Secret.
Okay, so they're going to admit, they're going to accept the fact they lose the Mountain Drake because Hueva's not here. Yo is like on a different page, so it seems. Emo and Yo going in. Meanwhile, they're just delaying. They're delaying. DKG are actually taking the top turret. That was pure delay tactics.
Absolutely. Maybe a cheeky attempt at a steal if they could manage it, but they were never really there to look for the fight. They were just, as you said, there to delay. Didn't even have to use the Rift Herald to pop that first turret of the game. You have a Rengar. I mean, turrets are like butter to you if you have a Rengar, and he's the hot knife. It's really insane stuff. I wish we had a replay of that fight around the Rift Herald as well, because I think what you see is just a perfectly timed layering of CC from DKG as well. Sometimes when you have this situation where you're, trying to chain CC together, a lot of teams will be like, well, he's knocked in the air, like quickly throw everything at him. But the timing of Wynn's ultimate was just as Chewy was bouncing back down from the Grand Entrance knockup. It was just like buying these extra milliseconds to ensure that they get the end results they're looking for. And DKG are flawless in these skirmishes and team fights. 5k gold lead at 6 minutes. I think Team Secret are going to have to do something special here.
Well, they are going to try and focus down the Diana. Stasis runs. In comes the rest of the team to support. The knockup didn't work, actually. Emma missing that one. But it's enough to put the fear of God into Team Secret as they back away. Riptail being thrown down mid. But uh-oh, what's in the jungle? It's YK and Hueva coming around the side. Tatsuri thinks he's found him. Hueva's the focus. He's trying to run and go, but he does get finally taken down. They get themselves a second. Can they turn it into a third or win? Yes, they can. And finally, we get something from Tatsuri and Team Secret with a 3-0.
The hero of the Philippines right here, Tatsuri. Absolutely beastly. YK trying desperately to prevent this mid lane wave from going down, and he'll pay for it with his life. But Tatsuri, given one of his best picks, given one of the best champions that he has in the game, oh no. Oh god, guys, I was just hyping you up.
We didn't see that.
let's take a look at the Axe replay here. Hueva just a little overextended, but watch Tatsuri. He holds on to his ultimate. Hueva tries to get away from it, but he keeps his nerve. stayed and picked up Hueba, and then they able to collapse on a very split DKG here. Really excellent stuff from Tatsuro. They earned that triple kill by punishing the very aggressive overextension from Hueba in the jungle. This was just, I mean, YK, I thought it looked a little bit silly that he knew he was going to die here. But at the end of the day, it paid off. He bought enough time so that his team wouldn't lose that mid lane turret easily. Of course, Chewy turns up eventually, but
yeah, there's going to get Tatsuri down the bot. Not going to be able to get away from this one. And it will be Hueba that picks up the kill. And they're going to keep punishing here. Yeah, he's angry Hueba. I mean, he's still got a 3,000 gold advantage. That is a very dead Chewy. There's, I mean, as Zeke's getting caught out like that without a flash, you're basically caught with your pants down. And now the mid turret is in perilous danger.
Killing Hueba only serves to make him 10 times more angry. Because he's come back with a vengeance in these small skirmishes here.
Red team lost.
That's what the problem is. The Team Secret are playing directly into what a Rengar wants. You know, mindlessly rotating through DKG vision as a as a squishy carry like Chewy. You are going to get killed by a Rengar. It's like playing versus a Twitch. You know, when Twitch was like super meta in League PC.
Yeah, for about 2 or 3 years actually at the start.
If you are walking by yourself versus these types of champions, you have to assume that they're going to kill you. So don't walk by yourself, especially if you don't have flash, you don't have stasis. I know that Chewy has now picked up stasis, but again, only buys you a bit of time. And if your team's not ready to immediately collapse on you, then obviously you're still going to die regardless. And DKG again using aggressive vision lines in the river. They're ensuring that these rotations are very difficult for TS to do between the lanes right now.
They're not going to be close enough for this one. Tapsuri's a long way away. They're still coming in for a 5v5 though. I'm not sure this is the right engagement choice for Team Secret. Yes, the mid lane turret is not there, but in terms of trying to prod, it is Inferno coming up though, so definitely worth a fight, but this is danger signs for Team Secret. They have to have the perfect engagement. It's a good start onto Weber. They're going to get him down. They have. This could turn in Team Secret's way, but the rest of the team now respond to this one. The culling not really finding his target. James trying desperately to lock somebody down. Trevor has to back away, and Team Secret realize, okay guys, we got the jungler back out. That's enough. We should be able to get the Drake down.
Uncharacteristic error from Hueba, in my opinion. Just way too aggressive on his Rengar positioning and held his flash for a very long time. James with the perfect punish, and you can see DKG maybe looking for a cheeky attempt at a steal here, but that's an Infernal pickup. Signs of life yet for Team Secret. Much better from the Southeast Asian representatives. And honestly, again, like you said, uncharacteristic error from Hueba. He's still, as you mentioned, a significant chunk of gold in the lead. But those little errors creeping in are giving small windows of opportunity for Team Secret, and they're taking you. Watch here, Hueba. He knows they're all there. They don't have the vision. Face checking as a Rengar is always a rough thing to do. Luckily, the rest of DKG were able to kind of nullify the fight and prevent anyone else from going down. But again, if you lose Hueba, it feels like you lose the game right now. We have another fight.
They're going straight back into it. Hueba once again caught out. This time, he gets locked up in the Cataclysm. He's going to go down again. Now can they turn this back around, though? Trevor going to get focused on. He has to flag and drag away. The stun comes through, and that's another one down. So it's a 1-for-1. Azza was the one that dropped on the Lucia. So it's still not the end of the day. Jungler down, but look at DKG. They want more. They're coming around for the flank. They're going to try and go for the tower dive. Yo goes in. He gets stunned and locked up. That's worked out well, but oh no, they immediately did get the double drop down there. Tatsuri's going to try and turn it around. He gets one. Can he get a second here onto Yo? He's going to dive in for it. Yo can turn this around. His cooldowns will be back off any second now, but it's another triple for the hero, Tatsuri.
And Tatsuri is absolutely carrying the flag with Southeast Asia. Let's take a look again here. Hueba once again picked up, focused down, brilliant CC chain onto him, and they just tried to make him irrelevant in this fight. Very easy to do versus the Rengar. He is a relatively risky pickup in these teamfight situations. And it does feel for like DKG, if you take out Hueba, you do really cut the head off the snake. And the rest of DKG, whilst they're strong, I think Iraqi very perfectly sums it up. They're not the absolute best in their positions at the tournament. They're very good. They work well as a team. But it is Hueba that is the man you need to be concerned about. And if you take him down, the rest of DKG are a little easier to deal with. And you can allow Tatsuri, who I think Tatsuri is definitely up there as one of the best laners that we have here at the Horizon Cup. And you can allow him to flourish.
So, Baron would be next. Oh, Tatsuri's gone in. He's going to get YK down, but he will fall in the same process. And now, are they going to re-engage on this one? No, because they've got Weber in the pit. They're going to keep on following. The Conning works out well. And Trevor, once again, with another magnificent cataclysm. Caught in the chains of corruption, though, as Win gets involved. Trevor trying to get away from this one. Emo will disengage. Trevor's going back in for Emo. Not going to happen, but that is another 2-for-1 in Team Secret's favor. They now have the kill advantage, and they're chasing on the gold. They've got to get the objectives, though.
I know, and again, it is a very simple strategy. You kill the annoying cat, and you really shut down a lot of the current damage that DKG have to offer. Tatsuri 9, 3, and 2. You can see where they denied that Zed away from him in the previous game. We're going to have an automatic spawn of the Rift Herald here that's going to make its way through that top side of the map. And DKG, this is the test right now. Have they been in a situation where they have to try and fight from an even, not quite behind, but like heading towards that direction? Like, can they execute the same strategy when their jungler isn't just so obscenely ahead? And that is now the test, I think, for DKG.
Yeah, there's a shining example, and we should not forget about the fact that Ziggs will start to become a real problem. Those bombs can put a lot of damage down, while obviously if he's allowed to do it there for Chewy, who is certainly up on the gold as well. So Team Secret with a glimmer of hope at the moment, and look at this, the focus that DKG were trying to put onto Tatsuri there. They know that if they can take him away, the rest of the team should fold. And they are just dancing around the objectives. Next Drake coming up in 5 seconds time. You can see that already they're looking to get in position, but Weber staying way out of the way this time. Gets into the pit, starts that dragon off, and they're going to try and get thumping going here. This is all about James.
And Tatsuri too, keep your eyes on him. Where's he going to go? You can see DKG are going to reset the dragon here. Team Secret's team fight is a little better, I think. Weber.
Trevor wants to get in there. Emo completely missing the exchange. That didn't work out well. Oh no, look, they caught Weber again. The stasis is not going to save him here. He's going to go down. Now what can they get from this one? Another stasis comes in. Win's going to get picked up in the pit. He gets taken down. Emo gets chased down by Azza. Azza can dash on through. James gets the lockdown as well. YK goes straight into Azza. Disaster, stasis after stasis after stasis. DKG in all manner of trouble. Another stasis burn. And they are going to drop the aces on the cards, but they are going to turn and run. I think they're going Baron.
I think they're going straight to Baron. They've got Azar super fed on this Lucian. You've got Chewy who's picked up double buffs as well. They are walking, or just red buff even, they're just walking straight over to that huge objective, and it'll be up to YK to defend it. I don't know if he's got what it takes. James has been excellent on this Dragon support this game as well. I don't want him to fall to the wayside. He really has been a brilliant performer. You can see Teleport rushing in towards this Baron.
Weber's here. What can he do? Can he get the spike fight? Cataclysm knocks him down. He's trying desperately to creep closer, but he's not allowed near the objective. And the Baron will go to Team Secret.
And Team Secret now, not yet in the lead, but they surely feel like they should be. Baron being picked up for them is a massive win. They've dealt with the main threats. It has been a shutdown on Weber. The big pickups of these particular boot enchants as well has made it very difficult for Weber to function in a team fight. And again, this really feels like what the Kha'Zix should have been like last game. It's much more difficult when you have these kind of assassin-focused junglers, when the enemy team has picked up stasis, they've picked up gargoyles, and they work together as a pack unit. And that is what Team Secret are doing so well here. DKG, they don't have the legs when Weber is dead to carry these team fights.
James coming in, and look at this. The gold will start to swing. They've been struggling to get the towers down before those last two team fights. But the top, the mid, the bot, they all drop. Tier 2s all going down, and now they are onto the inhibitor turrets, and DKG trying to find their target. They want to focus onto Tatsuri. It's not going to happen. Emo comes back around the side there. They get the lockup once again. Chains of corruption do come down, but it's only Hammers that they capture in their net, and that's just not enough, I'm afraid. Inhibitor turrets fall, and DKG can bleed, it seems. They are in all manner of trouble as the Nexus is the next focus here for Team Secret. They're going in for the engage. Yogo's looking for it. They get onto James. There's some good damage coming down here. Tatsuri has the back out, but look at the back line. It's melting left and right. DKG putting up one last fight here, but Azza popping up left and right. Yo's caught on him. He has to go gold. Is he going to get caught out by Yo? No. Trevor pushes in. They have to disengage this. They have to respect DKG.
They have to, because they have that Baron poke as well, but it's still a win for Team Secret here. My God, when you play good solo lanes, Team Secret, you're bloody good at the game. Just do more of that, man. Just do more of that. Tatsuri 11-4, and I know Azar hasn't had. YK has to flush away from this. Tatsuri's just that confident, but I know that Azar hasn't had the scoreline to reflect it, but he did put a pressure on YK and make that top lane difficult for him. And I think right now Tatsuri has been an absolute beast. I think Trebor playing this supportive jungler 2-1-15 as well. Be another dragon that has spawned. And I think uncontested right now. Rengar sucks, by the way, if you're in this position as a Rengar. Like when you're up against this many stasis and gargoyles, and you're into a proper teamfight team that has all this CC, especially something like the Gragas. Gragas is like one of the best counter picks into Rengar ever. Like Rengar jumps on your carry, you just barely bop him, and he can't do diddly squat, you know.
Yo's going to try and commit in. Comes Weber, but I'm not too sure they've got the power now to try and back this up. Azza was taken low, but he can quickly get involved, and it's a perfect lineup for the colleagues. They do get themselves one down. Is it going to be enough, though? You can see around the side, Evo trying to get away from this one. Wind will fall, and the inhibitor turrets are going to follow. The Mecha Inferno bomb backs up the second there as Evo goes down, and now the Nexus is completely open.
And to be surely it for Team Secret. They're coming back in this series, Dima.
Incredible turnaround, no doubt about it. It will be the ace and the game for Team Secret as they even up the series 1-1. And I gotta be honest, Scoundrel, I was looking at the body language at the start of that game. It looked very down from Team Secret, but that is gonna give them a massive motivation bump.
I think they're going to be super happy about that. You can see them, the body language is so different off the back of that game. What do we say, man? You've got some of the best laners in the tournament. Give them their picks. Give them the stuff that they can just flex on. And Tatsuri absolutely did that game. I think they aptly punished Hueba's over-aggression on that Rengar. I think that, DKG are so used to being able to snowball the early game so hard that they didn't know when to put on the brakes. They didn't know when to reset and look for something else to do. And obviously Rengar, he's not super meta for a reason, and I think that game is a pure example of why that's the case. Great in solo queue, where coordination is not as strong. In competitive, though, when you're going up against a Gragas, maybe one of the best support Gragas players in the world, who'll just belly bop you at any given opportunity and isolate you with his ultimate, it makes Rengar really hard to play. And I think when you have your star carry on a jungler that is almost impossible to play in these skirmish and even skirmish and team fights, I think, yeah, it clearly showed that Team Secret had the tools to deal with it. And my God, I'm so happy with the way they played that game. We've got a real series here.
Absolutely. What a fantastic turnaround. And of course, for more on that Team Secret win, let's get over to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much, gents. And hey, you know what? I just got to take a second because you said 3-0. You said 3-0. I also said 3-0, but I've never been more happy to be wrong. Team Secret, pull this one back, baby. How you feeling, Smacks?
I'm happy for you, man. I really am.
All right, well, let's get to the highlights because it was a heck of a game. It started off looking also doomed here, Rocky Zoro, but Team Secret found ways back in this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, we shouldn't confuse this game because DKG definitely got ahead early game. It was with this play in particular where Nectin baited enough, then flashed out with his ultimate. Rengar came in, and this is a story that you see with DKG over and over. They're always at the right positioning at the right time, and their laners don't overstep unless they know their teammates are behind them. But this is when it started turning, and they started overextending, being overconfident. Tatsuri started getting gold, and then he put the team on his back and carried with the Zed.
2 triple kills in the early game for Team Secret, for Tatsuri. They were still down in this game, I want to add, because they were down about 5,000 gold for the longest time just because Dakun Gaming are so solid as a team. It's just that these team fights did not go their way. And this is where I get the most upset in these team fights, is because Weibo was so fed again. We've seen him carry games from this point, but he just had a happy trigger finger in this game, man. He just kept jumping in with the thrill of the hunt.
Yeah, I don't want the story to be lost, though, that a lot of credit goes to Team Secret. They played those late game team fights so perfectly. Their positioning was spread out just enough. Like, watch this Rakan engage. Doesn't hit anyone, doesn't charm anyone, doesn't knock up anyone, and it's because of Team Secret's positioning, they understand how to avoid the engage and then re-engage after the tools have already been used by DKG. And at that point, the Lucian can pop off. The Ziggs is dealing a lot of damage from the back line. And it's just a beautiful team fight strategy that you can watch play out.
Yeah, and even in this fight here that's going on for such a long time, Tatsuri died at the beginning of the fight, doing no damage, and Team Secret still found a way on in. And you gotta look at James pulling the trigger at the right moments. You saw him dodge out the Diana, getting these fantastic engages to set up Trevor as a secondary damage unit. Azar, who had been behind for such a long time, being put in position to deal out the damage here.
I think this is just such a momentum shift in a series like this, where Team Secret, they played against the jungle funnel style of Dakun Gaming. This Rengar was massive in the early game. They were winning the top lane, they were winning the Drake fights, and they still managed to come back. As you said, not just Tatsuri on the Zed finding triple kill after triple kill, but the whole team really coming together and finding a focused plan to win throughout the rest of it.
And I do think it's a momentum shift in particular because Team Secret were winning the 5v5s. This draft was a little bit different from DKG. It wasn't so much about split pushing. You're playing for the 5v5s with the Diana, with the Renekton, with the Varus, and Team Secret were able to win a game even though they were so far down in gold in the early game. So does DKG now think we can only win through split pushing? If they do, that's going to limit them in draft.
Boy, this draft is going to be a lot of fun to keep an eye on. All right, well, even though DKG lost, our State Farm assist of the day still goes to Emo for this ult that led to a huge team fight win and an early Herald.
The reason we're so hyped about this win for Team Secret is because they were so far down early, and it's a lot because of this play from Emo. You saw just there, he got that two-man quickness engage, and it really diverted the attention of Team Secret away from the objective that they were going for so that they could stop this team fight that was erupting beneath them. And it led to Dakun finding the team fight win, finding the Rift Herald, and then the momentum afterward to keep that moving. And it was a really, really great play from Emo. It's just unfortunate that they were up against Team Secret, who are those late game kings.
Yeah, well, this is the first time a team in the knockout that lost the first game found a win. We're tied up at 1 apiece. Game 3 is coming back after this short break. Let's go, Team Secret. That's what I like to see, baby!
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
From the beginning.
I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise. There was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Horizon Cup here in Singapore. Wild Rift action at the top of its game right now between DKG of China and Team Secret from the Philippines, both representing their regions to the highest level, it has to be said, Kiernan, as we go into the pick of bans. What is this going to bring us? What will Hueba end up with?
Well, I think that's the question, isn't it? Do we see a Z ban? Do we see a Z prio? It really shifts what you go for on the blue side one draft. Speaking of blue side one, DKG are blue again. They have been blue every single game in this series thus far. The bans are not shifting. It is still focused towards team with actually Jax being omitted right now by Team Secret. So I wonder whether that has changed up what they are focusing down at the least in the 3-ban strategy remains the same for DKG here. Let's see what Team Secret Ziggs. So they felt like Ziggs was such a pivotal point of both, or pivotal pick in both of these games. That will be focused. The Varus, though, immediately locked in for DKG, which opens up the Renekton pickup for Azar if he wants it.
Or do they take the Jax away from Cueva? Do they go for that? As you say, Renekton certainly was a favorite, but wasn't the end of the world that they didn't have it. It is going to be the Renekton. Okay. Does the Jax come with it? Do they go for the Z? Is there so many options? Tatsuri on Z was phenomenal.
We'll see. It's going to be, again, they are really thinking. They are really thinking about it. I mean, obviously, if you go Z, you are giving yourself a one-dimensional damage profile, but that didn't matter too much to Team Secret last time round. They were dominant regardless of how AD heavy they were with just the Ziggs to back them up in that game, although Ziggs can really provide with it. And that's going to be the Graves, which actually has been overlooked by DKG for a lot of this series thus far. They are going to pick that up right now. Trevor will be having the Graves, and that does leave open the Jax, should Hueba want it. There'll be Diana locked in for Yo, something that he has played a lot throughout this entire tournament.
So he's got Diana over the Z. The Z being available obviously did very well on the Z in the first game.
Yeah, I think though, with Ziggs gone, if you were to go Z and with Garen's banned actually. This is an interesting one actually. If you go Z, you are clearly very AD heavy, which is obviously going to be something to think about.
Jax.
It is going to be the Jax. He's a bit more hybrid damage orientated. There is a bit more of a balanced damage profile right now. And there we go. I wasn't expecting another AD laner. Although we, of course, can see this go to Chewy. He has shown that he will play on the bot side of the map. So let's not 100% say that that's going to be Tatsuri playing the Orianna here. Now let's 100% say that's Tatsuri.
Yes. I mean, we've seen Orianna supports as well, but I expect James. I mean, but Gragas still available, Alistair available, Rakan available. There's many options for him. This one to go alongside it. Senna available as well, by the way.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen
Just
much
a
Senna
totally
priority. Exactly, Senna priority this series has been pretty low. That will be YK playing the Jarvan top. Jarvan with Summon Airy is actually a relatively good call into things like Darius and Renekton because you just slap them with the Dragon Strike over and over again. So we'll see YK very likely take that kind of build into this Renekton matchup, and it will be Emo on the Rakan again, so trusting his engage potential. Very strong teamfight comp again from DKG with that threat of a split push of, if they want to go for like a 1-4 style comp with Hueba on the side lanes, they can. But overall, it's a strong team fight from these guys.
I'm thinking Alistair for the headbutts to get Hueba away. No? Oh, Nami. Okay, good disengage. I like it. The big wave.
It's also a very strong laning phase. If you want to play through bot here, because I don't think you can play through top because it's such a safe lane with the Jarvan. I think it's very difficult to play through an Orianna because she takes time to scale. So for me, this is Team Secret saying, well, we are playing strong side bot. We want to play through bot. And I want to refer back to what the analyst desk set up. It is the many faces of Team Secret, the many ways they can play the game, the many styles of this team. And this is now the playthrough bot style, where we're going to be looking towards Chewy and James and how Trevor can set them up for success versus a relatively weak lane in the form of Varus, Rakan. You're not playing Varus to be super dominant in the laning phase, right? So that's the area of the game that we're going to be looking to exploit if we're Team Secret.
Well, they did prove, certainly in the quarterfinals, that they don't just rely on one carry, one Tatsuri in the Z to sort of get them through. So, and it's certainly not going to be the case if he's playing a control mage like Orianna up against the Diana. It's probably going to be quite a tough lane for him. Yes, he can get a little bit of poke with the ball, but that's about it. You're going to be looking at Yo making the plays, and we know what Hueba can do on Jax. It's going to be all about whether they can control him and slow down Hueba's DKG on Jax this time around, because that is a very different champion to the Rengar.
It is, and also much more flexible than the Rengar. I will add that. It is a much more flexible pick for Hueba here in the jungle. because it allows more options, for the DKG team. It's something that they were pioneering at the start of the Horizon Cup, and they made it work for a reason. And that's something you do have to respect. Clearly was banned in the first 2 games by Team Secret here. But Team Secret have drafted, again, another style of comp. And the question that I have, D-Man, is if we are taking priority away from Tatsuri and giving it more towards, James and the bot lane, is that something that's going to be strong enough to beat DKG? Because Tatsuri clearly demonstrated that he is good enough. When he's given a more proactive pick and a pick like Zed, he can be strong enough to deal with DKG. Is the bot lane going to be a strategy that works out? Let's see.
Yeah, well, my major worry for that is the fact that Hueba's just going to jump on the AD and that'll be that. I mean, that's, hop in, get the counter strike on the go, and oh dear, there goes the carry. So I got to feel that we're going to see, whether the bubbles land, whether the tidal wave's being used at the right moment. I feel that could be absolutely pivotal in this game. But if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, welcome to the Horizon Cup, and secondly, what a series you're about to join. DKG took game 1 in commanding style, 20,000 plus gold in the lead towards the end of that one, but Team Secret strike back with the help of Tatsuri, their mid laner, on the Zed, dominating throughout that second game. And here in game number 3, with a series teetering on the edge, we have Hueba back on his Jax that he absolutely set the world alight on against SBTC, a team still from the Southeast Asia region, a team that beat Team Secret many times throughout the year, but they were very much put on their backsides by Hueba.
Yeah, and they're put on their backsides by Team Secret yesterday as well. Team Secret obviously had to beat them to get to this stage of the tournament. And they did so in commanding fashion. And Team Secret now have that strong bot. And that's a level 1 engage right now. They're going to pop. Oh my gosh.
I mean, that's the danger of Anami, right? You are a very squishy level 1. And James having to burn that flash. Did throw the ignite down, but the heal coming out from Chewy as well as the heal ignites coming out from Wind and Emo. So lots of summoners being burnt within the first minute.
That's not a good look, though, if you're a strong side bot lane. You've now lost priority to a Varus and a Rakan, and I think just it's an uncharacteristic error from James, honestly. He is usually so apt at his positioning, usually so smart about the way he plays the game, and just, I think, disrespected a level 1 all-in from the DKG bot lane there. You can see now Treble. If anyone's wondering why this happens, by the way, and it's something you'll see a lot throughout professional play, if anyone's wondering why your jungler just randomly shows himself in lane mid, it's because he wants to shove the lane and get automatic mid lane priority, which basically, for free, allows him to go for one of the scuttle crabs. So that's why you see Treble do that. He just wants to ensure that there's no way that anyone can respond to his scuttle crab take on the top side of the map, and we'll go ahead and do that easily. But Hueba just able to go and take the bottom one, so we see a scuttle trade for a scuttle trade at the start of the game here. Although you can see Trebor on the top side of the map.
Go for the engage. Trebor not really going to land the shots that he wanted though. YK, ooh, this is a dangerous shot for him though. He has no fruits. Yo coming up though, the mid laner to help out. Weber's nearby as well. They're going to try and bait this one out here. Doesn't land it. Trebor will back away, and they have to respect that.
I love it. Look at this, and watch right here. Weber sees that mid lane wave. That's not going to waste. No. This is, look, Professor Iraqi Zorro is being shown in full force right here, because this is something that they do incredibly well. Yo acts as a second jungler to kind of help prevent top lane dives. He stops top lane weak side, from being an easy place for Team Secret to get some free gold. And then those resources mid don't go to waste, because Quaver just exits the jungle, soaks them up, and goes back to clearing the jungle very early on. This is classic DKG, and it's all about facilitating this really strong jungler. Great double bubble, they can't follow up on it. But I'm going to say, that is, not often do you get the chance as an analyst to kind of illustrate something and you see it happen in such clear daylight, but that is exactly what you just saw from Yo. Sacks his lane off to help YK on the top side, and then Quaver just absorbs the rest of the resources.
Just to the rest of the world, when I say sacks it off, what he means is he leaves the lane. English lingo, it can be strong sometimes, I know, to the rest of the world. There's quite a lot of languages out there.
Sacks it off. I never thought about how stupid that phrase sounds until just now.
Yeah, I mean, we all have our banter. I get the benefit of living in Germany, so I don't quite get caught up in it. That's a great bubble. Should get backed up on, but it was the Rakan of Emo. It was wind they were looking for, which is where Trevor would have almost certainly piled in. 30 seconds now until we do see that Rift Herald and Mountain Drake come up, which will be important. Which one do you prioritize, or can you get both?
Still a relatively even though. 1,000 gold lead being built up through just some natural gold advantages in the jungle, mid and bot. Obviously, a lot of it being in favor of Wind right now, hit a very early level 1. And I think you're right. Where are we going to see some priority? We are going to see that again, very classic rotation that we see at the Horizon Cup. You move your bot lane to mid to ensure that you get mid lane prio, which gives you some flexibility about what type of objectives you want to set up for. Team Secret have got a better setup here for the Rift Heralds, just given their positioning, but they aren't going to commit to it just yet.
I will say, we've seen 2 gank attempts now from Team Secret. Nothing from DKG yet. They're trying to be a little bit more cautious, but now, of course, the Rift Herald will be started off. Weber on there already. Now, Asa did just come down and have a little peek, got himself the ward down there, so they know that this is happening, DKG, but they're choosing not to contest it. They want to take the Drake instead, but DKG, once again, as we saw before, Wind and Yo, just trying to distract here at the Dragon, trying to delay things. They get the Rift Herald, and here comes the rest of DKG. Weber's about to arrive. They don't have YK anywhere near at the moment. He's a long way away from this one, but DKG have done enough to force Team Secret off the objective.
Yeah, Team Secret have got to respect the very strong Titan spikes and power spikes that we're at right now as well. You can see Triforce. We have the Rod of Ages for the Diana. It's much, much stronger than the Archangels for Tatsuri. The team fight right now from DKG is much, much better. Because you have that really big level 5 Diana ultimate, you have a great item spike for her. Rakan has gone Rod of Ages, by the way.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, it's not an unusual build. This is actually a relatively common build for Rakan, just because he scales so well with AP and health in general. It's actually quite a nice build that allows him to have really big impact with his ultimate and his grand entrance. So it's kind of become a very popular Rakan build over the last few months. But it does mean that you have to respect these item spikes. Like, there are some big item spikes for all of the DKG side right now. And obviously Team Secret just not confident enough to go for the team fight.
Yeah, the fact that he's already picked it up and they're already on a chest thump around the Dragon. So YK and Asa heading down the river. Asa actually waiting for him in the river, so he wants to go for the one-on-one engage. And that means it's going to be a simple pickup for DKG. As it does come down, way too late to the party. Wind will just flash away from that one.
Yeah, Wind knew what was up there, had to make the flash happen. Weber, I think Weber, yeah, he's telegraphing this a little bit too hard, and he knows.
Well, is the rest of the team coming? This is going to be a 4v5 if they stick with it. Weber will just be able to jump away to Yo, though. And a simple disengage, but Team Secret committed everything to that. And while that's happening, YK is just farming for free on the top lane.
And he's going for the top lane tower too. He has got that standard, which will increase his attack speed. Got another wave piling in, but I don't think he's going to get away with it. Oh my gosh.
I mean, this is the danger, right? This is what we're talking about with the control mage. She's not going to have really that solo capability against the Diana like Yo. And that is worrisome for Tatsuri there.
Well, I just, this is what I don't get, right? You just saw how good, like, Team Secret were when Tatsuri was able to maneuver into a side lane and actually beat Yo, you know, pretty comfortably on the Zed. Now you've given him a control mage who's going to stand no chance versus a Diana in a side lane, and he's going to be starved of resources, and he's also not going to be able to hold Diana. That to me just feels very anti what Team Secret just did to win. So I feel like they almost like drafted away from their own win conditions. In this
I was very confused that it didn't go with the Zed or something like that. That just worked out so well for him, as I say, the carry. But this is something we've seen from Team Secret, the fact that they can, you know, switch the carry. Who's going to be the carry today? Well, at the moment, you would hope it was going to go to Chewy, but Chewy's 1,000 gold behind Wind already because of the objectives going in their favor. Riptail's going to get thrown down on the top lane. That's going to probably give them that turret. They're going to try and focus on DKG in the bot lane. That bomb was not going to land, which means they have to back away from this one. But that's a 4-man attempt there. And the Rift Herald doing the job in the top lane takes down that tower. And the first one of the game. Still, by the way, 8 minutes in, no deaths.
The problem for Team Secret is that when they see these resources, like, you know, 2 guys committed to the top side of the map, they don't really have a button they can press to say immediately engage, right? They can't really, even Nami is a slow engage tool. The wave is quite telegraphed, the bubble's hard to hit. They don't really have a button where you can just say, oh, we need to punish them now, because that's not available to Team Secret. And that's something that I think DKG are going to have much in their favor. I also want to holistically talk about the sort of the whole process of playing through Dragon Lane in this current meta. When your Dragon Lane at 4 minutes into the game leaves the Dragon Lane and goes to the mid and just permanently farms mid waves, so you get some kind of a eye on the objectives. That's not a great lane to play through right now, and I think you can see why in this game.
Weber being protected and checked away. He's going to try and come in and get the smite down. Will he be able to steal it away? No, it's not. That goes the way of Team Secret, but how's the fight going to go? Az is in trouble. Weber's taken low. Azza will get picked off on the backside there, but at the moment it's just a 1-2 kill favor DKG. We did talk about them being the favorite. Tribord gets away just about, but is he safe? They are going to dive in towards the turret. They're not going to follow on through, and it will be turret for Herald. Team Secret got their objective, but oh, what cost? I mean, two deaths, possible 1 turret, maybe 2 here.
Let's take a look back at the Axe replay here. As you can see, they do have superior setup on this objective, but when you are in the pit, it does make you very vulnerable to wind. And again, you can't really be proactive in re-engaging onto DKG. So DKG happily take the 4v5 right now. They know they've done a lot of damage to Tavares beforehand, and by the time that Yo turns up, most of the damage is done. Obviously, they lose the objective here, but realistically, again, Team Secret, they would have wanted to force that engage much quicker if they could have done, and on their terms, realistically.
This is good response. They're going to be able to get this turret. The Infernal Drake does spawn. That's going to go the way of DKG unless they're quick to react. They are going to try to get close. No, they don't have any vision. They can't get close to this pit, so they happily just take that top turret. But Gold's going to keep on swinging the way of DKG. The bot turret almost certainly will fall here.
And I think a discussion to be had here, D-Man, is that, yes, okay, they pick up the Rift Herald, but the question is, what does Rift Herald get you? What is the value of that particular objective? Well, most of the time it's a turret, right? Most of the time, the best case scenario for Rift Herald is a turret. Lovely clear of the waves there.
5-man push. Tremor gonna get away from this. The wave's already been used, but here comes the rest of the team. Emo arrives, and now Weber's on the scene. They've already lost Trevor down, and you can see Azza running for his life, but they have to backtrack away, and that is a Rift Herald that got them absolutely nothing.
And I think that draws back to what we were just talking about. Like, Rift Herald's value, most of the time, best case scenario, is a tower. If you're very lucky and you're very ahead, sometimes 2 towers. If you trade Rift Herald for a tower, you're already down on that objective value, right? You're already losing out on what that objective was designed to give you. So the best case scenario is that you use it to get a particular tower that you want, or you use it to create a bit of pressure in a lane when there's another objective that you're more concerned about. A mid-lane tower being a great, example of that. DKG just nullified that instantly. YK again just trying to prevent that tower from dropping, but it will be a pickup for Team Secret, but they have lost so much in the process that these are just small scraps that they're scraping off the floor when DKG are running the show.
Well, the danger, of course, of losing those mid-turrets is the vision that it gives you. Now, timeouts coming from DKG's wards are going to go down, but they did manage to get the Scuttle Crab, so they have good river vision at the moment, does Team Secret, but you can see the gold. 6,000 gold in the favor of DKG, and that's not really stacked on one person. It's pretty much spread, smattered across everybody. You can see all the carriers all with 2,000 plus gold advantages at the moment. So it's a little worrisome come the next team fight, how far behind they're going to be. A couple of items popping in though for Team Secret and DKG as they set themselves up. Of course, the Baron would be the next, but most certainly the next objective will be that Drake. And at the moment, DKG is starting to get their ward dominance.
And I still think, unfortunately, if you're Team Secret, you can't team fight. I'm going to say, oh, Trevor has to flush away. I think if you're Team Secret, you can't team fight. You have the inferior item spikes right now. You have the inferior team fight right now. Like, I think Orianna needs that Rabadon Death Cap to really have the impact that she's hoping for. We have a flank, though.
Oh, that's a wave, but I'm not convinced about. Azza is trying to flank, but where's he going to flank into? 5 members of DKG? I don't think so. Run the hell away from that one, and that's an engage that just didn't work. And, well, the ulti obviously used out from Hammers there to get that tidal wave down. Just didn't catch anything. Now Hammers is having to back away. And what is still happening? Azza has got to soak that top lane, so they're aware that they're going to lose objectives. Azza, you've got to be careful. They're going to try and collapse.
And I think, when we look back at the gold, even though you were saying it's so spread, I want to reiterate the story of this team and the story of DKG always has been about Flavor. And again, the gold reflects it. He is 2,500 gold as the jungler ahead of anybody else in his team. He is the story of this team. This is the guy that they play around. They facilitate him. They build comps around him. And every single game, without fail, he accelerates that gold lead far beyond anyone else in the game. Even in their loss versus Team Secret, he was wildly ahead of the game, you know, in terms of the gold value. Now, it looks like Team Secret is saying, yeah, they're rushing it.
Rushing the Baron. I mean, they came straight out and got the walls down, but look at that, they're spotted instantly. Emo goes in. Emo's so confident. He goes in for Trevor, and they get him. Wind and Emo. That was it. That was 2 people versus 5, and they backed away and gave it up.
Still going in the fight here. YK flashes back into the pit.
Nothing they can do about it. That's going to get picked up. Weber will focus this one, and DKG should just run through the rest of Team Secret now with that Baron buff. Weber, he is an unstoppable machine. Counter-Strike comes through. You're not going to get away from that one, son. Big bonk on the head. Yo comes through. Tatsuri can't do a thing. There's no hero moments coming out from Zed this time around. The Orianna is simple cannon fodder, and it is an ace, and the Baron go to DKG.
And this might even just be the game with that Baron minion set up so well on the top side of the map here. DKG pushing in. Treyvol the only one to defend.
Yeah, we know how quickly that can fall, especially with Weber on Jax. He will just pummel down the Nexus. And just like that, when Team Secret tried to set up a play, it's DKG that take everything in their favor.
And I feel, because I think Team Secret knew that that was the only way that they were going to get a fight to happen on their terms. Like, again, 0 proactive engage options other than the Nami wave, which is so telegraphed and so easy to deal with if you're DKG. And unfortunately for Team Secret, that going to objectives and being the first to set up on the objectives is the only way you can draw DKG into a situation where you think you might be able to win. And I think for Team Secret right there, they weren't actually concerned about team fighting. They were like, Quaver's on the bottom side of the map. Maybe we have enough time to burst this Baron down before he gets here. But as you mentioned, it was Yo, just jumping in essentially with the support 1v5, 2v5, able to kind of distract long enough for Hueva to actually join the fight. I think Team Secret, unfortunately, were not able to effectively punish that, those styles, because there was no proactivity. You took all proactivity away from Tatsuri on the Orianna. He couldn't hold the side lane versus the Diana, and even versus the Jax when Hueva translated over towards that. So my issue with Team Secret's drafts are, why, when you've just given Tatsuri one of the most proactive solo lane picks ever, able to just force 1v1s whenever he likes on that Zed, why have you just stuck him on an Orianna the next game? Because he can't do anything. He has to sit there and rely on everybody else to kind of do the hard work for him. And that is what I want Team Secret not to do. Team Secret need to play through Tatsuri. They need to play through Razar where possible. And if they don't, they are going to get slaughtered in this next game. They need to reflect what worked well in game 2 versus what went badly wrong in game 1 and 3.
Yeah, if you've got a player in form, make use of him. When he's just done so well on that Zed, you really need to put something in his hands that's able to turn it around for him. And, we were talking about the bot lane, how they're going to have to play through the bot lane. Didn't really work, did it? Didn't work. Let's get over, though, to Le Tigris. Get over in Singapore. Obviously get the pulse of the players over there with Omo and Grandon.
Thank you, D-Man. Yeah, a bit of slowing of the pulse on the time, on the side rather, of Team Secret in that game. Welcome back to the ground floor in Singapore. While we did have a lot of contention in game number 2, it felt a lot more to one side back once again in game number 3.
Yeah, and in my books, this one came entirely from a draft gap. Team Secret's comp, it seemed to me like it gave them very little opportunities to play with, and I felt that, DKG's draft just looked 10 times better to me.
Gabby, I'm about to come to blows with Leonard.
Disagreeing about. I need to get between you two right now.
I'm about to get come to blows with Leonard because he's telling me that this comp is unplayable from the draft. But I think that Secret, this is difficult to play, but it's not impossible. And then he's going on about how if you have an even game for 10 minutes, you can play it. That's what happened this game.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily call a game state even when your opponent team gets the Herald and then stops you from taking Dragon, comes over, takes the Dragon, kills you on the next Herald, and it just leaves you with no options to play. That's the way, this one played out for me.
It was one of the smaller gold leads that we have seen from DKG early on. Is there anything to be taken from that?
I feel like DKG are taking it a little bit more careful because they feel like Secret will end up making these bad mistakes towards the end. Because Secret, I think where I do agree with Omo is that they felt like they had nothing they could do on the map. They wanted to rush the Baron because they thought that was their window into the game. DKG saying, we expect you to do something like that. It may not be the Baron, it may be the other, it may be a turret. Either way, you play into us, we'll get you in the late game.
To me, the Baron play, as well as a lot of the plays this game that Team Secret tried to actively make, such as using Nami Tidal Wave as a proactive tool, just screamed desperation to me. And I think they need to go back to the tools that they had in Game 2 to be proactive on the map and to make something happen.
We did go into game number 2 when we were talking here on this analyst desk about wanting to see something like the Nami come out, but it sounds like you're wanting to see some other picks alongside of it. So is there kind of a blend between taking a Lucian in the top lane to, okay, maybe not as much initiative here in game 3?
To me, the thing that is screaming out to me, the two glaring points of this draft to me, I'm fine with the Lucian Nami. I like that a lot. I think that you can't be picking Graves blind when you know Hueba's Jax is up and available and he's going to run the game on that. Number 2, I don't think you should be prioritizing Orianna over Zed when Tatsuri was popping off of that.
Yeah, bringing it to some of the strength over on the side of DKG, right? You can't not mention the Jax, the fact that Hueba was on this pick, and we also didn't see something like the Zed come out. Wasn't really a high priority going on to the middle part of the series.
Secret feels like they went into the series and you took their draft and you put it into, you cross-checked it with all their regional games, their C Championship games, whatever you want to take a look at. It feels like the exact same composition. It doesn't feel like that one that's been tailored for DKG. It just feels like they're playing the same things they want to play.
I know that Team Secret, we're always looking to see what they're going to come through with the evolution of this draft, and I think it's fair to say that the series itself is already evolving in a particular direction. But are there any weaknesses that you see from DKG? Because there are moments where Hueba's getting a bit confident, you know, going into enemy territory, if you're looking even in the loss where that was punished a bit.
Look, the thing I'm going to say is I think DKG, they're just too strong individually, too strong as a team, too strong mechanically, team fighting, everything, macro. They're so good at everything that if you really want to beat this team and you want to find a way into the series again, you need to find tools for your individual players to pop off, like that Tatsuri Zed.
Yeah, would you say that's the tool that you're looking at, Grandin? Is it getting Tatsuri on a carry pick, or is there something else that we can look at?
Absolutely. Get Tatsuri in a carry pick. Why not get Azan a carry pick too? Give him that Lucian again. I'm looking forward to see something like that.
Yeah, we didn't get to check in here on the just after that game number 2. I know that we had a bit of hesitancy seeing Azar on the Lucian, and it even took a bit for it to pick off in that game number 2.
He stepped up when it mattered. In the late game team fights, when he got 3 items, he really was popping off in the team fights. But I think up to that point, he was very lackluster, and it took a lot of just heavy lifting, really, from Trevor on the Jarvan, Tatsuri on the Zed, Maz on that Gragas, and you can't forget the Ziggs pick as well. These picks were also valuable in getting Azar to the late game.
Yeah, Ziggs continuing to be such a priority here at Horizon Cup. I believe still 100% win rate coming through. Do you think it's justified for this to be coming out as a pick continuously, or should any other teams be pivoting?
I think it is. It just fits so easily into either composition. If DKG don't get it, it just feels like Team Secret can kind of cover their weaknesses a little bit because it helps you with a lot of your macro mistakes, helps you clear out waves a lot better. So you just have so much more freedom to make errors and still be able to come back in.
To put it into context, right? Team Secret on red side in game 2, they picked the Ziggs and they destroyed the game with it. And they said, this pick is so strong, we're going to ban it next game. We don't want to risk you first.
Ban it ourselves.
Yeah, we're going to ban it ourselves.
While it was a bit more of a dominating performance again in game number 3 from DKG, we do have that back and forth, and I think audiences are looking forward to that for sure. We are going to be stepping away, but soon enough we will have that game number 4 between DKG and Team Secret. As we go, though, check out Team Secret's fan-voted battle anthem, Unstoppable by the Score. You can find it in other team battle anthems by visiting the Wild Rift profile and official Horizon Cup playlist on Spotify. Check it out.
Would you ride for me? Handshake, one of a kind, homie. I be trying to vibe on the wave. I'ma be vibe on the wave. Look.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals of the Wild Rift Horizon Cup. DKG now 2-1 up over Team Secret, the Chinese powerhouse. And what was the first team to qualify, if I'm not mistaken, of all the teams? Long ago now. It does feel like a long ago. And You know, I'm just seeing people in chat saying Team Secret overrated. I'm like, what are you on about? You know, this is the semi-finals of the Horizon Cup. This is like the best of the best of the best. They've gone through an absolute gauntlet to be here through the Southeast Asian Championships, you know, taking down, getting that revenge story yesterday over SBTC. But today is a tough one. There's no doubt about it. You know, up against DKG, Excandrel. This is going to be a pick and ban. Match point for DKG, and this time they are over on the red side.
Yeah, Team Secret opted into blue side pick this time around here. And I think we're going to see the Garras, and I fully agree with you, by the way, D-Man, fully agree. These teams right here are the best of the best in their regions. Even if China is just that much far ahead, you know, Team Secret is still an incredible, incredible team. And they've even taken a game. They can do it. They can do it when they play a certain style. When they shut down Hueba, they can beat DKG. It's just that when DKG allowed free reign to do what they want, and Hueba is able to absorb that much gold and play side lane so heavily, that's kind of their comfort zone, right? That is DKG's massive comfort zone, and that's what they do so well game after game. Zig's ban on blue side here, which is very interesting.
Blown away by these bans. Absolutely blown away. So, okay, so Fiora through, so Camille available. Obviously, there's a ton available. The fact that the Gara and Varas drew bans is very surprising to me for Team Secret. Maybe they were expecting sort of the Varas to get locked in early. They are going to favor that Renekton, though, once again.
Wouldn't be too surprised maybe to see the Camille rotate towards the jungle for Trevor, because that is something that he will play, and obviously it is now available for them if they do want it. Renekton is, though, a very high prio on blue side one for Azar here. It's a strong mid-game teamfight tool. Generally doesn't have many weaknesses in the game right now, but Zed is denied as a first rotation on red side here. Let's see what they pick up as well, because obviously Jax is available. We also have Graves, which is one of Hueba's best picks, by the way, which we haven't even yet seen him on. So we've got lots of options, but the Jarvan comes through here. That must be for YK. There's not a world where they put Hueba on Jarvan. So if you're Team Secret, you've got to know that that's going into the Renekton top side.
Absolutely, which does leave a lot of options for Team Secret. Maybe this is what they were banking on with those bans. It does leave Senna. This is the first time we're going to see him in this series. We have mentioned it's been available all the way
Senna
through,
Gragas,
along with the Gragas. So it's going to be the Senna bot lane with the Gragas. That's a strong lane.
Yeah, it's been untouched this entire series. Brand! Have we seen a Brand this tournament? That's a question.
Jeez, that's one for the stats guys right out there. I'm not sure about that one.
I'm not sure. It is a pick that received a couple of nerfs coming into the Horizon Cup, and therefore I think lost a lot of power level. But Brand is a very interesting pickup for me, and that could be flex both mid and support. I imagine with the Zed lock-in is probably going to be support, and that was going to see the Jax come through for Hueba once more. So that's an interesting pickup right now for DKG. Very on brand for them to go for something so wacky in that support role.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Jax coming in from Hueba, we know exactly what that is all about. It does leave a possibility for the Graves, something like that, maybe, to see what Trevor's going to go with. Trevor wants to have something to get him going, of course, with that Lee Sin band out there. The Vi! That's very on point with Arcane coming through today. No spoilers, guys, in chat if you're out there. I'm just called for it now, haven't I? Oh, the Fizz as well.
Oh my
word. Team Secret throwing everything out there.
They absolutely are, and that is, again, another strong, proactive. So 0 picks and 1 ban for Brand this entire Horizon Cup, and they pick up the Fizz as well. You know, Tatsuri, that gives him a lot of proactivity, can search for the 1v1s, similar kind of potential to the Zed here for Tatsuri. And then, what on earth am I watching?
Well, Maxman right now is like dancing around his living room, I think, but yeah,
what is
Blitzcrank coming in.
So Brand, like for wind, and then Emo playing the Blitzcrank here.
I mean, you're going for a feast? I don't. My brain can't compute this. I'm melting down. I like these comps. I like to see something different. And with match point for DKG, I mean, okay, what's the theory here? What's the theory, Excandrel? I'll give you a moment to consider.
Well, okay, Senna's pretty bad. Senna's very weak into hard engage, right? So, you know, maybe the idea for DKG's bot lane is that maybe in the 2v2 they can search for a hook onto Senna or an early hook onto Gragas. But it is very interesting to me that later on into the game, you know, you're not looking to teamfight at all for DKG, so maybe looking for those individual picks, and obviously you're trying to rotate Hueva and maybe Yo to the side lanes and look for a more 1-3-1 orientated approach while Brand just clears those waves out. For Team Secret, though, you know, you've got a strong side lane threat in the form of Fizz, but you can very easily teamfight with this team. Like, it's a strong teamfight presence. You can play very back to front or front to back with the center pick. But this is definitely not something that I've seen. So I'm more in kind of learning mode at this point, D-Man. I'm looking at the sort of the addition of the Blitzcrank to this roster. I'm thinking, what is it providing? Like, it's providing pick potential, of course, but who are you wanting to pick in Team Secret? Which realistically, the best answer is, well, maybe you catch out Chewy, but that's about it, right?
Yeah. That's why I didn't understand. I mean, you got a Fizz in there, so you're not going to be catching the fish. You pull a Via, a Necton, a Gragas in there, you don't want them. Send them back.
But then are you even looking for pulls at all? Is it maybe just a threat of the Blitzcrank enough, and that you're using that to provide a bit of space to allow Hueva and Yo to do whatever they want elsewhere on the map? I don't know. It's an interesting one. Let's see. This is a learning game for me. Dakun definitely pulling out things that we have not seen in competitive thus far, and we're going to see how they try to operate it. It feels like a bit of a... I mean, they must have a game plan for it, you know, and this is like match point for them. This is series point for them. So they must have a game plan for it, because you don't want to give the opportunity for Team Secret to even come back in the 5th game and deal with you. So Dakun clearly have a very particular plan with this very unique lock-in on the bot side of the map.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Match point for DKG, 2-1 up in the series in the semi-finals of the Wild Rift Horizon Cup. The players all playing out in Singapore. And now, who will be the finalists? Will DKG get there, or will Team Secret turn it around once again and immediately? The bait, the fish, the stomps, everything in the mid. The prowess of the junglers just trying to help out, soak up that little bit of XP. Where is the lane? Okay, they're up the top.
So are we playing...
Starving Senna with top?
No.
With Asa?
Yeah, okay, so they're...
Solo Gragas. I mean, he can solo it, 2v1.
James is solo. They've taken Senna out of the Blitzcrank lane, and they're playing Fasting Senna with Renekton top. So they're playing super strong top side. They're going to try and prevent from YK from sort of having the same kind of support on the top side of the map that he did previously. They're trying to lock down maybe the power of Yo's rotations to that top side of the map here. And they're definitely throwing a kilter maybe on Hueva's normal play.
So, did he forget to buy? Or what? I'm not sure. He did. I mean, he's got no items. Maybe he's saving up for something special. Something special. We'll find out. He's putting some good damage down on Winbow. He's going to step away. Has already taken down that. Trevor tries to come up the top to help out. Hueva's there. Here comes Emo. And they're going for the lane switch around here, or trying at least to try and punish the fact that that's working out. That may not work out for them at the moment. Tatsuri's going to try and come up and help out. The Scud Grab is the fight that they want. I'm not sure Tatsuri wants to get involved on this one, though. They're going in for Yo. I didn't see who got it. It was Team Secret that got the crab. Okay,
yeah,
that's a win.
Yeah, exactly. They smite it away. That's a win. But obviously, we're going to get a bit of mid lane prio coming out from Yo here, and that will allow Hueva to just trade on the bottom side of the map. They have now rotated Emo up, and we now have a 1v1 between James.
Oh, great catch. Great stun. Does go through, and that's going to put the pressure, and they do get themselves first blood. YK goes down. Emo pulls into the turret, but that's going to do nothing for Chewy, and it's Asa they get going.
That is a very, very sort of heavy overextension from YK there. Didn't really need to be that far up in the lane. Trebor now making his way up to the top side as well. They're going to push this wave in and try and deny as much as they can. I will say that YK will get back in time. This has definitely thrown a bit of a kilter into DKG's normal rotational plans, like the way they play around the map. We'll take a look back at the replay here, and you can see Azar just jumps in. They get the combo lockup onto YK. And Azar with that Ignite will just pick up the first kill of the game. That's a nice little adaptation from Team Secret here. And I'm just very interested. This has been a wild game all round so far.
And now we see Trevor on the Vi waiting to get involved. I feel like I should call her Violet these days. I'm not sure if Vi's enough anymore. But anyway, going to go and get the hammers down. The fist comes in. That's a brilliant explosive cast forcing him in. Can they get the kill on to win? That's what they have to get here. They have to make it count, but has he gone too deep? It's going to take a second tower hit. Emo not going enough to back it up, and the gank pays off, which is something that hasn't worked in the first 3 games.
And that was very telegraphed because they knew exactly where he was. Look at the red side vision. He walked through Tribrush. They knew he was there. He hadn't walked past the scuttle, and he was walked through the Tribrush. So they were baiting, clearly. DKG were trying to bait that one out. But Wynn's just a little bit overextended, a little misplay off the back of that right there. And right now, Team Secret, for the first time ever, I think, are up in gold at that 4-minute mark as we head towards these first 2 objectives.
And this is what we've been talking about. Play through your lane phases. They know they can be strong in the lane phases, but now this is where they have kind of drifted away from the game a couple of times too many. You are stood on a ward, boys. You're kind of obvious there, just saying. But yeah, once that Rift Tower comes up, the Mountain Drake down there as well, this is where the game slipped away from them. But Team Secret not pushing the pace here. Chewy's got to be careful. He's still stood on the wall. There's 4 players coming towards him, and I think he's going to be able to flash away, but is it enough? No, the Cataclysm comes in. They realize, oh, too deep. Trevor goes down there. I'm not sure about going back in because Chewy gets dragged in, but still gets away with it. Finally drops down, but they can turn this in their favor. Win goes down, and it's a 1-for-1. Technically, both carries going down.
Yeah, absolutely. Tatsuri has used his ultimate, though. A lot of key abilities now no longer available for Team Secret, and you can see the Yo going to land a combo onto Trable, who does have that assault and battery ready to go. They're going to stick to this fight.
Trevor has to get in there, and he's going to try and charge it up. Goes around the side. The spike fight will come through. Who's going to get it? It will be going over to Team Secret. Trevor gets it just before he dies. Weber also is picked up, though, so still a 1-for-1. But more importantly, oh, the flash out of the way from the grab.
Team Secret. They are challenging Dakun Gaming at the start of the game, and I kind of need to reflect back and break down exactly how we've got to this situation, because clearly it was a lane swap. We don't see too many of those in Wild Rift now because of the changes. Take a look back at the Axe replay here. You can see they knew that Chewy was there. You mentioned it earlier. He wasn't a ward, but he doesn't get burst down quickly enough. Uses the ultimate to buy some time. And Emo, with an absolutely insane hook, lands the ignite and takes Chewy out of the fight very early on. But here we go. Tatsuri, the power of giving proactivity back to that mid laner, is able to pick up wind on the brand, very weak to the Fizz engage. And again, because of this lane swap, it's made Hueba's normal farming path a little bit more awkward. You can see that he is not even the most fed on his team, which usually at 6 minutes into the game he is. He's usually pretty significantly ahead of his opposite number as well. But this time round, he hasn't had that same kind of efficiency in the jungle.
DKG grab comes in, and that locks Chewy completely up. So they're already 1 man down before this dragon fight begins. Weber comes in and gets the smite down as well ahead of Trevor. Didn't work out for him. Yo manages to get in and out. And Team Secret just give up on this, guys. You didn't get the objective. You lost the man. It was a 1-for-1 in the end because Weber went down. YK goes back in. I'm not sure about that engagement, buddy. He will fall down. The Cataclysm keeps Team Secret in there. But I'll tell you what, they're happy about the kill.
They absolutely are. They will take the free gold where you can get it. They do pick up the Mountain Dragon, so I'm sure DKG will feel that is worth. We'll take a look back here again. Just a brilliant pick onto the only target that counts, again, from Emo on Chewy. And Hueba jumps in, lands the smite war. Unfortunately, does get taken down by the rest of Team Secret, who are able to collapse on him. And Yo, doing what he can to provide a bit of distraction with the ultimate. We'll take a look back, and this was... overall, again, I'm really praising Team Secret for the way they've kind of put Hueba on the back foot a little bit here. He has kind of accelerated his gold ever so slightly. He's managed to clear up that topside jungle and picked up a load more resources. But Tatsuri at 3-0-1 in this Fizz. Man, it's like we knew this was going to happen. It's like when we gave Tatsuri something where he can actually make plays. He actually makes plays, and that's a great start for Tatsuri here. He's working towards that Lich Bane second item as well. Once that's finished up, very powerful two-item combo in the Fizz, which is going to make life pretty difficult for both Hueba, Yo, and Wind.
Oh, Hammer's getting pulled in. Should be able to slide himself out of there. Emo trying to make these plays, trying to get it working, but at the moment, not quite as successful. Talking about mid laners, obviously Yo on the other side on the Zed, as he was successful in game 1, is doing a great job once again in game 2, the highest gold earner at the moment. in the game. And as you mentioned about Huevo, we've got to keep an eye on him because obviously ordinarily we would see him given all this gold, even this soak. Meanwhile, down the Dragon Lane, it's going to be DKG taking the first turret of the game. Pretty much uncontested. I'll tell you what, someone's going to contest it because they're going to keep pushing. They're going to keep trying to push on this top lane, but this is going to cost them a tier 2 turret. And Team Secret, they have to play the objective game, not get caught in this bloodlust.
Oh, they went for it. The assault and battery onto the way, but there they saw blood in the water. But I think now with the Rift Tower, they may even be able to punish and go for the tier 1 mid lane.
I tell you what, they're going to back. I was going to say, I think they could have kept going. I think they could have kept going, but they are going to back and respect it. They know that they're going to get the Rift Herald here. It should slam down onto that turret. It will take it down, and it will finish things off. So Team Secret equal things out to 2-2, but I'm not too sure. Losing that tier 2 turret, not worth, I don't think, still.
Mid lane tier 1 is a really big bounty to take in sort of response, though. So I will say that opens up the map pretty heavily. However, the setup now for the Rift Herald is much better. And that might be the second Rift Herald of the game here secured for DKG. So
Trevor going in first. He's a little too late to the party, and now DKG going to try and turn this one down. Good Fist goes down, the knockup's there, and now this is going to be DKG turning it back in their favor. Trevor goes down, Tatsuri gets the focus. Yo's going to get him down. It's a 3-for-1 so far. Weber the only man to fall. They also got the Rift Herald, which they can throw down straight away in the mid here, and that's a real problem. Just as Team Secret, they got the game in their hands and they let it slip like that.
I feel like they just had to say, okay, we got stopped on the back there. We didn't have the setup for the Rift Herald. We didn't need to go for it. We take a look back at that fight and you can see Emo just hovering in that pixel brush. Trevor walks straight into the fight. Yo there immediately with the ultimate to force him out. You can see he has to charge away from the engage rather than into it. Great use of the counter-strike there from Waver to kind of dodge the majority of the damage in that team fight. And Tatsuri, the only real threat, he does get cleaned up by Yo. And once Tatsuri's down, that's a lot of the power in these team fights kind of limited immediately. And of course, they were all grouped up for Brand. Wind got huge damage off in that team fight, and he has been relatively under the radar so far for DKG. So it was a good little response for him in that team fight too.
A very important team fight coming up. Ocean Drake spawn. This could be Team Secret's tournament careers here as they try and go for it. Hammers was the focus. Trevor goes in deep at the moment. They're caught 4-man in a cataclysm. They've got to get the damage down. It's now or never for Team Secret. They do manage to get one locked up. The stasis comes out. Is it going to be enough? Hammers is teetering. He's not sure. He doesn't feel like committing, and the rest of DKG are on their cleanup duty now as Yo comes through unstoppable once again. And Team Secret with away, and I feel that may be the pivotal fight that costs them this tournament.
Yeah, DKG just again so precise, peel back so nicely around Flavor. You can see the entire team collapse around him on that fight. Yo was not even in the fight. He was playing side lane pressure, being the guy with the most gold in the game right now. But by the time he joins, he gets a full combo off on 4 members of Team Secret, just delivering a boatload of damage. He's now 3 items, by the way, with the Seralda's Grudge just finished up. Excellent play from DKG to buy enough time for Yo to make his way into that fight too. And again, you have 5-man stacked on top of each other versus a Brand. That is a recipe for disaster. And I think as well, Team Secret paid the price on that.
Absolutely. It's definitely a different game for Win. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, I don't know how often he's got to play Brand in the bot lane there, or the Dragon lane. Or actually, I don't really know, because he was kind of like here, there. It was in the Baron lane, the Dragon lane. I'm not too sure what lane he chose in the end. But either way, Team Secret, well, they are chasing it a little bit here. Trevor, oh no! Just about dodges away from the rocky grab there. And don't re-engage, guys. I'm not too sure this is the right choice. You have 0 ward coverage. They've got to realize the bush is there, but look at Weber. That's the danger of Jax. He could just hammer down those turrets. And now they have to respect it. They have to back away. They've got really 0 vision out there.
No, I understand what Team Secret were trying to do. They were trying to say, well, look, we can't stop him getting the tower, so we're trying to get mid lane prio so that we can maybe get a setup on the mid lane tier 2. But DKG with the Brand, that's a long-range push attempt there from Team Secret, and that, to me, shows where they are mentally in the game. They feel like they have to make these kind of like 1 in 10 chance plays to kind of force some kind of small skirmish that can work in their favor, because right now the side lanes are becoming untenable for them. They can't deal with this 12k Jax and this 12k gold Zed either. And so they have to kind of go for these crazy team fight engages. using Tatsuri as the engage tool to potentially try and find their way back in. But right now, Weber and Yo, they're in a prime position to carry themselves through to the finals.
Yeah, Trevor just stood on top of a ward. It's that dangerous moment. It's the rocket grab about to come through. Is he going to step forward? Trevor, if you go down here, it is a Baron, no doubt about it for DKG. They're just tracking him. They're tracking him into another ward. The rocket grab comes through. Doesn't matter. They're just going to commit. He can't get out of this one. He goes down. And that will be a Baron almost certainly for DKG.
Or at least they're going to set up the bait for it as well. You can see Weber has made his way to the top side of the map here. Again, mid lane Prio is the name of the game for Team Secret there. Desperately trying to get something out of a rough situation. I feel for Trevor. I don't think he could have done anything other than this, but you can see the rest of Team Secret know this is a fight they have to take.
Hammers trying to get involved. Is he going to be able to get anything out of this one? Explosive Cask is still available. Has to use it now. Tries to disperse them. Flashes away. Tries to dash away. He has separated DKG very well, but it doesn't matter when they could just chase him down so easily. And that will be a Baron for DKG. Will they stick to it? They've got to respect this, and they're going to respond. They're going to go for this mid lane tower push. They should get around in time. Oh no! Team Secret couldn't pick it up.
Do you know what? Credit to Team Secret. They are trying to get themselves out of these rough situations. The mid lane Prio name of the game again. They're saying, well, you go for Baron.
Baron.
Yeah, you go for Baron. We're going to take your inhibitor tower, but they're going to go straight onto Azar here.
Ooh, I tell you what, he took him low. Azar trying to work it round onto Yo there. Yo was taken very low, and in comes Tatsuri. Might be able to turn it round, and I think he realized there's a lot of damage coming out of that crocodile.
Yeah. Again, not a great one to go for as a Zed. It's not your prime target, especially because he's got the stasis enchant picked up as well. And also you can immediately sort of like point and tap stun the Zed as he pops out of his ultimate. So it's always a rough one as a Zed to try and take down a Renekton, especially when the Renekton's got 11k gold. But at the end of the day, it's still DKG who are just about keeping themselves foot of front here. They've got 7k, 8k gold lead. Actually, they've got 7k gold lead. What am I saying?
Maths is always hard online, but that's for sure. Oh wow, that's Hammers disappearing pretty quickly. The Yo is going to be possibly the focus target here. Trevor does come in. Can he get him down? Yes, he can. So at the moment it's a 1 for 2, but look at Weber. Weber just absolutely mashing buttons right now. Doesn't need to do too much there. Thumbs will be working wonders. Joey goes down, and that is going to be all that's left. Azza, the one man up river. And Weber, I tell you what, they might be able to just run straight through. 20-second death time, this could be game.
It could be. At least it's, at the very least, an inhibitor tower. Azar needs to be careful not to give his life away here. He's the only thing standing between Team Secret and being knocked out of the tournament.
Azar going to get focused. He's going to get locked down, and that should be the Nexus. It's going to be GG DKG as they go through to the finals. China, #1, delivers over Southeast Asia, and they have looked phenomenal throughout this entire tournament.
They looked the better team in almost all of their games. You've got to remember that the early game, in Game 2 where Team Secret won, was still a game where DKG were leading for the majority. It was just some excellent team play and Tatsuri having a pop-off game that allowed them to get back in. Let's celebrate DKG though. They came in as tournament favorites. Sometimes the weight of that favorite is sort of on your shoulders and it can often cause you to underperform where it absolutely counts. DKG have never done that. Not at one stage in the tournament have they underperformed. And they go straight into those finals, undoubtedly as the favorites for the entire title. What a team we're looking at.
It was certainly an unorthodox final matchup. There's no doubt about it. We got to see the brand down in the Dragon lane. You know, we saw some shenanigans going on with the Senna going up in the top lane or the Baron lane with Azza there. But, you know, this game kind of had everything in there. We finally got to see the Fizz coming out. Tatsuri looked like he was about to pop off, but DKG, their control and their discipline, I think it's best to say, in terms of fights and when and when not to go for the objectives, absolutely paying off again.
I think you're looking at a team that has just defined the meta here at the Horizon Cup. They themselves have set a new style that teams have tried to emulate. Teams have found success with it. Team Secret, one of the teams that has found success with the DKG style. There were several games in the group stages where Trevor played the Jax, the Fiora, the same way that we saw Weber do it for DKG. But when they matched up, it was DKG that had their number pretty much every stage of the way. And DKG haven't had to pivot hard either. You know, there was questions about whether that single-minded style of DKG was going to be enough to get them through a very, very sort of flexible and varied style of play that we saw from Team Secret. But it absolutely was. DKG, like, honestly, they crushed it in every stage in this series. They really did. And I think Team Secret, all credit to them for finding that second win. But I think DKG were the better team here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We are seeing what is the potential champion here in DKG. We said it from the very first game when we saw them against SBTC. We were saying, you know, there were odds-on favorites coming into this tournament. China's #1 team, and they've proved it every step of the way. You know, they went, 8-1, I think, in the groups. They're just dropping a single game, just dropping another single game here. So only 2 games in the entirety of the tournament, which is actually all they dropped, I think, throughout the entirety of their qualifiers as well, if I'm not mistaken. And they find themselves in the finals against, well, what is either going to be China or Korea right now, as obviously Rolster Y will be taking on ThunderTalk next. It's really looking very good for China, no doubt about it. What a fantastic game. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first finalist, DKG. Let's see what the State Farm Analyst Desk has to say about it.
Thanks, D-Man. That's right. Dakun Gaming has advanced to the Horizon Cup Finals. A valiant effort by the Philippines' Team Secret, but it was just not enough against the DKG Juggernaut as they go through 3-1. And Smax, I turn to you first here. This match started with the lane swap. We looked at the draft, and Team Secret tried to do a lot of unique things in this one, not just the draft, to get leads.
This was definitely the craziest game of the 4 for me. Just off the bat, like you said, the lane swap of the Senna helping out, trying to get Azar fed by having the extra support and having the extra priority. You can see a lot of fights start erupting around the Baron side of the map as well, trying their best to avoid this really cool Blitzcrank and Brand lane dominant duo that DKG tried to draft. And I thought this game was the best showing from Team Secret, even after they did win the second game, just because of that strategy.
Yeah, and the brand itself coming through with the Blitzcrank, two picks that we didn't see before in the Horizon Cup pick for the first time. It was all about pushing the 2v2 advantage for DKG. That was their plan going in, and especially since they have a Zed in the mid lane who could constantly roam down and get kills, which makes it all the more impressive that Team Secret recognized that plan and lane swapped the Senna to go with the Renekton instead of the Gragas and got leads in the early game and saved themselves a lot of pain. I think it's still a lot of credit goes to Team Secret regardless of the overall outcome of the game.
Yeah, but my question is going to be to both of my big brain analysts here. It feels like they had something figured out in game number 2. They ban away multiple different, don't give the Jax over. And then all of a sudden, we're giving the Jax over, it's left open.
Yeah.
What's happening here, Smax? Why do they do that?
It definitely felt like they started panicking in the draft phase, especially irrelevant in game 3, where they left open the Jax and drafted 3 champions that are really susceptible to getting beat up by Jax, the Graves, Renekton, and Lucian. This game was a little bit different. They did pack a little bit more of an early game punch with this Fizz for Tatsuri, which did look really solid. But again, it was really just a draft panic. They had the Jax ban in first 2 games. I don't know why they dropped it.
Yeah, it was really weird to see them find a blueprint to beating DKG and then immediately move away from it. I think replacing the Jax ban with Ziggs didn't make a lot of sense given that they were offering so many options to DKG that DKG had to make a choice. They had to make a hard choice of whether do we first pick the Ziggs or give it over to Team Secret. So it was surprising to see, but at the same time, I mean, DKG is such a good team that they force you into these situations where you have to overthink yourself and put yourself at some point in a bad situation.
Well, even with these results, a great tournament here for Team Secret. They get rid of their demons in defeating SBTC, and they take a game off of DKG, who head to the finals, which leads us to our Oppo player of the series. And it goes to Emo on DKG here.
Yeah, I was really excited watching his play on the Rakan and even on the Blitzcrank as well, which is a very unorthodox champion. I'm a sucker for some good support play, and I feel like both him and James really delivered in this series. but of course, Emo ended up with the better end of the deal. I especially like this play where he sees this really juicy 4-man engage, instead goes for the priority target instead. I really loved his engages throughout this series, and I think he deserves a lot of credit where you'd usually think, oh, Hueba's the big pop-off performer. I think Emo really deserved it here.
You know, and the great part about this series for DKG is the fact that we kind of had an idea on what they were doing. We actually, not kind of, we knew what they were doing. It was built around Hueba. But you had a couple of players step up like Emo, like Yo in that last one. That's going to give a lot of people something to think about in the next series here, Araki.
Yeah, I'm also loving that Zed is becoming such a priority for these top 4 teams. I mean, we know Z on ThunderTalk loves to play Zed. We know Isaac has shown it before. And now Yo also showing up big on it. It seems like it's a really popular pick that maybe went a little bit undervalued throughout the tournament, and we're finally getting to see it more and more.
All right, well, it's time to break down our second match of the day. It's Z and the crew from China's ThunderTalk Gaming versus the Surgical Squad from Korea, Rolster Y. And for Rolster Y's, Isaac making the semifinals was always the goal, and now they have their hearts set on winning it all. Let's take a listen.
일단 처음으로 목표했던 4강에 와서 기분은 좋고요. 4강 할 생각에 많이 설렙니다. 네, 이제 사실 그 세계대회 진행하면 할수록 우승은 꼭 하고 싶다는 생각이 들어가지고 이번 경기 이기고 꼭 우승하겠다로 목표는 바뀌었습니다.
They saw that second game and said, we took that personally. Let's make sure we stomp you here in game 3.
일단 저희 팀의 실수를 최대한 없애고 그리고 개개인의 기량을 대회 때 좀 더 끌어올려서 팀합을 좀 더 맞춰야 된다고 생각합니다. 여기까지 온 게 조금 믿기진 않지만 그래도 4강 잘 준비해서 이기고 결승까지 꼭 가도록 하겠습니다.
No! That is it! Rolster Y in a 3-game series sweep will answer the call from Sengoku Gaming, send them home, and advance to the knockout stage for the semifinals.
Now I want to kick things off with some predictions. So who do you think will claim the last spot in the Horizon Cup Finals? Arakizora, you're first, brother.
Yeah, so I'm fully expecting this upcoming series to be really close no matter who the winner is going to be. Possibly go the distance and give us our first full 5-game match. But I do have Rolster Y winning 3-1. At the same time, though, I don't expect it to be easy. I think it's going to be really tough, and it's probably going to be really close.
Ooh, that's spicy. We'll come back to you in just a second. Smax, who you got in this series? You going with Rolster?
I'm surprised. I'm going ThunderTalk. I'm going ThunderTalk 3-1.
Okay.
I do have a feeling that it is going to be close, but I really do favor the star power on this squad, specifically the solo lanes.
Oh, Smack's thinking it's going to be an all-Chinese final. I got to ask here, Araki, what in Rolster's play is making you think they're going to take the win here?
Yeah, so we touched very briefly about how they kind of did look shaky in their quarterfinals at the beginning of the show. But the good news for Rolster Y is that the formula for beating ThunderTalk has been laid on. It's fairly simple, but harder done than said. The formula starts with denying Feibai his Renekton. It's a free getaway card that top laners who can't match their opponent, and in my opinion, there is a big mismatch between Feibai and Rattel. Rolster Y letting Sengoku have it in the quarterfinals is particularly why they struggled a little bit. So I would like to see them get rid of the Renekton, expose Feibai for the fake top laner that he really is, because he was a mid laner who lane swapped over, right? And allow him to get slapped by Rattel with a reality check for the first time facing a legitimate Baron laner in the tournament. I also think that on top of denying Feibai the Renekton, they could possibly deny him the Diana, because Isaac looked very comfortable on it, and they might want to prioritize it for him anyways.
All right, and again, you kind of bring up a point again for fans that have forgotten or didn't remember. Z was the top laner for ThunderTalk, had to rotate to the mid lane because of some of the visa issues. Feibai comes in, has had this Renekton card that has been able to be played, and so that you think is the way in here for Rolster. For Smax here, I kind of want to know, what's ThunderTalk's way in here?
You know, I'm glad you mentioned that Z previously was the Baron laner on the squad, because in many ways, he does play like it. He does really want on these Bruiser champions to escape mid lane as soon as possible and start being a secondary top laner. He wants to go down in that side lane, whether it be top or bot, and farm his hearts away and make sure that he gets really fed for the late game. We've seen it on Riven, Zed, Yasuo, and even this Malphite that we're getting a clip of as well. Very fun stuff from before against Ebro. I'm really excited for Z, and I feel like for Rolster, with the way that they played against Sengoku, which was very controlled, very calculated, I feel like it might take too long for them to shut this player down.
And I want to emphasize how pivotal this mid lane matchup is going to be in this series, especially since we did just see Zed be such a strong pick in the match between the DKG and Team Secret. And like I highlighted very shortly, both of these mid laners do play it. Z prefers it quite a bit. Isaac showed it one time, looked fantastic on it. So how this mid lane goes can definitely dictate the entire series and dictate the entire map.
All right, well, we heard your breakdowns, we heard your predictions. Time for the MasterCard fan predictions. Smax, you're going to want to see this. 76%. You see that? 76% of fans are rolling with Rolster. What do you got to say about that?
First of all, you guys are wrong. It's definitely going to be ThunderTalk. I'm definitely going to be right. I mean, have you seen Z's play? Yeah, I'm still sticking by me. I'm not going to get peer pressured by the MasterCard fan.
Rocky, what do you think?
I think we have some really smart audience members watching and voting for these predictions. I'm glad they have faith as I do in KT Rolster.
All right, well, the professor has spoken. We're split here on the analyst desk to figure out who's right. Let's hand it on over to Pastry and TJ to get into our last semifinal.
Thank you very much, Jig, and very excited to be here for the second semi-final here. TJ, the Horizon Cup is almost over. It is this best of 5 and tomorrow's best of 7 until we're all done here.
Don't say that to me. Every single game, we almost didn't make up and get on desk in time because we were so engrossed in the last series.
Producers,
yeah, producers definitely don't hear this. But we were rooting for Team Secret. We were caught up with the moment. We almost didn't make it here in time. It's heartbreaking that we're going to have to keep cutting down the number of teams here.
Certainly is, but I'm glad it's not all sweep. Certainly hoping this series goes the distance, which I almost feel like it definitely has the propensity to do so. If nothing else, expect these games to go pretty long.
Yeah, I mean, any game that has KT in it, you know is going to take a while.
Yeah.
But KT, I mean, we have this very interesting kind of countermatch where on one side it's KT who always want to go late game, who always want to go for the team fight, unless Rattel randomly wins them a game. And on the other side, you have this ThunderTalk squad that is so focused around individual play, that is so focused around what Z can bring to an early game. So it's going to be either a breakout early game win off of the power of what Z and what Fabai can offer to an early game, or we're going to have to see what they can bring to a late game team fight. If we watch KT Rolster contain those individual threats over the course of the first, I would say, 8-10 minutes of the game, then these series are going to be decided by team fights, probably at the 15-minute or later mark, which is maybe the most exciting prediction I could make for this series.
Yeah, I think the thing that's interesting to me is, like, you know, KT are in many ways like a very deliberate, very patient, and a very inevitable team. It feels like if they're set up and they get the team fight they want and the map control they want, it is very hard to wrestle victory away from them.
Yeah, I mean, KT are playing this kind of Korean style. If you watch the WCK, which is the Korean Wild Rift League, you're always going to get these long games where the first 8 minutes are kind of nothing happening, and then you get the first dragon fight, but it's a 3v3 skirmish, nobody full commits, no teams ever get wiped, and then both teams sit tight for a bit, and then around second, third Drake, that's when you 5v5 team fight, and the person who wins that 5v5 usually wins the game. It's a style that's going to be very familiar to anyone who's watched Korean teams play in League of Legends PC. And they've kind of brought that here, and there are some weaknesses. We've seen them kind of get thrown off their game if somebody gets really aggressive into them early game. We've seen them struggle to end games, because usually games just end by virtue of how late the game is and how long the timers are. So those are two things that ThunderTalk can look to exploit here.
We'll see what happens here in draft. Game 1 Champion Select is underway. We're almost here for our first battle between ThunderTalk and Rolster Y. Camille is going to get pushed off the board. I do expect Rattel to eat quite a few bans, and I expect Z to eat a number as well, as Zed's going to get taken off the board.
And the other side, of course, is this ThunderTalk side that is getting targeted. The Zed instantly a ban out as Z has looked so strong on it all tournament long. And he really has been the center of this team. ThunderTalk made it from the lower bracket in the WPL qualifier, clean swept the grand finals, got their revenge over OMG. Get here, and 3 of their players are backed by visas.
Yep.
So they have to rebuild the team. And this new ThunderTalk roster has kind of become a cohesive team on the stage here at the Horizon Cup. Much of it revolving around their star mid laner.
Goodness gracious is the way to start this series.
Yeah.
So Malphite got banned, which is hilarious. We'll talk about that later. But Renekton and Ziggs, which are very reasonable, leaving Riven open. And we've already seen it. Like, if you're not aware kind of what TJ's talking about, Z was the Baron laner for ThunderTalk, and he was exceptionally good. Arguably one of the best, if not the best individual player in the world for Wild Rift right now. But he's the mid laner for this tournament because they have to swap things around, and he still plays Riven. And it doesn't really matter where he goes with it, he still kills everyone.
And they have some flexibility from it. As a result, Riven, of course, is being played in the jungle, in the top lane, in standard meta. Z's presence, as you mentioned, means that it can be played mid. So there's a lot of flexibility there, and Rolster need to prepare for any outcome. That's why you get the Diana here. Diana could be played in a couple different roles, but most likely it's going mid. The reason you drafted Diana mid this early in the draft is because it will keep Isaac safe from the pressure of Z. Because Isaac needs a character that can play a little more defensively, has the ability to just turn on shields, has the Moonfall to deny a full Riven combo, and it's a very smart pick into what they assume is mid-Riven.
And to be fair, Rolster's road to get here, right, through their quarterfinal into the semi, was Isaac's Diana doing a lot of work in those 5v5s. So definitely excited to see that champion for them once more. There's Darius lending more credence to Z getting that Riven once again, and Varus here for Azure. Not a pick we've seen kind of as much as I thought we would, to be honest, but definitely still a potent champion in the right hands. And this is dangerous here for Rolster. They are basically throwing the gauntlet over to ThunderTalk, saying, you know what, you're blue side, have Riven, see if you can beat us with it.
Yeah, and this is something that you have to expect if you've watched Rolster play this season of kind of competitive play. They're a very good drafting team, and much of that success in draft hinges around their ability to figure out counters to their opponent, as opposed to just try and take things away. So they take away the things they feel they can't counter, which, as you mentioned, hilariously enough, does include Malphite, but also the Zed mid. And they go, okay, if you're playing Riven, we can play a more defensive mid here. With Isaac over on this Diana, and our wins can come instead from Doe, who's had a couple of absolutely insane performances this tournament, and they're going to give Doe this Graves and hope that he gets big enough he can be the majority of this team's damage in the mid-late game team fights where Rolster want to win.
Yeah, definitely felt like Doe and Isaac are a duo that were rivaling Hawk and Rush yesterday when they defeated Sengoku. They did very good in that matchup, so I think they are up to the task of containing Z and Chris. But it's kind of the inverse, right? In this case, it's Doe in some ways being supported by Isaac's Diana, and it's the opposite side. Chris is going to always be there for Z on this Nunu.
Yeah. So the Nunu, kind of the supportive character, as you said, is going to show up very early in the lane, threaten this Diana, and try and apply pressure. I do want to flag something else that's happened here in the draft. This is, I believe, our first tournament Jhin. I think it got played during the Origin series, but I could be wrong about that.
Definitely haven't seen him a lot.
No, certainly not a very popular pick. And he does have damage. The problem is that you're playing this into a Nunu, you're playing this into a Darius. There's going to be a lot of targets that eat up the damage. So what makes sense to me here is that, one, Rolster think they have a power pick. They think they have this crazy out-of-meta pick that they're going to bring out to win on the world stage in the semifinals, which is already exciting. But second of all, they're going to try and keep this at a distance. You've got this very clear front line. That's going to be Isaac on this Diana, Salem playing the Thresh, and presumably Rattel on this Gragas. They're going to hold the front. You're going to put Doe in that mix as the big late game damage dealer. With that all set up, behind them sits this Jhin, and Luna's going to try and pump out damage from range, kiting as he does on Corki.
Right, I was going to say, we've seen him so much on Corki this tournament. Luna being a late game damage threat, standing in the right place is definitely not an accident when you watch this player. Obviously doesn't have the, the little escape button that Corki has with the package with the Valkyrie as well. But if Rolster do the thing they've done all tournament and play good solid 5v5s with Luna being protected properly, it is very, very tough to beat them here. On the other side, though, there are definitely ways for ThunderTalk to find their way into that backline. You know Z is going to be looking to dive in.
Yeah, well, what's curious to me is that is going to have to be a front-to-back dive unless he finds a crazy flank. Rolster always want to hold the front-to-back. That's why they have the Gragas. That's why they have these frontline tanks. And they want to force you to fight into that with their AD carries, specifically Luna and Joe in this game sitting behind that. And I don't believe ThunderTalk have enough threats to properly avoid that. They're going to opt into the front-to-back, and they've got a Nami support. That's going to be their secret to beating him. The Nami support is very good against front-to-back teamfights because the combination of Tidal Wave and Bubble can just utterly immobilize the front line so that they don't get their CC off, so that they just take soak damage. And they're opting into it. They're saying, we see Rolster-wise late-game teamfights, we see their objective fights, we're going to take that toe-to-toe.
Yeah, definitely a fun one here. ThunderTalk going to take to the Rift up against Rolster in our second semi-final. We'll see if they can break the pretty unbreakable Rolster. They do not let you in very often in the late game, as it's going to be a very exciting start to the series. But as a reminder, if you do have yourself an Amazon Prime account and you're liking yourself some Wild Rift, be sure to link your Prime Gaming and the Wild Rift account for free in-game loot. I am happy to report, TJ, I did finally do this after forgetting after every single day of the tournament.
What did you get?
I got a Singed skin. It kind of looks like Vayne. It's great.
Love it.
Can't wait for my ARAM game on Singed so I can finally use it.
But there are some SEA players that play Singed, so maybe we can get you those bots.
I'm ready.
Rolster, do start this game up in the top lane, and I want to put a lot of focus here on Rattel, because Rattel has been a breakout star for Rolster, and he's playing Gragas, which may on its surface not seem like an incredibly important character to this game, but as we saw actually during the last series when the character was in Hamas' hands, Gragas' CC chains are next to none. He's going to be the key interrupter of the frontline engage.
This is a very nice CC chain speaking of here in the mid lane, but Chris only dips in briefly. Izak gonna back away.
Yeah, not enough damage during this early game to kill Izak. Chris isn't going to really have that until, I would say, 2-3 minutes in. But you can already see the early pressure. That's going to cost Izak gold. He's forced to spend barrier there. He's forced to back away from wave. And Doe needs to come in order to repair that. Now they're going to try and punish that map movement.
Another little roll into mid here. We do have S12K roaming up as well, but instead it's topside. It could be in a spot of bother. Doe is here near the crab, but Rattel is actually rebuffing Feibai without the help here. So now Chris has found, oh my goodness,
over the
angle
wall.
over the top. He's looking for it. That's the first blood. That is disastrous early on for Rolster.
Exactly what you don't want when you're playing into ThunderTalk. Z finding an early kill as Rolster take a little bit too long on their first scuttle crab. They drift up there, take their time. And Z's able to clean up a kill.
This is very ambitious here from S12K, just zoning Rattel away, but Rattel's going to respect it and back off.
Nami hurts. People don't give Nami enough respect during the early game.
Going back in to watch this one again.
There's a powered auto attacks.
Ooh, what a flash from Izak, but it didn't matter.
Yep, very well played by everyone here, but Izak was already half HP. And Z is just able to finish it off. They still don't have a ton of damage during this early game, but it's enough if they're already low.
And that's 700 gold up now for Z. Has the ulti at the ready. Got the ignite back after the early gank from Chris. This is a scary start on the Rolster side, and great news for ThunderTalk fans, because the one constant has been when Z is doing well, ThunderTalk can find an avenue to win.
And the only games Z hasn't done well has been the only games they've lost. Wow!
Oh, that is just filthy. Izak in so much trouble. There's the second kill.
Chris just lives here. He rolls immediately out of base with the snowball, comes all the way down mid lane, and it's perfectly timed. Izak thinks he has an opportunity to go in, doesn't understand why he's playing so frisky, and then finds out all too suddenly that he's got backup.
It's just the Nunu Classic at this point. Nothing to do but roll into your lane with a big old snowball. And this is why they pick it right. Chris can just constantly re-aggress any lane, but really it's just mid lane.
Yeah, on a normal composition, you would be talking about this Nunu's propensity to gank every lane, but for ThunderTalk, it is the Z show. I actually want to bring up, I was talking to Grandin down on the stage floor, and he, as a talented, multilingual, very intelligent person, was eavesdropping on ThunderTalk. And this is their game plan. Their coach was saying, focus in on Z, focus in on their mid lane, because that's our win condition, and my, does it reflect in the way they play the map.
Yeah, didn't have many much other time to build plans when you upended your roster coming into the tournament. So, kind of makes sense. Great hook there out of Salem. Luna gonna maybe re-engage it. Chris gets away. I thought we were gonna trade for a second there in objectives, but teams have decided that they don't want to give either of them away. It's the Rift Herald and the Infernal Drake, both of which are very powerful.
Yeah, Infernal Drake, the only Drake you will see teams fight for over a Rift Herald. Here's the thing though, Rolster have never seen a dragon in their life. They know that what they are. They always go for the Herald. So we're gonna get a full fight here.
Ready with his first item picked up already, so this could be big here for ThunderTalk if they can find the right angle. Chris on the approach, gonna zone out Ratelfe by, looking for the pullback, doesn't find it. Now they're on the Herald.
Yeah, Lantern in is giving vision, but it looks like Rolster are making the call to sacrifice that, and I like it. You're playing through a Graves, you're playing through a late game. There's no damage here yet for Rolster, especially into a boosted Z, especially into Z with that much early game gold. Just hit the pause button, try and slow down this game.
I don't know if you want to be fighting here, Isaac, but he's going to go for it. Does get some damage back in. Moonfall pop, that's a big amount of burst. Z with the Ignite back down. They're dueling, and I'm not sure what's happened yet, but Isaac's dead. That's Z getting the solo kill.
By a sliver of HP. Here's the Rift Herald summon in mid.
Salem at it again. Great hook there into the box. Rift Herald charged down. Nami going to be A-OK. There's no follow-up here. Luna is busy trying to shoot down Shelly. So across the board, ThunderTalk are going to win in every possible position.
And Z even manages to shove this entire wave underneath turret, which gives free reign for this Infernal to be taken.
Bye-bye. Oh, he's out. Nice cast there.
Explosive cask. An excellent denial tool. But yeah, ThunderTalk win mid, take the turret plates, win the fight down bottom, and take the Drake.
Let's take a look again here now. Axe replay. This was a nice pick to kick it off.
Very cleanly done as Doko's down without a chance to answer back. And here's the action. We missed down bottom. That was nasty.
He's so good. I mean, coming into the tournament, shout out to Smax. He was like, you know what? You should watch out for the Z guy. It's got some of the best mechanics I've ever seen. And he wasn't wrong. I'll tell you that much. Just bye-bye. Getting a bit of his own there. Getting the solo kill there on Rattel, who's starting to fall to pieces on the Gragas top side. ThunderTalk just across the board are smashing these lanes.
Oh, and the emotes are coming out. It's a Penguin who's just asking some questions, Pastry. Z managing to get off to an early start and immediately reinvested. Isaac now so far behind on this Diana that was picked again as a safer, more passive lane pick. There's no way he can win these duels at this point. And Rolster, as ever, need to just slow down the game. Play at this point to the 15-minute mark.
Well, if there's one thing they're good at, it's definitely that. But with this early gold lead of about 3,000, especially getting that first Herald and getting the Infernal Drake, that might be tough going here for Rolster.
And the devastating part is ThunderTalk do have a draft that spikes in the mid-game. Right around the time the Ribbon starts to come online, you're also going to see that Muramana over in Azur's pocket complete, and all of a sudden that Varus is going to be doing likely the most damage he will all game. So ThunderTalk, they're going to keep going for these.
Gang's all here. Chris with the Tokyo Drift around the side of the turret. Tidal Wave not too bad. Azua now getting kicked around. It's Jin firing him, but he's just ignoring him. Luna's like, come on, man, I'll do some damage. And Fable's like, nah, dog. Just dive in Rattel and taking him out under the turret.
A water gun from extreme range. Luna doing absolutely nothing with his curtain call. And that is just devastating for Rolster.
He's like 1v2ing the mid lane, and I'm trying to watch the dive that's happening. Salem, oh, he dodges it. That's a very nice little maneuver out of the snowball, but unfortunately, a bit of Space Jam there as Fable takes down Salem with the dunk.
Well, Pastry, I don't want to quite say this game is over because there is the chance Rolster make it last another 15 minutes. But short of that, there is no easy way back into this game for the Korean side.
Yeah, it feels like everywhere Rolster want to go, there's just absolute hostility whenever ThunderTalk show up. I mean, we haven't seen Z for a few minutes because he's just been vibing in the side lanes.
Which is what he does in these games. Anytime he's able to get out of lane and just go back to being a top laner, pick up a couple waves of farm, he's going to do so. And that's one of the ways that Z somehow consistently always has the most gold in the late game. You can see him now 1,000 gold ahead of the next closest player at 8,400 compared to the next closest player, which is, of course, Azur and Zany carrying only at 7,000.
All right, well, small win there as Doe does get the blue buff. It was not stolen away by Azur's piercing arrow, but Chris is clearing out wards. Rift Herald's been spawned. Oh, it's been spawned. I don't even know where they put the first one, to be honest. Probably in a tower that's already dead, as ThunderTalk do have one of those taken out in the mid lane.
Yep. And the big focus here for Rolster is this Graves. Doe is the way to get back into the game.
Oh goodness, he's 1v3ing them. He dodged the first hook, he's going in, he finds the ulti, splashes in! A literal 1v3, Z almost got the kill! Saved by the Thresh, but not so lucky out of Isaac, and he actually got them both! Doe died as well!
He dives into a 1v3, and Z finds 2 kills!
What's happening? Chris is just solo ulting Rattel! This poor Gragas, absolute 0 health, he loses most of it in his favor, charging on him with a yeet belt. It's just chaos, and Rolster cannot keep up.
It's ThunderTalk speeding up the game early, and Rolster, who rely on those late game, fair 5v5 team fights, the honorable Korean way to play League of Legends, are not getting them.
Not very fair when enemy is up 9,000 gold and the enemy Riven is 500 with 2 items, 1v1ing you under your tower, basically actually did 1v3 you and kill 2 of you. It was a legitimate 1v3.
And Luna, I don't know whether or not this Jhin is at fault. I don't want to say that the pick is completely invaluable, but needs 2-3 items and just isn't doing anything with Ghostblade at this point. So the only damage threat that I believe in that could activate this game is Doe at 3rd item. He's completed Bloodthirster now, which is going to give him some drain tank potential, but he needs crit in order to really do damage in these team fights. So you're still at least 2-3 minutes away from Doe being a damage threat.
This was absolutely sick.
I don't want to watch it.
I don't want to watch it. Yeah, there's the Ignite that killed Doe, and he's actually just left out to dry.
Doe left the lantern, to be honest.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that would have been a good thing. Instead, it's Charge Blade now done for Z's 11,000 gold. That is clear of everyone. He is 2,000 gold ahead of the next Fed member on his own team, let alone the total advantage that ThunderTalk currently have over Rolster. You said it a few minutes ago, it's not over, but boy does it feel like it.
Yeah, I mean, it is over except for Rolster's wave clear and ability to slow down games, which they are remarkably good at. I don't want to paint that as a likely opportunity.
This is quite a tall task.
Yeah.
Even for a team as good at stalling as Rolster, and I say that lovingly. They are very good at getting themselves to fair late games and winning 5v5s by out-executing. It's just as you said, it's not a fair fight.
You do see that crit being built now on Doe. That's kind of what they're focusing on in a dream world. Rolster gets to wait for Doe to complete what is probably Infinity Edge as his 3rd item before anything happens here.
Alrighty, Rattel lines it up on Faber. Here comes Doe. This is a good kill for him to try and get here, but gonna go in with a bounce, gets the upper hand, spin him back around, looking for the kill. Rattel gonna get flashed on the Q's, not enough. Does get the kill, it's close, but it's not close enough.
Turret taken in the opposite side of the map though. The Rift Herald summoned and it's going to collide with the inhibitor.
Yeah, this is going to be it. Zio just flashes in, gets 2, the tidal wave's there. Great to enhance up the Riven, doesn't get the kill but takes the inhibitor tower. And now Salem going to try and run interference as Chris might be left for dead, but the Aftershock proxy's pretty tanky. Rattel back down in here, it's a 4v5, but I don't think it matters. Chris, he flashed on in with the absolute 0, he's going for it, the absolute mad lad. As the rest of ThunderTalk go through, but Z has been slain. Luna gets the key kill, it's Rolster out of nowhere, winning themselves the team fight.
ThunderTalk overstretched. They play with 3 players into Rolster's base. It eventually becomes a 3v4v5 as ThunderTalk are trying to press forward, trying to end the game then and there, and Z makes a bizarre call to dive into 4 players, thinking he can shut them all down. And Rolster are not going to let you get away with that. They are a darn good team. Ezek lands the CC. The composition works exactly as intended, with Ezek's CC joined by Rattel, able to soak that aggression up and return it in kind. Doe, Luna starting to deal real damage here in the late game.
As you said, it's 3 items now for Doe. Look at Luna who got that kill on Z. 2.5 items now done as he's cruising towards item number 3. It's still a long shot. ThunderTalk are very far ahead in this game still, but it is, as it often is with Rolster, there is a way.
There is a way, and Rolster are going to make darn sure that we see that through. Rolster get the Dream team fight there as well, front to back. That's the other thing to watch here as we enter the late game team fights that ThunderTalk frankly should not have allowed Rolster to have. See if they can get in behind Rolster. Luna and Doe are both pretty vulnerable if Z can get in range of them. but they're pretty invulnerable if that full tank frontline we were just talking about with Isaac, Rattel, and Salem can just soak up all the damage and build space for them to play from.
Dragon up in 2 seconds. Isaac was busy in the silent, but has to go and recall now.
And ward on it, that's what Isaac was able to do there, getting kind of sneaking down the sideline and putting a ward in there. It is just a Clown Drake. We'll see if Rolster feel they can contest. I don't think they should.
Yeah, I don't think they should either, and I think that's the decision they've also come to. I mean, still have many more towers to take. They can try. They're going to go over there. Z's going to run interference.
Yeah, I think this was the game plan for Rolster. They were saying, hey, if we see 2-3 people over on this Drake, we should force a fight elsewhere. And ThunderTalk, unfortunately for them, are game to that. They send Z over.
Oh my goodness, he's sending it. All right, he unsent it. That was good. Return that little bit of mail. Wrong address. Make sure it gets delivered to the right place, which is the team fight that ThunderTalk are going to want to take here if they can bait them towards the Baron and find a good angle. Z split pushing top lane right now, though.
Yeah, Rolster, again, thanking every moment that they can farm gold, that they can slow down this game. And it's working out for them. ThunderTalk, if they want to wrap this game up in the next couple of minutes, which they should, need to just force this Baron. Clear the wards around it, force it, have somebody running interference, be that Feibai, be that Z. The rest of the team just burning Baron. Unfortunately, they do have a relatively slow Baron take. Azure on the Varus doesn't exactly melt it. So there is a big vulnerability there, and I am beginning to suspect that ThunderTalk are worried about it, very aware of what Rolster's seeing.
You can see they don't want to give them an easy 5v5 by walking into a pit without the proper vision, without the proper setup, but they're gonna have to start it at some point, like you said.
So here we go. Baron started by ThunderTalk. Feibai running the interference as predicted.
Z actually splitting on the other side, has taken out the lane that still has supers in it, I might remind you. Did take that tower a number of minutes ago before they delayed the game by throwing themselves at Rolster, but Z is soloing Doe! That just completely opens up the game. They gift over Baron. Luna going to be dead as well. Z just going for it all. He's got the GA. Now going to get himself revived, sitting in a 1v3. But he bought the space his team needs. He still goes Luna at the end of it. Are you kidding me? And now Feibai is killing Rattel. It's so close, but he doesn't grab it. He's in a 1v3, but the tidal wave is coming up, and ThunderTalk, that's going to open up the game. We talked about the explosive solo laners.
Isaac.
And they get the kills they need, but Isaac's fighting back.
Isaac needs to step up to save the game there. He's the only player with damage left on the map. And in a 1v2, he does so, stalling out the aggression from ThunderTalk. And with Z dead, Rolster able to last a moment longer. ThunderTalk did get the Baron during that play, and they're going to push with it down the mid lane, down the bottom lane, and try and end this game.
I feel like this game should have been over twice now, and yet Rolster have still held on. Despite losing their inhibitor, despite losing the Baron.
RFC done now for Luna. He had that for the last fight. He's building towards his next crit item, so he's going to start doing some very serious damage on this Jhin. We'll see if he can stay alive long enough in the back of the team fights. It is all about that. Doe, Luna need to be protected. Otherwise, Z will gain access to them, melt them, and this game will be over.
And we saw Z is unrelenting in his pressure, right? He waltzed through 3 people to get 2 kills. One on the jungler to skewer the Baron, and poor Luna just got massacred at the end, chopped up by a Hawker Salami. So it's rough out there. But if any team can protect against a Rampage agreement, it is going to be a team like Rolster.
Yeah, I will say it was a mistake from Doe to be vulnerable to it. Z was rotating up from the bottom lane. That was fairly predictable, and Doe was just caught in front of his turret. And that's a positioning problem. Doe, who's maybe not used to being the hard carry of this team, needs to get used to the fact that if he is not standing literally behind his tanks, he is leaving his team vulnerable. Here we go, for the game.
One more tower, the siege certainly could be it. ThunderTalk looking to still crack through a few more. They got the supers on the way, but they're going to be a little bit late here. Z, can he walk up? He wants to. I don't think he can safely, so he's going to back away, but
Elder Ocean. The Elder Ocean is up in just 10 seconds. ThunderTalk can't just break away from this siege and go for the Ocean. They're going to do exactly that.
So you're going to take the rep up on the way out. A touch greedy, but definitely fits the profile of the player we've been watching all Horizon Cup long. Oh, I love this. Leave your Riven up there to split and just be confident in actually the Nunu solo.
He's on a ward though.
Not
Chris
anymore.
was spotted, so they know exactly what's going on here. Z, split pushing in the meantime, does take an inhibitor turret. Here's the play.
And Nunu can just solo start this, so now Chris turns it back around. They're going to collapse, actually looking for the 5v5. The Lantern's out, Z flashes in. That's the kill they're looking for, the stasis. I don't think that's going to be enough, and Doe just melt. The rest of the squad goes in as Rolster are trying to find the fight, but Faber's got the dump. He's popping up for the resets. Luna's all the way in the back end of it. Z is dead, Chris is dead, but the rest of the squad live, and that is all ThunderTalk need to take game 1.
Luna, 1v3, needs to do the impossible.
I think it is unfortunately going to be just that. Even if he can defend here, every single lane is infested with super minions. They're so far away from somebody respawning to help this poor Jhin. 20 seconds on Salem, and now they're just going to go in there, apprehend bubble, see you later, lights out. Game 1 belongs to ThunderTalk.
Slow and steady, ThunderTalk grind out the win. They find an early acceleration for their carries in the mid lane, and they never look back.
Yeah, if anything, you know, a little slap on the wrist in the mid game for maybe letting it take that long.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly both teams shown a little bit here. Obviously, ThunderTalk demonstrate the danger that lies in their mid lane, what happens if you let Z get out ahead, but also Rolster are no slouches, and by the late game, the fact that they're taking and winning those team fights down 10,000, 5,000 gold is a mark of just how powerful they are in those organized 5v5s.
Agree. I will say though that my kind of 2 big takeaways for ThunderTalk are still holding true. We talked about that solo laners. Fabai kind of slaps, I'm not going to lie. I was a little doubtful of the mid laner swapping the Baron lane at the last minute, but he is, like his team, playing into his new role as the tournament progresses. And the other one is very simple, TJ. Stop bloody giving C Riven if you want to win the game.
Yeah, and we saw the theory there. Isaac just looked outclassed.
Yeah.
He's a very good player. We saw that in the late game team fights. He's very good on Diana, and I do think Diana is a sensible and good pick into the mid Riven. And it just did not matter. None of those things mattered.
No.
He just lost the 1v1s in the middle of the map because Z could not be defeated in just mechanics checks.
Yeah, definitely, if you're looking to skill check a player, find anyone else. Find me. Come find me. Oh, you'll beat me for sure. But definitely not Z.
Center mid. I don't know.
You don't need mechanics play center mid. It's all about encouraging your teammates to run at the enemy towers. Though, for more on ThunderTalk's first win, we're going to check in with our friends, the Tigers, Oma, and Grandin, hanging out in Singapore.
Thank you, Pastry Time. What a way to kick off the series, right? ThunderTalk definitely making a statement of one of the reasons why people are so looking forward to seeing them play time and time again. And time again, I got my buddies here to break it all down. We got Omo, we got Grandin. But just like is the theme of the day, the draft already had some interesting components. Jhin coming out for the first time here.
Yeah, in isolation, if you look at the Jhin pick, it's a pretty good answer to the Varus. But the problem is, when you unpack how Rolster WRE like to play the game and how they've been winning, a lot of the carry performances do come from Luna, do come from Intel, and they were not in a position to deliver in this game.
And we saw some unfortunate moments of Luna trying to make stuff happen early, but it didn't quite work out. And for ThunderTalk, just emphasizing more and more, wanting to focus on that top lane and keeping Rattel very suppressed.
Absolutely. I think Fabai had a great performance here. There was definitely some question as to how he's going to act with a bit of a limited champion pool in the Baron lane, but frankly, with the Darius, he had such an amazing performance.
And that's the exact same point that we heard when we were talking to the Chinese commentators as well. They wanted to root for the ThunderTalk team. They wanted to root for their home team. But they had concerns. Fabai's champion pool. But I think ThunderTalk's draft coming into this game just set him up so well, protected him so well against Rattel, and he was just popping off.
Yeah, we focus so much on Z, but a lot of members of ThunderTalk definitely pulling their weight. Whereas if you look over on the opposite side at Rolster, it felt like it had to be the Doe show for anything to happen.
And that's exactly the thing here. Doe is the only one who has initiative to take over the game here. I mean, Isaac does too, right? But he's shut down so hard by Z in the mid lane. And the problem is, if your jungler is the only one able to carry, and all 3 lanes lose, your jungler's not going to do much.
ThunderTalk, right off the start, it was around 2 minutes that they brought 4 members to that top side to be able to execute some kills. But it was solo kills, a lot of skill checking that really kicked things off.
I mean, I mean, ThunderTalk are just kind of cracked. You look at Z, the guy's not human, right? I need to go check out our makeup artist, whether or not that was actual skin she was just touching up.
The cybernetics.
Was it cold?
Yeah,
Do you feel metal to the touch?
Right, because surely this guy is not an actual human being. He's a machine, his precision. I mean, the rest of his team's doing well for sure, but I think anybody could do well if Z is single-handedly pulling 4 players to his side.
Yeah, if you have any doubt of how important Z is to the team, you look at that fight around 12 minutes where there was the kill that was achieved by Rolster, but it was just on Z. But he's that so important that you think of him as 2 players, right? He's got a bounty on his head all the time and so much value when you eventually shut him down.
Yeah, exactly. And when you think about how hard it is to kill him in this game as well, that's exactly the point that I think is just so important. Look at the play in the bottom lane tier 1 where he took on 3 members and he killed 2 and he got out alive. That's just not fair. This man is a machine.
Yeah, I mean, we came into this saying, oh, is he the best player here? We've brought that up time and time again on both analyst desks, and we wondered, how is he going to do after that role swap to the mid lane? But it's almost like that experience across the board is really playing into just his value as a player.
I mean, going from the mid lane to the Baron lane was his initial move, and so coming back, it's like a return. It's a homecoming for him.
Return of the king.
Absolutely, it's the return of the king, and now his performance kind of just exemplifies that, because now not only can he play mid lane picks, he's also gone and learned the Riven, he's gone and learned stuff like the Igniter, Fiora, everything that he wants to bring in the Baron lane, he can now also play mid.
Yeah, other mid laners are pulling out the Riven, but there's something a bit different when you have somebody that was in the Baron lane prior that's able to come out and execute on the pick so superbly.
It really just hits different when it's someone like Z playing it, when he has experience in both mid lane and the Baron lane. He's so versatile, his mechanics are so on point. There's just not much to say.
Now, over on the side of Rolster, saying a little more about what they can try and do for the rest of this series, because it felt like they didn't really want to have to fight, but all of the action was being brought towards them. What adjustments do you want to see from them going into the rest?
Okay, I think first off, we have to set the stage, the context for these 2 teams. Both of them scrim each other a lot. The head coaches on both sides know each other, and so they set up a lot of games between both sides. So right now, I don't think that it's a matter of having secret strategies, pocket strats. It's about playing the best form of Wild Rift you can, and we've seen that when you have Luna on a carry, Rattel, and Power to make things happen.
Yeah, how important do you feel, Omo, that Luna is to the success of Rolster and a lot of the team fights in their prior series really being able to perform?
Yeah, I mean, when you give him the right champions, he will perform. If you look at his Lucian yesterday, he was an instrumental part of the trio that KT took over Sengoku Gaming. But besides Luna, I want to look more at Rattel. I'm going to make a bit of a prediction here. In the next game, we're going to see the Renekton unbanned, and we're going to see more picks unlocked here for Rattel to actively contest Feibai.
Look, I'm just going to add in this quick little tidbit. Between the bot lane, they have a 15-year age gap.
All right, we'll see what comes from that age gap. We're going to take a little bit of a gap of a break. I guess that kind of works here. Hitting it to a break, and on the other side, we'll have game 2 of this semifinal series.
Welcome back to our matchup here between ThunderTalk and Rolster Y. Game 1. Not quite as easy as I thought it would have been and as it would have looked here, Smacks, for ThunderTalk, but they were able to eventually close it out against a Rolster Y that did not want to roll over.
It took them a while, but I think it was definitely in their hands the entire time. You could see even by the end of it, around the Baron buff that Chris was, dutifully taking. He's like taking his time with it. Guys, I'm on Baron. And then Z and Feibai are just off in no man's land going and killing everybody. It was definitely in their hands. They were having some fun.
Well, we're going to bring you the draft here from the analyst desk. Rocky, real quick before the draft starts, what is the key thing you want to see from this draft?
Okay, so I'd like to see different between last game and this game is to have Rattel play strong side rather than weak side like they did last game. The Gragas into Darius matchup is so unplayable. You absolutely cannot do anything. There's literally nothing that can Rattel do in that. And I feel like a big win condition, as we discussed earlier, is having Rattel snowball the top side, especially if they do deny Renekton, which they did through the bans. So that is an adaptation that I would like to see KT show and show that they can be flexible in the best of series.
All right, well, we start it right here. Rolster on the blue side will go first. ThunderTalk on the red side will go second. The Zed must be banned, and it is. So I think we were talking here, Smacks. Zed must be banned. What was the other one that must be banned? And then the Renekton must be banned.
Yeah.
And
this one feels a bit debatable for me, the Malphite. It seems like they were just a little bit too scarred watching what Z did to Ebro the other day in group stage with this pick. I feel like the Riven is more threatening to me, although now that Rolster Y are on blue side, perhaps they're more thinking that they can first pick it away.
Rocky.
Well, so there's already a big difference in this game that the side selection has changed. So now when Riven is going to be left open, you could first pick it yourself. The Vayne ban is definitely a little bit of a weird one. So that's getting banned instead of the Renekton. Now both Renekton and Riven are open.
Yeah, you saw the ThunderTalk guys cackling. They were very loose. And I think it's always cool whenever you're playing and you pull a ban. Maybe they're like, sure, they're afraid of your Vayne, or maybe they're afraid of Z's Vayne. Not exactly sure. Rocky.
I just don't understand why they keep daring Z to play Riven. I mean, I think he's proved himself too many times to play, or I guess come in with a strategy that's a little bit on the arrogant side. I thought first game was a little bit of an experimentation. You get to try it out, and if it doesn't work, they go back to banning it, but they're letting it through again. And if Z picks it up again, yeah, here it comes through. I don't really understand why they keep letting him have it.
Smacks, Lee Sin, Riven for Renekton. This doesn't feel
You're
good.
giving a lot of early game agency over to ThunderTalk again. The Riven for Z just seems so devastating to have to deal with. We just saw what it was capable of in that first game. Izak back on the Diana as well. Not a matchup that seemed to favor him too much. And now we're seeing that Luna is on another flavor of utility, maybe less utility than the Jhin, but still it is Varus and not one of the classic carries that we see on him frequently like the Corki.
Yeah, Araki, how do you feel about this Diana back for Izak and Varus for Luna?
I was going to say that Diana's probably going to come through because at this point you're denying Fei by again both Renekton and Diana. He can go back to the Darius, but Renekton is a much better matchup against it than the Gragas. You have a little bit of a strong side matchup up there. I actually like overall that KT do have lanes to play through this game instead of like last game where they have a losing bot, a losing top, and a losing mid, and it just gives all the urgency over to ThunderTalk. This game is slightly different already.
So Thresh and Lucian come through. So the bottom side of the map, aggressive. You do have Varus that can keep the distance and constantly shoot those piercing arrows away here, but one of those death sentences land, and that's exactly what might happen to you here, Smack.
You're going to need a lot of kite back potential from the support pick. I'm thinking something like a Gragas, I'm thinking something like a Nami to avoid getting completely obliterated by Z's Riven, and then also this Lee Sin. I love the Braum. I didn't mention it in those other two, but this is really smart. You have a lot of ways to shrug off engages and then bounce back with the Glacial Fissure. I think this is a really good pick.
Oh, so this is what I was going to ask you just a second ago here, Rocky. A world where Riven gets flexed away, or Orianna not being played somewhere else, but is this Z on Orianna?
Yeah, I do think it's going to be Z on Orianna. I do think Riven is getting flexed to top side. It's not very good against Renekton. Renekton should have the early game prio. And I mean, overall, I think the composition coming out of KT, they have a lot of range with Varus and Graves, and I have a lot of peel, and also a little bit of a side lane domination with Diana later on, if Riven doesn't get ahead. And also the other thing that they have going on now, Rattel actually is playing strong side. So if they try to set up dives on his lane and get him ahead, there is a win condition there.
Safe to say here that Rattel, the key player here for Rolster, Smacks?
To me, it feels like you don't take Z off of Riven, though. It might be Riven top, but Z is just so good at this champion that I feel like he might just go back to his roots and play Baron lane in this game. Because, again, Feibai does have a lot of experience in mid. It doesn't look like it based on what we just saw in the last second there, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they ended up doing.
All right, well, the draft is locked on in. Rolster, they got pushed pretty early on and set behind, so no matter what their plan was, it was always going to be difficult. They did a decent job fighting back. Luna stayed alive for the longest amount of time, but wasn't quite able to dish out as much damage. Trying to do so here on the Varus. Will it be able to do so? Let's find out by sending it back to Pastry and TJ for game number 2.
Thank you. As very much appreciate the additional break there as the analyst says break down the drop. But TJ, what are your thoughts at the back end of that one? Because it's kind of running it back.
Yeah, and it's running back the parts I don't like. So Rolster to be blunt, I think Rolster lost this draft. I will follow up with why. Rolster did make a, I think, intelligent.
That's good. Not every analyst does that.
I prefer not to explain myself, but I'm told it's my job. Rolster made, I think, an intelligent read, which was, hey, we waited too long last game, and their first 3 drafts shifted the kind of win condition towards the mid-game team fight, and kind of signal they're going to play more aggressive, which they're now doing on our screens, Julian.
They certainly are.
But they're doing it through Doe's Graves. And I watched that game. I don't believe in it.
Goodness, here we go. Flipping it at the chickens. All right, well, everyone's chill. It's chill. It's chill. Here's Feibai.
It is not chill. Here comes Feibai.
Estofke also here as well.
Right.
It's chill.
We are, in fact, chill now. The early invade is rebuffed, and it's interesting, Mitch. So Rolster reinvest in this Doe Graves pick that frankly looked uninspiring during game number 1. And what's more, they're now playing aggressive with it. I don't know how to feel about this. If they get him early gold, it makes a difference, but I don't see a world in which that happens. You're laning, or you're jungling into a Lee Sin.
Yeah, I feel like definitely this is a lane to get traction in, right?
Absolutely.
Highlighted. In fact, Rattel might be going in for the solo. Ignites down. Doesn't grab it though. Feibai with the barrier popped.
I do agree that that top lane is the lane to watch right now. Rattel, of course, one of the best top laners in this tournament, playing against Feibai, who is role swapped into top and has looked a little weak on the high execution top laners throughout this tournament. Has definitely looked better on things like the Diana, the Gragas characters that they
the
would
mid
be
laners
familiar with from the mid lane. So I'm a little worried that that may go sideways for Feibai, and that would create the opportunities for Rolster to get ahead.
I did say I thought Feibai had kind of been playing into form as a top laner, and that might be true here. Chris down the bottom side. Very nice bit of landing, straight onto S-Top Gale. They're coming back in. It's the Duke. The lantern was a bait. The hook, though, not going to land.
Luna thinks it's safe. He walks forward. He's like, all right, we had shook on this. You're leaving now,
Genius.
right?
They never leave.
S-Top comes out, and this is going to be an entire wave loss. Ooh. That, I think, is actually 2 waves just burned away here. That's a massive gold advantage earned. And Doe's playing Graves. He can't do anything about this, Julian.
Oh, is that 2 plates? That's so gross. This is just so much gold. Into the bot lane here of ThunderTalk. It's only 1 play, but it might as well be 2.
You see that caster minion he snipes?
Got him.
That's the only thing they get back. Rolster don't get any pressure anywhere else on the map. Because Doe's playing Graves. You just can't be aggressive right now.
And look at, just look at the bot lane goal. It's almost 1,000 between the 2, and no one has died yet. That is just that play there that Chris forced in the bottom lane.
Yeah, to quote many of the great gamers of our time, that is unfortunate. I don't know what you do about a game state like this if you were hoping to have value in your bottom lane. Luna is very good. He's kind of in Varus jail, which means he's going to be more of a utility pick. You're going to use him for his Chains of Corruption. You're going to use him for his arrows, which come online normally during the mid-game. With that kind of gold gap, he's going to be so far behind that that mid-game arrow spike just isn't going to happen. He's a CC bot. He's basically playing Nami at this point.
And if that's the case, then we have to shift here to the top side here for Rolster. Rattel's doing well. Isaac's doing actually pretty well with the Renovators already done. So that part of the plan is at least looking good so far.
This game is now about Rattel and Doe. They need to win this game together, and they need to carry this game. Isaac played pretty well in the last game, but could not match Z in lane. It's going to be a little easier to do so now that Z is on a more passive character like the Orianna. That Orianna's not going to be truly scary until the late game team fights.
It's also Infernal first again. which is
Love to see it.
quite an omen for this series. In fact, Chris is just getting it done. Punching away, shadowboxing, taking out the crab. Not going to go for the dragon, of course, because that would be silly.
Dragon's going for him.
Oh, it's very cranky. It's very cranky.
Manages to stop the recall. Of course, Rolster still don't know what a dragon is, have never seen it. And so are going to start instead on this Rift Herald.
Get there in time. It looks like it, although I don't think they can stop
Here
this.
comes Chris.
They're fighting. Feibai vibing. Chilling in the river. Everyone's here. Lantern's in. Oh, they try and go for the steal. Let's go. Oh, my God. Good shot. The Herald. That's first play over to Rolster, but they're going to be called worth on that play. Isaac is going to try and make his way back in, but Azua, it's insult to injury, TJ. He just took the bottom tower.
See, Shockwave steals the Rift Herald. I do not understand, but I saw.
I thought S12K was just having a laugh throwing the lance in the pit, and then I started stitching together the steal that they were engineering, and then the last thing I expected was to see Orianna appear on the screen stealing this objective in the Axe replay.
Doe and Rattel just sitting by it. There's no way you go in without getting turbo stunned by Salem and Rattel with Doe nearby. And indeed, that's true. But Chris almost gets away with this, goes in, Shockwave, and then turbo stun. That is bad.
Actually got 4 in that Shockwave. 3 enemy champions and the Rift Herald secure.
That's value.
Very high value there for Z, who's looked very good on this Orianna. Again, was not a mid laner coming into this tournament. I cannot stress that enough, TJ.
There is history. Z did play mid lane ages and ages ago prior to his run on ThunderTalk. But yeah, judging by the characters he's picked, he's not been playing it in solo queue. Orianna, very spicy though, the one kind of true mid lane mage that Z has pulled out this tournament.
All right, let's kind of recap this fight, because Feibai is vibing. Is everyone on this team cracked on Riven? Is that the story? What is going on?
Feibai shows up versus Rattel mid lane just to kind of bring you up to date.
What is going on? He's dead. Rattel's just dead. I think Chris is here. There's the kick. Oh my God, he's flexing on him. I think he messed that up.
Yeah, that wasn't the play. Mid lane, by the way, Z almost died and landed a 4-man Shockwave that saved him. 3-man, I think.
All right, we're gonna have to chill out. Like I was trying to say before, kind of the sum of all this, as he still has the Rift Herald, by the way. Hasn't used it yet, hasn't got the gold potentially from those towers or its plates. ThunderTalk are once again up to an early game lead here. They are up 2,500 gold, not 7 minutes through. So if Rolster were trying to play a bit more aggressive here or play into that mid game, they are going to be behind.
Right. And yet again, I'll tell you what I did last game, which is, hey, Graves is pretty good late game. So maybe Rolster just stole out the game?
I think I've seen that one before. Chris in trouble. Good stun there.
Ooh.
Great collateral damage out of Doe. He's going to nab the kill.
Or maybe Rattel's Renekton gives them the mid-game power they need to succeed, because Rattel's Renekton is the X Factor. Rather than being in Gragas jail, he's managed to pick up one of his favorite characters, the Renekton that gives him the power to duel.
It's Gragas Hell versus Renekton Heaven. And Rattel's feeling good right now as Isaac's going to have to flash. Feibai's Ruben is running amok on the Rift. Rift Herald charging down. That gold lead still ticking up, and Feibai is popping off. Z with the Shockwave nabs a couple, but Salem with the door up does protect them.
And that first turret break down bottom is really just haunting Rolster. They're going to lose this mid turret. Oh dear.
It's 12K poking out onto Doe. Z is making it hurt here under the tower as Azura is trying to solo kill the Crocodile. Almost gets it.
ThunderTalk have just learned the lesson from that Sengoku series. The quicker you play against Rolster, the better it is.
Nice little dash out. Who got the blue buff? That's all that really matters.
And every time,
I don't know.
ThunderTalk have an advantage, have a chance to step forward and press it, they do. And the blue buff did go to Chris on Lee Sin, so we really
value.
That's equity.
Definitely investment paying off there. Stonks going up here on the ThunderTalk side as they do continue to show that, hey, even though our earlier games might have been, you know, a little longer than we would have liked, a little more Z YOLO 1v3Z action, which was very exciting, but maybe not the way you want to get ahead in your games. Showing that they do have early game, they do have flexibility, they do have a real top laner that was once a mid laner, they do have a real mid laner that was once a top laner. They can exchange 3 people in the semi-final and maybe be up 2-0.
And ThunderTalk continuing to show their teamwork as well as this cross-map macro play has been what's earning them the lead. Their ability to early burn down that turret bottom came from the play through Chris, Azure, S12K, the substitutes, the 3 players that were brought into this team for this tournament, having never played together before. And ThunderTalk having been forged a very scary team on stage.
What if the real ThunderTalk is the friends we made along the way, DJ?
Actually, though, it is.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Here's my question. Does ThunderTalk, you know, just in the world where they win this game and they look really good at this tournament, do they go home and change back to their original roster?
I don't know. Maybe find out later, but certainly it's so far so good. This is not even committing the second Herald here. They did get the second. Chris has got in his hot little purple hand. Isaac is getting himself ganked.
Yeah.
We hit the stasis button. Not sure Z wanted to do that.
This is bait by Isaac. He's trying to set up this play down bottom. Unfortunately, they just don't have the tools to get aggressive right now. Doe is kind of thinking about, ooh, okay.
Ooh, surprise. Chris is like, Lantern? Nope. Just dash away. Here's Feibai. Oh, goodness. Retell dashing out of that one as Azul lets the culling rip.
Early culling, not finding maximum value, and with Feibai, or sorry, Z's stasis already down, this is actually a kind of difficult fight for ThunderTalk to take. They want to just keep poking and extending this fight. They desperately don't want a full fight. You can see Chris resetting here.
Needs Z's ult back. Doe is very low, though. That's a great chain of corruption. Z taking out there. It's Isaac that collects the kill, but the rest of ThunderTalk are fighting. It's a 4v5. Feibai's getting in there. He proto-belts in. He's assassinating the jungler. That's the dragon for them. Feibai, this time he's on the ribbon, saving the day. Oh my god, is he out? Are you kidding me? I assumed he was dead, Feibai. He's gonna make it alive. What on earth?
I don't believe it! Feibai escapes to safety, and now Retell.
Why are they still fighting, and why is it working?
Needs to escort Chris out of this fight.
Salem Tack, they're like in front of them. They're cutting them off from their own base. S2K just proto-bot slapped someone into the Shadow Realm. ThunderTalk are going off.
S12K in with the Burnabell, down with the chains, and Salem eats some dirt. ThunderTalk find 2 more kills.
Is Proto-Belt the best item in Wild Rift now? Is that our takeaway as we watch this madness again?
Luna starts this off so well. The Chains of Corruption tied out the key target and they find the pick. That should be the team fight. But as George works away at the side of the fight, forces Doe out of position, and Feibai punishes the longest chain of ribbon movement I've ever seen in Wild Rift. By the time they catch up to Feibai, his cooldowns are all back, baby, and he's ready to start running. Usain Bolt out of the middle of the fight, back behind the turret. Everything's good for ThunderTalk, and Rolster have lost a hard-fought dragon.
And, like, they're just up so much gold now. Like, it's 12 minutes in, there's a couple items on some carries, but ThunderTalk just have so much more cash and obviously so much more confidence in these moments. They are taking every single fight, and Z plants 3 with the Shockwave.
Retell zones forward and stops the punish. But Z is just the gremlin hiding in Rolster's dark corners of their dreams. Showing up, landing shockwaves, sneaking around the side, and this game is looking unwinnable yet again for the Korean side.
They're already dead, Z. Stop bullying them. He's like proxying between 2. Look at him! Look at what he's doing! He's walking past this tier 2! He doesn't have ultimate! He's insane! As they're going back for it, but ThunderTalk are out of there. I have to calm down. This game is getting out of hand.
I see it, Paystream, but I can't do anything about it. I can't arrest him.
And neither can Rolster, and that's the problem. ThunderTalk, just too much panache. Chris, he's dancing with the Herald. He's like trying to get a kill, but Chris is gonna die. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? Feibai running interference. Chris goes back in. The Moonfall's gonna get the kill, but Feibai is gonna trade one back.
That was started by Isaac just deciding that the Rift Herald needed to die. Chris randomly spawns it up in the top lane a couple of moments ago.
Don't do it, Salem. Whatever you're trying to do is not going to work.
Salem dares approach our Lord and Savior Z. Astria has some advice.
Azure, just cold as Scuttle Crab. Oh, never mind, didn't get it.
Didn't even work.
A little win there for Rolster, who, like, again, like, we're laughing, we're having fun, because ThunderTalk very clearly are. I'm sure when we cut to them, assuming they win this game, they're going to have some very big grins on their faces. But to bring us back to reality for a second here, there's a reason. Rolster look so lost within this chaos.
Yeah, it's so hard for Rolster to deal with this kind of aggression because ThunderTalk are never pushing front to back. They're never grouping for 5 around objectives. ThunderTalk are constantly pushing in 2, 3 different sidelines simultaneously, and Rolster just aren't equipped to handle that. They're not a team that has ever had to deal with this level of split map aggression in the WCK. And now that they're facing it on the main stage, ThunderTalk are just crumbling.
I mean, just look at the carries here on ThunderTalk. Yes, there are items approaching. I think if the game extends, we can talk once again about the Rolster effect, where past 20 minutes, they do seem somewhat inevitable, but we are a far cry away from that at this stage. As ThunderTalk is dancing around this upcoming Drake. That shockwave finds Doe after the hook, but not quite enough. A little bit of poke.
Ezek's looking for a flank in these fights, hovering around the side. He is kind of their only hope. If he can get onto Z, and equally importantly, Azure at the very beginning of these fights, they can still win them.
Ray Vibes just roaming through the enemy jungle though. He was split pushing down the bottom side. Now he's playing goalie towards this dragon. No one's gonna get let in here as the whole of ThunderTalk are just making sure Chris can solve this. Ezek's found one little hole in the defense, but not gonna get a great box out of S12K to disengage, and now Rocket Belt's back in, finds the hook, it's Carnage! There's the shockwave, it's gonna connect to Rattel! He just can't do anything but die as ThunderTalk find 2 kills.
In the blink of an eye, Luna gets assassinated, Rattel crumbles underneath the combined focus of ThunderTalk as they shift their focus so quickly away from that dragon into the team fight, and now they're looking to put the nail in the coffin. That's going to be this Baron, and that is going to put them on match point in this semi-final.
See if Doe can make it in the area. Z again though, just interfering here. Gets the shockwave down, great play there as the combo through from S12K. Doe is dead. That stasis is gonna save him, but it's only temporary. Only chasing safety on the Rolster side is S12K. Flash Flay finds 2. Ezek with a massive moonfall is going to try and delay. He's cut the way very briefly, but the hook just don't miss out of S12K as ThunderTalk will march down for the to win this second game.
Here they come, Baron in hand. A 2-player advantage for the next 30 seconds. And this should be 2-0 ThunderTalk as Rolster yet again crumble under the early game presence.
The mid game wasn't enough. A couple stumbled there for ThunderTalk, but this game it's been all ThunderTalk all the time. It doesn't matter the angle, it doesn't matter the champion, it doesn't matter the player. It is ThunderTalk every single engage as they ace Rolster to add insult to injury, salt in the wound, and a 2-0 as they are currently up against Rolster.
What a performance. ThunderTalk get absolutely slaughtered during their game versus Sengoku when the mid lane is pushed. What's their response? Hey, we can win through Faber. Hey, we can give him Riven, and he can do just as scary stuff. And what's more, Z is now able to shift onto this Orianna, put the weight of execution, the pressure of these games on his teammates during the early game. And that is an evolution for ThunderTalk that may well win them a championship.
It may, and again, Z's destiny is to become the best Wild Rift player in the world. But to do that, he must win this tournament. And he's one game away from at least getting a shot.
If Z manages to make finals, kicking and screaming, like just dragging his team as they have to swap out 3 different players, as they have to figure out what this team even looks like with 3 new players playing their first games together on stage at the Horizon Cup. And if he manages to carry his team all the way to finals with that, he is absolutely in the record books as one of the best players ever to play a mobile MOBA, certainly in the early history of Wild Rift.
And as quickly, I want to remind you, when Gabby talked to Z all the way in the early days of this tournament, he's like, what's going on? Who's doing the shot calling? He's like, I'm doing the shot calling. What do you mean? That's my job too. There's apparently nothing Z can't do. Z are going to hand it back over to the State Farm analyst. Guys, fellas, enjoy breaking that one down.
Thank you very much, Pastry. And, you know, I've been watching you cast for a very long time. I don't think I've ever seen you pop your top off like that in such a long time. That was crazy that ThunderTalk was able to do that against Rolster and make Pastry do that.
Yeah, he was talking like thunder. The whole studio was booming throughout that entire game. That was amazing.
Araki, that was just dominant through and through. We thought it was as easy as get rid of the Renekton. They were able to do that by picking that one away. Instead, the Ribbon goes to the top side of the map against Fabai, and my God,
have yourself a game.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Renekton actually did his job in the early game where he was setting up waves to potentially dive the Riven. He even burned her barrier really early on, but I think the level 1 invade going so wrong and backfiring completely threw off Rolster Y from their plan going into it. So yeah, just a bad try, I guess, in trying to invade and having it backfire. But Z and ThunderTalk are just popping off game after another, even with flexing the Riven to the top lane.
It feels like to me then a lot of this focus, if you're gonna get back in, if you're Rolster, has to be in the first 3 minutes. It's really about this focus on, you gotta get that kill early here, Smacks, so you set them behind, because we've seen now 2 games in a row, you cannot match ThunderTalk once it's equal and people have their first couple of items.
This is what I was worried about for Rolster. Why? With how they've played in the quarterfinals and in the group stage, they have been rather passive in the early stages of the game. And if you give ThunderTalk an inch, they will take a mile. They've just shown it to us 2 games in a row. They're sure as hell going to do it in the 3rd game if you let them. So it really is up to Rolster Y to have a huge dynamic shift, which is asking a lot of them in this match point, but it's something that is going to be necessary.
I think a big one that I want to bring back up is what TJ said about Rolster Y. They seem to be panicking and going back to old bad habits of just grouping up and not really playing the map. They're not too used to facing this type of aggression in the WCK, and now on the world stage, it's a whole other beast that they're facing, and it's shocking them to their core. They don't know how to react.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team, and Luna is a player where you've seen the joy in wins and losses, and he looks shell-shocked. That team looks shell-shocked. We thought Team Secret looked shell-shocked after that first game. They came back out, their body language, that looked like shell-shocked. You saw ThunderTalk slap hands in. Great shot, camera team. And then, yeah, we're in. Everything's great. Where's my coffee? Here, it looks very different here, Smacks.
Yeah, you got to feel for Rolster Y. They're trying the thing that has led them all the way up until this point, and it just is not working. You can't help but be excited about ThunderTalk, though. I am really, really hyped for this team, and we talked a lot about Z. The cast talked a lot about Z and how he is making a case for being one of the best players in the world. He's doing it all. He's even, showing that sharing is caring. He's given Favi a turn on the Riven as well, which is, I think, very valuable. But to me, the thing that's the most scary at this point for ThunderTalk is how quietly fed Azure was in that game. He didn't actually get to do a whole lot, but he was really, really strong by the end, and I feel like that is something that we might not even get a hint of unless Rolster Y can really put the other laners behind.
Well, speaking of Z, it's time for our Cisco Every Second Counts. And, there was the big play at the Rift Herald. Of course it was Z making it. The shockwave to steal the Rift Herald here, Araki.
Yeah, I love the setup here as well, which was clearly just to try and steal the Rift Herald. The Lantern is thrown out so that Lee Sin can go for the attempt and back out, but it wasn't even necessary because Z came in clutch with the Orianna Shockwave, securing the Rift Herald. And a big part for why Smax is talking about the Lucian being quietly fed is the fact that he is on the other side getting a tower for himself. So that definitely set him up with the gold and set him up to carry the fights later on.
Man, I love that. Chris goes in as well, and Z's like, no, I do this too. I got it. You, oh, you're dead? That's okay. Don't worry about it. We can, give them a little bit of gold. All right. This has just been a dominant performance by ThunderTalk, but we have one last little bit of advice to ThunderTalk. If you do get to the finals, let Z shine during the celebration. You don't step in front of the superstars. Look at this. There's like, yeah, that's all right. Who's that guy? Right, Smacks?
I mean, like I said, he's quietly carrying in the games. He's gotta be a little bit more loud in the post-game selfies. So I gotta give him a little bit of credit for that. But yeah, Z is carrying a lot of the way for this team for sure.
All right, 2 games down, possibly 1 to go here if you're a ThunderTalk fan. We're gonna be stepping away, but when we come back, game number 3, catch you in a bit.
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back, everyone, in what could be our final game of the series if it's history is going to keep repeating itself, TJ, because ThunderTalk are on a roll in these games.
If ThunderTalk's 3-0 sweep all the way through semis, they will have, I think, confirmed that this team is just getting scarier and scarier and scarier the longer they play League of Legends on the Horizon Cup stage.
Just a scrim. Every game's a scrim, and they just keep on winning. Their record must be immaculate at this point in the tournament here, Horizon Cup. 2-0 right now on the blue side to kick things off. 6 bans almost done, and Riven finally has hit the ban table.
Finally! It took them 3 entire games, but third time's the charm. We do get this Riven banned out instead of Malphite. And I do not know why Malphite was on the ban list for so long. It looked very good in the game versus Ebro, but if Rolster are genuinely scared of Z's Malphite, then either I'm completely underestimating it, or they've got some, like, scrim-related paranoia.
I hope Malphite comes in this game somehow. I don't think it's going to. That's Aurelia. I don't think we've seen her
Okay,
yet.
so Rolster are just doubling down. This is such a late game draft already. Aurelia is unkillable if she can get to the late game. She's a monster. I expect that to go probably mid over in Ezek's hands. And then, of course, you have the Senna, which is you are very experienced on. Will be a late game champion. So Rolster have looked at games 1 and 2 and said, the problem? We didn't have enough scaling damage.
I'm expecting Nasus at any moment here as Diana is going to be the pick on through for ThunderTalk. Chris?
More likely we get a Gragas, something like that here for Salem. I expect Gragas or maybe Galio alongside this Senna.
See what they want to pick here as well. I'm going to take Azua's Varus once again.
And kind of the danger here for Rolster is that they have signaled exactly where they're going so early on in this draft that ThunderTalk just say, okay, well, we'll run back the Lee Sin for sure. And so much of that last game was determined by Chris managing to get out on the map early and determine the direction of the game. That early invade down bottom where he managed to force Luna and Salem off of the turret for actual minutes pretty much ended the game. So if Doe isn't able to contain Chris this time round, then I do expect it to be a fairly similar result. That's why this Nunu pick is actually very important.
All right, well, also Orianna there, so it does look like Rattel's going to be the one on the carry, I suppose, with Aurelia going up towards that top half of the map. Darius once again there for Fei-Bai, so it's going to be Z's Diana this time around. At least Isaac should be pretty familiar with the matchup. They're actually going to play the inverse side now, which is always fun to see.
Yeah, between Senna, Aurelia, Orianna, there is absolutely no subtlety here in this draft. This draft does one thing, that is teamfight during the late game, that is do crazy amounts of damage during the late game, and most critically, Pastry, that is do nothing during the early game.
Yep, and that has, as we mentioned, been Rolster's calling card. It's just not been good enough in the 2 games so far. So they definitely have the talent, they have the ability to bring it back. They are playing to their biggest strength in order to get there, and we'll see if it works out for them.
Wow, okay, so this Senna is going to be full-on AD carry, no soul sharing, anything like that. It's going to be Rakan alongside the Senna down bottom. ThunderTalk, as stated earlier, are playing for the mid game. They've grabbed themselves the ability to kind of open up these fights in the middle of them. Those bubbles are going to be really good at separating the tank frontline of the Nunu, of the Rakan from the backline carries. The Rakan hypermobile needs to get underneath Darius, stop him from engaging because the CC chain here is devastating. You've got the Nami bubbles following up on Chain of Corruption, vice versa. You've got the Moonfall setting up for any of that. You've got the Abduct coming out from the Darius. All of this is terrifying engage, and that's going to be at its deadliest around the 10-minute mark. About halfway through the game, when ThunderTalk want to hit the gas pedal and just shut this scaling Senna, Aurelia, Orianna out of the game.
I actually really like the Nami again. It's kind of similar to the Darius ribbon they ran in the other game, where I felt like Nami was able to open up, the front to back that Rolster always want to run. So it seems a little weird because it doesn't immediately pair with Varus necessarily, and it doesn't feel like it fits into this comp that wants to dive at you, but picking it apart a little bit more, I was like, oh yeah, Nami actually does a very good job of enabling these melee champions.
Yeah, and you see a lot of Nami used to be very popular in the compositions alongside Twisted Fate, but Varus Nami, for instance, is incredibly popular. And if you have the Varus Nami, then you really want the Darius, because the Darius is the character that can follow up best on single targets that are stunned or bubbled or what have you.
We'll see what happens here. As once again, ThunderTalk.
Match point!
We're looking for a sweep. They got 3 chances to get themselves to the final. They look like they're only going to need this one game though, TJ. We'll see if Rolster can kind of find the form that gave them success so far in the tournament. They've been up against the brick wall so far against ThunderTalk, but if there was ever a game to rally here, it certainly is this one. This is the Rolster. You either love it or you hate it, but this is who they are, TJ.
The pride and joy of the WCK, the best team in Korea. Korea, a region with forever high expectations in League of Legends esports. And now it comes down to this. They are 1 game away from elimination as ThunderTalk, a team that did not even know their roster coming into this tournament, have managed to slap them around in games 1 and 2.
All right, well, I don't know how long this will last, but there's 2 solo landers in the mid lane right now. That's 1 too many by my count, TJ, but just trying to give Z a little bit of pressure here as Ratel's going to now leave and go towards the top lane. Feibai is waiting in the shrubbery for him.
And I would like to clarify something I got wrong in draft. I said, I do expect this Aurelia to go mid. That's insane. They have Ratel on their team.
Yep.
They're going to give the hard scaling, hard carry champion over to Ratel. And yeah, Ezek's going to play a little more passively. That's why they XP share, gold share during the opening moments of the game. Because Ezek isn't expected to be the carry. He's going to show up in late game team fights, provide some support, provide some damage. But the main goal here is to enable Ratel. It's Ratel's Aurelia that will dominate this game if Rolster's game plan goes to that plan.
Right, so I do like that. You already saw Ratel hit level 2, get some trades early on, so definitely set up here to have a good matchup. We'll see if Doe, in particular, can find his way up there on the Nunu. That was a big feature of the last Nunu game we saw in this series, where ThunderTalk was just having Chris constantly hammer in the mid lane. And I have to say, you mentioned it kind of off air, and I think it is worth repeating. Chris quietly having an incredible series here.
Yeah, Chris has been able to completely shut down Doe in the 1v1s in the jungle, and a lot of that has been Doe on the Graves, I think, looking profoundly uncomfortable. He's not looked like he knows how to play that hard carry style of character. We've seen it a couple times. It's kind of the darkened gaming effect, where teams are like, hey, what if we just gave our jungler a ton of gold? And the answer is, unless your jungler is built for that, unless that is the playstyle, what on earth is this?
Oh, is getting in there. Feibai, yeah, did not want to get snared up there by the Nunu, so does flash away.
And unless your jungler is built for that, you're going to have trouble. What Rolster are used to doing with Doe is getting him into the side lane early, boosting Ratel ahead. And we see a return to that form. Ratel did not manage to grab any of the damage. Oh my.
Feibai in trouble. There's the first kill. That's great for Ratel. And we did see the dive attempt, but Chris didn't nab Isaac.
And where I was going with that is Ratel actually stole away some jungle camps with Doe as well. So this is a pretty massive gold swing over for Rolster as they managed to kill an entire top wave against the turret, find a solo kill on the top laner, and steal away jungle camps. This is easily the best start to a game that Rolster have had this series.
Right, and if we talk about Z especially when he gets ahead early, being so good. Now it's Ratel's time to show with a similar league what can he get done. Oh, that's just wonderful. Level 3 to level 5, Ratel just absolutely demolishes him there with the flash ulti.
And that's the game plan for Rolster. They have tired of trying to face Z in mid, and they are focusing their attention elsewhere. This game is Ratel's now to win or lose. Luna on that Senna is going to be weak side. You're not going to see too much attention down bottom. You're not going to see too much attention on an Orianna mid. He's supposed to take care of himself. This game is all about Aurelia. It's all about Ratel.
All right, we'll see how Ratel does as the game goes on, because the proactivity is still here for ThunderTalk. Remember, yes, there is scaling in the roster comp. Yes, Ratel is going to be accelerated, which is perfect for this kind of comp.
Chris looking for a steal.
Very, very pretty
he gets
there.
it.
Very nice. Very smooth, that elite.
Managing to steal away Doe's jungle, even as he's trying, I think, to hand it over to Ratel. And Chris kind of undoes what was just done to him in the top side. Vertical jungling, whilst Rolster in that part of the jungle, Pastry.
Yeah, it's definitely not a steal you expect, but that's one they'll take as the objectives have spawned. As you mentioned, Rolster have never seen the dragon in their life.
Oh. They might be about to see one for the very first time. Unsure what to do. Rolster do send their jungler Doe up to start that Rift Herald, and so no, they will not see a dragon today for the first time.
Don't be fooled. They have a ward outside the pit. It's an illusion as Chris is going to go ahead and take down this dragon. A little bit of help out of Z. Doesn't really need it, but he'll take it. And for the first time, we're actually going to split these objectives at 4 minutes.
I cannot describe to you how angry I would have been if the very first Drake that Rolster fought over in their competitive career was
a Cloud Drake. If you didn't fight for the 2 Infernals, what are you doing? As Chris is down here helping C out with his tower.
Shockwave setup.
Very nice out of Salem. Finds 2 after the quickness. Knockup's there, but Z's going to try and turn around. Now it's escape time out of the pair. As Izak flashes in, looks for the Shockwave. Z gets tagged on the very end. The flash is not enough as Izak gets the kill.
A kill to Rolster in the bottom lane. They're second of the game, and they're entering the 5-minute mark with a gold lead against ThunderTalk and a late-game scaling composition.
Right, we already talked about, this is, a Rolster comp through and through. They are going to have to go late. This is a dream for them. Not only do they have the late-game comp and they're not behind, but they're ahead.
And Chris starts this with Z, trying to do the same thing they did during game number 2. Absolutely shutting down the bottom lane by burning down the turret early.
And that's a beautiful engage out of Salem, and just an easy chase. Z tried everything to get out of this, and that was just nothing as Izak had every angle covered.
Boop. Very easy stuff for an Orianna as she scales up, and Isaac will only continue to do so. You see that Archangel's staff completed down bottom. Once you hit second item, Orianna damage truly becomes terrifying.
And we saw out of Z last game, that was definitely a hard carry Orianna performance. We've seen his, I'm figuring it out. I don't play mages as much anymore in the early games of the tournament. And now he's definitely evolved into full and hard carry, as Ratel is also in the same boat. 2v2, yeah, it's not really a 2v2 though.
No, because both teams are thinking about sending their entire team to the top side.
I was going to say, because one team has a Nunu and Favor can't do anything, but that works too.
Azura was thinking about roaming up both Luna and Salem, hitting the NOS, as you like to say, accelerating up there on the center. Really slow things down. I'm going to let you have your Senna minute here. The Muramana has been built for Luna. So once that edges towards completion, typically around the second lethality item for a Senna build like this, you can start seeing real damage coming out of Luna, which is critical in these team fights. Senna very good if she can sit uncontested in the back.
Chris trying to make it happen. He does find the angle, very nice. As Azura does indeed find the ulti, as you mentioned, it's the trade back and forth. But there's one kill, can they make it 2? That's the triple as Doe is going to get the snowball rolling. Ratel's going to have to save this. Ulti at the ready, flashes in. Favor is going to sacrifice himself, perhaps indeed he must, as Ratel gets the kill.
2 for 3, a net loss for Rolster, but they get gold onto Ratel, and you must ask yourself, is that maybe worth it?
Feels like it is. Gold going in the right places, but it's the same story for ThunderTalk. They've actually got the gold lead now, because Z got all that money in the bottom lane.
They've got the gold lead with that turret takedown bottom, but this is the point at which they need to be relaxing into it. So the gold lead needs to go back to base, get bought up, and come back out to fight.
All Alright, well, just one again here in the Axe replay. ThunderTalk, again, doesn't matter the situation, they are sending it.
Chain of Corruption lands, and that's a very easy kill to find. ThunderTalk pressing forward using Azure. What's remarkable here is that Luna manages to find the kill in the midst of all that. They shut down Chris. Actually, wow, Salem getting the credit for it. And that means that this entire trade goes all right for them, because every moment that Chris is dead, that Lee Sin falls further and further behind. So Rolster get two benefits out of that. Not only does Rattel get bigger, but Chris gets noticed.
Oh, that was so nice out of Doe. Gets the interrupt there.
Wow, everything misses for ThunderTalk.
That's not what they want to see. Doe, again, playing goalie very nicely. The rest of the team here, Rattel looking to move in. The quickness pop, send ulti over the top, but Rattel starting to pop up in the team fight. That's two already.
Rolster, a clean team fight, made everything out of ThunderTalk, and then walk forward. A clean team fight gets them a gold lead back in their control at the 8-minute mark of this game.
And they found the dragon. Up in gold, they're gonna grab the Drake finally. Get some objectives on their hands. Haven't got it all series long as Salem's getting soloed by Z. Nami's here as well. Salem's left for dead. Here comes Izak though. Shockwave not up just yet. The Rift Tower also being taken. It's a bit awkward as Rattel is the one they do not want to feed more gold over to. ThunderTalk are trying to finish it, and that might be a bit too greedy.
He's gone!
Indeed it is for the Lee Sin, but ThunderTalk get away. At least they get the Herald.
Chris just got deleted in an instant. Rattel's coming online.
And this is what we wanted to see. We wanted a series. Rattel is the one to lead the charge here for Rolster. Sub 10 minutes, but they are ramping up very rapidly here in this game.
And as Rattel starts to do damage, you have to shake in your very comfortable chairs if you're ThunderTalk on the opposite side of this stage. Because everything that Aurelia does in the late game is almost uncounterable by what ThunderTalk have to bear. They have such a squishy backline, it's really all going to be on Fabai to try and hold the line. Because if Rattel gains access to Azor, gains access to S12K, they are going to snap like twigs.
Oh, here comes Z, trying to make this solo place again. Oh, Salem, as Z goes over the top. Chris is here as well. Salem with the proto-bout kick. Q, Salem with the quickness. The rest of the team is here. Center ulti to protect. 2v3 now. Z's going to dive back in. Finds a decent moonfall. Stasis is down. Back goes Chris. They're dancing in. There's just so much mobility. Salem just zoned up. They're going to take him out as the tidal wave is good. And now the rest of ThunderTalk have arrived. But here's Rattel. Great bubble there out of S12K, but they can't kill this Aurelia. And that is a critical error. Here's the rest of ThunderTalk as Luna finds the lock on Rattel. Is trying to go up, but that's not it. It's S12K that gets that kill.
And with the shutdown, instantly, ThunderTalk slammed down the Rift Herald, and they're going to try and bully Luna out from behind this turret and grow the gold lead. They fight around their power spike. They fight around the Muramana completion for Azure, and they step forward into a 3v5 where they know they can force an advantage. Rolster get over-aggressive. Their damage is not in those three players. They didn't have it with Isaac, and Rattel, when he tries to contest, is already down 2 players and can't properly fight.
And look at the gold. I wouldn't have it any other way, TJ. It is 10k apiece. Z versus Rattel. On the one side, it is the man on the doorstep of destiny looking to drag ThunderTalk into the finals. And on the other side, Rolster treading water, trying to stay alive with Rattel.
And it really does all depend on those 2 players in this game. It is going to be decided by the star performances of Z and Rattel as Rolster step forward, even on gold, only 2,000 behind in a mid-game that ThunderTalk are oh so scary enduring.
Yep, they've got the gold lead, but it's not a big one, and we know that KT can hold.
Look at the top side as that wave gets shoved in. This is going to be a turret cracked by Fabai. He gets most of the damage on it. The minions might take it.
Rattel has to know something's up. Here's Chris. Stun's gonna miss, and that's just too easy. There's the kick. There's the Cuba Rattel. He's found his way out of there, and now Rolster is gonna move in. The tidal wave there is not gonna save Z. Z's left for dead. Rattel is low, but Z just can't find the angle. Rattel, with the respect, is gonna stay away, and now he goes back in for the kill. The stasis is there. The stun misses, but it doesn't matter as Izak finishes off Z.
They give so much respect over to Z, taking their time, escorting that snowball in under the cover of Senna's Shroud so that they can properly chain him down. They do not dare step forward into Z. And with Rolster giving that respect over, they are finally able to take down the star player, the carry over on ThunderTalk, and bring this game back in their control with Rattel continuing to snowball his lead.
And again, ThunderTalk still have the goal lead, but it's not a massive one. It just feels like KT are comfy here. You have to get very far ahead of this comp to really hammer it home.
You do have Isaac completing his staff right now. Ludenzecko's second item on the board. He's going to be doing some serious damage now as this backline Oriana lives through these team fights. And for the first time, Rolster are looking for fights. They're stepping up.
This Drake is very, very important. In fact, this Drake might just be the series, depending on who nabs it.
It may decide Rolster's tournament lives here in the Horizon Cup. Rolster, I think their entire time here at Horizon, their entire time here in Singapore, comes down to a single team fight around this Infernal Drake.
It's going to be a fight for it. Ratel's going to get the crab. Rolster know they have to tread carefully here, but they are going to have to do this. And ThunderTalk are going to challenge them.
Ratel and Doe baiting, trying to force Z to step forward. They spot him on a ward and break off, instantly chasing him, separating him from the team. Can he get away?
Once again, oh, he's found a way out. Z's just running away. Now Salem's trying to chase it, but there's a 4v4 maybe on the other side of it.
Chris started the Drake. He's burning it down. He has to break away. He has to leave it. Drake will reset, and Ratel's back on it.
He's back as well. I fear for Salem's life right now, but Isaac's going to move back in and try and protect him. The Drake is getting zoned away here. ThunderTalk just want to weigh in.
Rolster's entire tournament resting on this boxing match around the Infernal Drake. As Z constantly tries to find a flank, and every time they seem to chase him away, the rest of ThunderTalk move into the gap created by it. Now they step forward again to take control of the river. Oh, and they lapped it!
Chain Corruption, Z has found the carry! Luna's gonna get assassinated! It's Nami that actually collects it! And there's the disengagement. Now Faye pulls Doe back in, who's forced to flash away. Great shockwave out of Isaac, but it's only in defense.
And that means Rolster have to back away. They cannot fight into this Infernal Drake any longer. With Luna down, they're missing so much of their damage. And ThunderTalk have managed to earn themselves a massive damage advantage for the rest of this game.
And if you want to look at how good a player Z is, don't look at his mechanics, they're amazing. Don't look at his champion pool, it's quite impressive. Don't look at the roll swap. Just look at what he did to Rolster. He ran them around the rift to get his team that Drake.
Single-handedly preventing Rolster from stepping forward against that Drake. Every time they felt comfortable, he would poke his head out of the bush. Not so much from his engage, but the threat of his engage. They couldn't start the Drake until finally they say, okay, well, we have to start forcing things, and that's when he strikes. The second they decide he's not worth chasing, he's back into Luna, shutting down the key carry for Rolster that they are so determined to protect.
Respect is earned. Boy, has he earned it in this series from Rolster, who are starting to group up. Ratel again, still definitely the ace here for KT. Gonna start to really power up in the late game. The Wit's End is almost done. It's getting spooky out here. I know Halloween's been kind of long over at this point, TJ, but this is tense for Rolster. This is it. They have to win every game from this point, including this one.
They have to win every team fight, and they found one.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Shockwave.
Z's just diving the enemy team. He is going to go into stasis. I don't think the team could save him. Salem with a beautiful engage on the other side, but Z's actually got himself out. Azua's got the kill. Doe with the absolute zero is going to get absolutely nothing done on the damage front. But now Azua's running away. Ratel is way too late.
All of ThunderTalk very low, trying to escape now. Can Azua build the distance?
Yes, apparently, even though Doe finds a snowball.
And that means Ratel burns TP to get into the fight. Rolster lose two of their players, and ThunderTalk get a kill underneath the turret onto Z. Here's Ratel looking for the 1v1 we've hyped up so much.
Z's just chilling, not wanting to face Jack. Z's Ratel, can't see the rest of Rolster. Fancies a go, throws that at Q, but goes straight back to recalling.
Both of these players understand that they are their entire team's game plan, and do not take the risk.
All right, well, the Baron is alive. The Elder isn't up for a while, but it's going to be on the table here. ThunderTalk with 2-1 as far as that objective goes. And the items just keep on coming through. I mean, every time I look down, the gold stacks for Ratel and Z just grow bigger at equal paces here in this game.
That is a little worrying for ThunderTalk, because you are, again, talking about a Rolster composition that scales very well into the late game. Aurelia in particular is very scary.
Good flash out of Faye. Ratel, though, didn't have to commit the ulti. It's at 12K, caught out of position. taken out by Luna. That opens up the 4v5.
Yeah, Nami, a huge presence in the team fight. That opens up Rolster forcing something here. They're going to just try and poke away at this Baron, see if they can get ThunderTalk to make a mistake.
Nothing to trade for ThunderTalk, so they have to trade carefully. Rattel going to show on the top wave here. Salem, I would be very worried, does get out of there. Chris going to bait out a W at least.
Z? Watch this flank from Z. He's buried himself inside the Rolster jungle. They're cutting off the Rolster retreat, trying to gain access again to Luna, again to Isaac. Z trying to weave his way through the entire team.
Defensive chain of corruption. Luna's going to go in for it, looks for the rune on Azua, doesn't quite get it. But the assassination on the other side for Chris and Z. It's finally going to join the fight. This is a 3v5. Z's diving in. It's 1v4. Into status he goes. Z, can he find a miracle here as Chris is going to go back in? Z's taking out Luna. Rattel is busy fighting Fei-Bai. But Z goes down. That went wrong for ThunderTalk.
And Rolster have won a massive team fight in the mid-game. 18 minutes towards the late game now. As yet again, inevitably, KT Rolster arrive in their late game team fights and start delivering.
Rattel gets a stun, but he doesn't go in. There's 17 seconds until the Elder is up.
Elder in 14 seconds. Baron up on the map. 2 Rolster managed to lock anything down. They're going to have a player advantage for this Elder Dragon in Game 3 with their backs up against the wall. 1 game away from elimination.
Chris is here. Can he find the steal? Everyone's dead. They're gonna have to go now. Chris is getting spotted. Great ball placement there out of Isaac, but they're just going for the steal. They get the tidal wave. They're trying to buy time. Azua can't make it. This is Chris against the world. Gets himself shockwave there. Salem with the engage. Stasis gone, that should be the dragon, but maybe they can find a way back in. Chris, he's going for the steal! He does not get it! Oh my, no, he didn't. Okay, Rolster got it, we're all good.
Rolster secure the Elder, and just like that, they may have secured themselves another chance in this semi-final as they win game number 3 by tiny little scraps and skirmishes. Team fight after team fight bends slowly their way, and now exactly 20 minutes into this game 3, their composition has arrived.
We talked about it, TJ. We've talked about the inevitability of KT once they get to the late game, and not a single game this series has gone to 20 minutes. That has all changed, and now we are very much in KT's territory.
We're in the Rolster zone now, baby. And ThunderTalk need to find a way out.
Well, Z's a pretty good magician.
Here's GA.
We'll see if Rattel can get his way out of this one. Oh my god, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Fei-Bai, he can't do anything. Rattel didn't even lose the first life. As now Doe has found Azua. Luna's locked him up forever. And that status is, you know, just a bit of showmanship. Because that GA is going to die. And then Azua's going to die for real. Oh, he flashed out. He's trying to make it fancy. But he's going to get shut down by Isaac.
And Rolster now march forward with 40 seconds on some of these respawns. Plenty of time in the bank to try and secure themselves game 3. A step away from elimination.
And Chris finds the kick on Rattel. Not far enough to the fountain. Rattel just does not care.
They've done it.
That's it. Rolster are going to give us at least one more game here. ThunderTalk, it's not going to be so easy here as Chris is trying to just make it all happen, but that's just nothing. And Rolster do the one thing they're not always that good at doing, TJ. They rush the Nexus to keep their tournament hopes alive.
No smiles on the Rolster side. This is business as usual, slightly delayed.
Well, it's nice to see KT have arrived into the semi-final. It looked like it was going to be all ThunderTalk all the time, but that was kind of... We talked about it, like the 2 good things out of KT. They picked the late game comp, and then they did the thing they weren't supposed to do with the late game comp, is fight you early.
They picked the late game composition and they found the necessary fights. And it wasn't always even winning fights, but it was always skirmishes. And this is the Korean style, finding those 3v3s, 2v2s that extend the game. Because if you're ThunderTalk and you spend the entire early game chasing around the presence of Doe on the map, dealing with the constant threat of Rattel skirmishing and sniping around the side, you are not spending the early game snowballing the lead on Z. And that is the dream for KT. They want to slow down the game, get you to 20 minutes, take a team fight, end the game, keep this series alive.
And to Z's credit, he found a ton of gold in a game where they were behind, managed to keep pace with Rattel the entire time, but like you said, he didn't find any openings, right? This isn't his Zed diving into the backline, even though he did do a lot of dives. Like, I didn't want to blame the champion. I just think KT knew once they got to that position, all they have to do is find Z and not let anything bad happen. And they did that for like 10 minutes straight to keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, and every time we see something like that, every time we see KT be able to just play their normal style, Rolster be able to just slow down the game, build their gold onto their carries, make sure that they get a late game team fight, I gain a little bit more hope that we're going to go all the way here. I have to tell you, Pastry.
Yep.
To pull the words out of your mouth, I think we've got a series on our hands.
I do indeed believe we have a series on our hands as KT and Rolster have kept themselves alive in the series. So for more on the Game 3 victory, let's check back in with Le Tigris in Singapore.
Yes, I believe we do have a series on our hands. Welcome back to Singapore, everybody. What a different tone we had in that last game. My goodness. But if we're looking at Rolster Y and the way they were able to pull off this victory, it felt like a lot of the things they wanted to do in game number 1, but it was executed and went well for them this time.
Exactly the point there, and it started from draft for the side of Rolster Y. What are you going to do when they ban away Camille, when they ban away Fiora? We have one more trick up our sleeve, and that's going to be Irelia for Rattel. Just looking at the clips on the screen, they're just running with the game.
But I have to say, when Pastry Time said all you have to do is take down Z, and then they did that for 10 minutes, good credit to RY for getting that done. But all you have to do, this guy is still a monster. Even in the game that they lost, he still looks so good.
Yeah, it wasn't until they started being able to pick him off, chasing him all the way through the lane, that they could really get the ball going.
Yeah, exactly. And this time around, Z wasn't able to turn that around in 1 versus 3. I do want to bring up one really quick play that he made that just astounded me insanely much. Like, he dodged the Rakan W when the Rakan was coming from the center shroud. So you didn't know that was coming, and he still managed to jump the wall and dodge its spell out completely. This man just has the instincts of a god.
It's so interesting that even with Z swapping back to the mid lane, it still felt like a matchup between him and the top laner, Baron laner on the other side, because Rattel being focused so much in the draft by ThunderTalk, but now having this pick available to him really showing out.
Absolutely. I mean, this was the look that we were expecting from Rolster coming into this matchup. The fact is, a lot of the conversation was going, what's Fame going to happen? We're going to do when Rattel's going to come in here and crush the Baron lane. But when Rattel went on the Gragas in that first game, went on a supportive second game, it just didn't seem like we had the tools and the options for Rolster to win.
Yeah, and Do coming out on this new, coming back to this pick, that facilitative style. There were so many moments that were set up with that snowball and the rest of the team being able to follow up.
Yeah, I think the Graves as a pick just works so well against some of the teams which I would honestly say are lesser than ThunderTalk. But when you play a team as good as ThunderTalk, with lanes as decisive and strong as ThunderTalk, you need something that can contest that early game aggression. And then Nunu definitely looked like a much better option here.
It really does feel like the solo laners are the ultimate story of this entire series.
The solo laners really are. I have to think that the bot lane is really just there to facilitate the Baron lanes, the mid lanes to really make things happen. And we're looking to see what else they have in store for us, because this is maybe the start of something coming back, but honestly, I think TT has so much they haven't shown us yet.
Thinking about the fact that ThunderTalk were so dominating in their first 2 games, complete objective control, we finally did see a bit more skirmishes around that Drake going the way of Rolster and starting to warm up into the series.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something that we need to consider as well. When you look at Rolster, they don't look like their usual self. They seem a bit shakier. They seem to be making some amateur mistakes, maybe some nerves coming through here. But with this win under their belt, maybe they can pull something off.
And honestly, they were up till midnight last night, and they had a 2-hour-long talk talking about this match because they felt it coming in. But I think that win really gave them the confidence to push things further.
And that's where you have to consider the fact that it's a best-of-5 series compared to the best-of-3s before, so you have a bit more of that opportunity to warm up into it, get your nerves nice and collected. But on the other side of that, though, they had to fight so hard to get this victory in game number 3. How do you keep that up for 2 additional games if you hope to walk away with the semifinal?
They need to pull off a reverse sweep here, and that's not going to be an easy task at all for Rolster Y. And like you guys mentioned as well, I think there's still so many tools in the TT pocket that they haven't pulled out yet. I'm curious to see what they're going to do right now, and I feel like an Irelia ban might be the first thing on their agenda.
Yeah, I do wonder, Granny, your thoughts on that too. Do ThunderTalk just continue to try and focus down Rattel? They say, no, we don't want to worry about the Aurelia anymore. Do you have faith that Rolster will have another option at their disposal?
I think that might actually be a critical part about it, because we haven't seen Rolster put much emphasis on that Riven. Riven has been open as an option for Rolster, but instead they've kind of let that be and kind of prioritized that really, which is an interesting look for this team. So if they do madden out and Rolster are unable to play Riven, then I think we might have a problem for RY.
And that dueling pressure is something that you have to consider just across the meta as it's developed within this tournament. Do you feel that Rolster have that opportunity to bring that power to other lanes as well? Mid lane, for instance, also being somewhere that we've seen the Riven pick thrive?
Look, it's not an issue of being able to play it or not. It's an issue of being able to play it into Z, and that's the real question here. If you want to pick something as feast or famine as that Riven, I don't think you want to be playing it into Z.
And a lot of the moments in this particular game, it came from kind of taking out one of the squishies, right?
Yeah.
You catch out a support, you catch out somebody that can burst it easily. Is there anything you would like to see from the early game from Rolster to have some proactivity for themselves, to control the pacing on their own terms?
Yes, I mean, but that's kind of asking for a lot. That's like asking for Santa Claus to exist, the Easter Bunny to be real, and Season 2 of Arcade to come out next week, right? That's not really going to happen. Rolster are not a team that plays for the early game. They're still going to look for that mid-game control and the late-game fight that will win them the game ultimately. So I think for them, just stick to what's been in their preparation and what's been in their wheelhouse.
All right, I'm going to continue to make half the audience happy with hearing this phrase, half of them banging their heads against the wall. We have ourselves a series, my friends. And to continue on with the series, let's head back on over to Digon and friends.
Thank you very much, Gabby. I'm here with the friends, Smacks and Rocky Zoro. Rocky Zoro, got ourselves a series. This is what you've been waiting for.
No, absolutely. I mean, I really, really enjoyed watching the Irelia. As a massive fan of the champion myself, the clinic that Rattel did put in that game was so amazing to watch. And I was really surprised to watch ThunderTalk pick the Darius into it. It's very disrespectful because Irelia does win the matchup, and then at the same time Rolster went for the Senna weak side bot lane so they can allow Nunu to devote himself entirely towards playing towards the Rattel, which we know can be such a huge win condition for KT Rolster.
I really wish y'all at home could have heard Rocky Zoro during that game. He was shot calling me and Smacks throughout.
He was.
Don't worry about this dragon. It's all right, guys. Smacks and I were like, what?
Iraqi Zoro, our resident Irelia player. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing any more of that in Game 4 as ThunderTalk have removed their Ziggs ban in favor of it. Yeah, I mean, after a game like that and after ThunderTalk showed that they didn't really have any preparation for this Irelia, better to ban it.
Look at those 6 bans. All of them could be targeted at Z here. 6 solo lane bans here. 5 of them normally seen normally in the top lane. In the first pick, Ziggs. Second pick, first pick over for Rolster gonna be Senna. What catches your eye here, Rocky?
Yeah, 6 solo bans, that's going to be leaving Rattel a little bit without many options for strong side the top laners that he can take and solo carry the game again. And this is where I would like to see Isaac and Luna step up again, actually, because before when Rolster were looking so strong, it was because they had 3 carries on the team. It wasn't just Rattel popping off and hard carrying on his own. It wasn't just his show. It was the entire team playing together. And this time, I think we're going to have to see that again if they want to make the reverse sweep happen.
So it looks like ThunderTalk allow the Darius to go to the hands of Rattel. They like what they saw in the Diana going back on over to Z. And then Lee Sin coming in for Chris. He was in position multiple times in that last game, Smacks, to make some steals, to make some saves. Wasn't quite able to, but you like the fact that he was there playmaking.
It's definitely hard to make steals happen against a Nunu and Willump that Doe likely will be piloting again. I don't really see the need to switch over. Still hiding that champion for later. But yeah, I really do like the look for Chris on this Lee Sin. I really like stepping up the tempo in this game. And for ThunderTalk, they do already have some late game insurance now with this Ziggs. Why not pack some more punch in that jungle yet again? But Digon, I'm really interested about what Luna is going to be going for with the Senna. I didn't dislike it. I do feel though, and this might be a hot take, I think Luna is the best Corki in the whole tournament. So I would like to see him on that pick. I don't know if it's gonna happen.
I don't know about that. Araki, Yasuo locked in here, but we had a couple picks beforehand. What do you say?
a lot of stuff happening. So the Diana, because Z showed it last game, is now a flex. It can go top or it can go mid. So ThunderTalk are still hiding their hand a little bit. And at the same time, we do see the Yasuo come out. Gragas support. That's a really strong fasting Senna lane. I think they'll be able to just play weak side just fine and not get dope. Is this the Vayne Feibai top lane again?
It might be.
Huge question mark here, but you know what's open? The thing that Rolster were banning away, and we got to see this fasting Senna lane happen before, I believe, yesterday. The Malphite. Yeah, baby!
Woohoo! They've got all the combinations ready for this Yasuo. Whichever player is going to be playing this is going to have a field day with the Unstoppable Force, the Explosive Cask. Even Apprehend can start setting up for the last breath combinations. I really like this. It provides Rolster Y with a very clear team fight and a lot of scaling.
Rocky, draft's done. What do you see?
I do think this Vayne is going to be ADC. I think Feibai is going to take the Diana and they're going to play Ziggs mid lane. That's what I'm expecting. But man, there's so much firepower on the side of Rolster Y, which is what I wanted to see. It's not... Retell on the Darius, he cannot solo carry, and there's a lot of support that can come his way. I think Gragas is going to go jungle here. Is either Gragas jungle or Darius jungle? Probably Gragas jungle with Malphite support. And it's a really nasty combo with the Yasuo and teamfights.
Yeah, we'll wait till the timer goes down and see where these champions move to. It's Darius top, it's support, and it is Z! Z in the mid lane playing Vayne!
Who else? Who else would it be? Z playing this Vayne against 4 melee champions too. He has a lot of capability to deal that damage, but he's got to deal with 2 things first. Wind wall from Yasuo and a big giant rock slamming onto his face. If he can take care of that, then I'm sure he can carry on this Vayne.
Well, bursting with excitement are our casters who want to weigh in on here, so Pastry and TJ, take it away.
I'm sorry, D-God, Pastry is not available. He screamed in terror, joy, something when that swap came through.
This is going to be great, whatever happens here. Z on Vayne, I didn't think he could play any more champions, and I was wrong. Shout outs to the devs for holding it together, but I'm screaming through their segment, by the way. If you caught that on the broadcast, I appreciate you. But hey, this series has given us everything, and I hope it gives us 5 games. And if KT are going to get there, TJ, they have tripled down on the only way they want to play. That's late game.
But here's the wild thing, Pastry. ThunderTalk saw that business deal and said, I'm in. We're going late game together. We're holding hands, a firm business handshake, and we're going 20 minutes of Wild Rift gameplay in game number 4 of this semi-final as Rolster fight to stay alive, and ThunderTalk with 1 more win are in the grand finals of the Horizon Cup.
Oh, it's just so spicy. I mean, Vayne versus Yasuo, not a mid lane matchup. I thought I was going to see this tournament, but I won't complain now that we've arrived.
I was so ready for this Vayne to maybe slip back over into the top side. No! Z is playing it mid lane.
And he's already auto-attacking the enemy. And he's going back in. He's just saying, I think it's a no-fun zone. He's ignoring his own creeps.
Wow. Isaac challenges it, thinks it might be a fun zone if he asks nicely enough. And he's wrong, Pastry.
He is very wrong. And Z's going to hit level 2, and Isaac's going to have to chill out.
This is really exciting. Normally I have a vague idea of how matchups are going to play out. I'm just along for the ride here. This is just fun.
Yeah, Windwall's good against ranged champions, which is kind of the obvious one, but I don't think it's a fun time.
Oh, he popped his honey fruit.
He stole his fruit.
The disrespect.
He's like recalled at level 1. Oh, we got a couple. That's nice.
Walked into a man's house, popped his fruit, walked away.
It's like when you waltz into someone's house, just open the fridge, take their best snack, and leave. Like that is true disrespect by Z, who is trying to show off the mechanics. Again, on the road to claim the throne for best player in Wild Rift. And this is a hell of a way to get to the final if that's your plan.
And Chris is doubling down on the game plan. Who's C out ahead? Early in lane, Doe to match.
No way they're diving. Oh my god, they're diving. Doe's here as well. Z's taking tower echo. He's going to have to pop the flash and the barrier to get out. But Doe almost followed him there. That Q's going to find him in the bottom lane. They're fighting because they have to prevent the move. And Azua's winning the 2v2 alongside S12K. And now they're fighting again as Chris. He's almost got Doe. Wait, he got the stun. And first blood went to S12K.
Pastry, a 4v4 on the bottom side of the map, and ThunderTalk come out ahead with first blood in this team fight at level 2, as Rolster now struggling to hold on to this bot lane turret.
TJ, the audience couldn't see that, so I'll paint the picture home. I'm not going to do that because they're already fighting again. Isaac? Oh goodness, Chris doesn't have ulti. He's just flipping behind him, showing him the moves.
The wall didn't either with Resonating Strike.
I like it, and for again, those of you playing at home, I was sitting down with one water bottle, casually sipping away, trying to skate through this early game. I've since stood up,
You
and
spilled water again.
I have pre-saved, no I haven't, 2 water bottles to the desk to watch this one again. Look at Z! He's just chilling!
Top side, Rattel, under turret!
Oh, we're
He's
going
gonna
for it
go.
again! It's too early to celebrate, we got more action! Rivers back, there we go, Rattel's in trouble! Fabai, you maniac, dives in! Why did you do that? It doesn't matter, they got the kill.
Chris could have just killed him! It's 1-for-1! Fabai gives Rattel early gold rather than let Chris take the kill.
It's not about the kill, it's about sending a message, and it has been received.
What's the message? I make mistakes!
Azua? Okay, we're chilling. Just wanted to bomb the rest of the wave. Takes a lantern out from S12K. Luna's like, did you recall in a dumb place? He's like, no, I did not. And he's gonna get out safely.
I'm struggling to hold it together, Pastry.
Remember when you said we're handshaking in the late game? Yeah, that was a lie.
It was a fake business deal. Both sides immediately reneged on the contract. Look at this! Just let Chris walk up! What are you doing?
I don't know, he's vibing. Faye vibes.
You can just auto-attack him! You can just tap the attack button and it will path to the kill!
Instead, it's Rattel getting some gold that he maybe didn't expect to have, but he'll be very happy to have it, mind you.
You could have smited him!
That's true, actually.
Didn't even have to get within axe range!
All right, well, ThunderTalk could be up even more gold. Instead, they're only up almost 2,000 gold.
They are up 2,000 gold in the early game, which is a real good sign for ThunderTalk, given that, again, Rolster are full committed to the late game. ThunderTalk do have late game potential in themselves. That's going to come from Azure on the Ziggs, most critically C on the Vayne. Late game Vayne is something else. Rolster, their power spikes come from the opposite side. Isaac on this Yasuo, and yes, Luna on Senna. Here we go. The dragon.
They found it!
Cloud Drake!
They found the dragon! They've located it. Cloud Drake is their first haven. They are going to get it, but it is going to be a trade. ThunderTalk, they're going to take the Rift Herald.
And this is a good call from Rolster. Again, they're down 2,000 gold. And so for the first time in literally any competitive game I've ever watched Rolster play, they go for the Drake rather than the Rift Herald because they recognize, it's very easy, they recognize that they cannot take and win a team fight at this point. It is just about lasting until the late game.
Azure, good, respectful flash. Wanting to get out from under the thumb of the incoming Malphite ult. Salem, by the way, I guess this makes sense on Malphite's spot regardless, but he is going AP. He's not going to get as much gold as he would in, say, I don't know, mid lane, but definitely going to be a threat to the carries. As Rattel's in trouble, center ulti there, the kick doesn't quite get it.
That's
what he could have done last time.
He could have done that last time.
At least we know he understands the interaction, as Chris is going to maybe pop the Herald here as well.
Quick before Fabai dove turret again.
He's like, it's true. He's protecting his teammates. He's a true team player. As the Herald, not used just yet, but is available, of course, for Chris. That was the trade ThunderTalk took for that dragon.
From top side, here comes Salem to catch the wave, receive the gold, and they were considering making a play onto ThunderTalk if they kept chipping away at the turret. The ThunderTalk are very quick to get out.
What happens here? Fabai's chilling. That moonfall
he
was
went
a lot.
On a roundabout, did a full circle. Just smited him. It's that easy. You just tap the ability.
Perfect. Flash tap. Oh, S12K. He's done it again. Oh my god, he found two! It's not going to matter, but it looks so sick. Salem somehow alive. That feels unjust that S12K didn't get a kill.
He does not miss! And on the opposite side, Luna is the key factor. He keeps everyone alive there, playing that Senna very back in the team fight and just pumping out heals. There's the Rift Herald, summon in mid, but nobody from ThunderTalk there to play for it. It's a bait. It's all down here on Isaac.
Yep, it's to make the play here for Z. That's how they're going to get him gold, but Isaac's going to flash away.
No thank you. He manages to survive. They're going to try and give Z as much of this turret as they can, and maybe the entire turret. Here comes Rolster. Considering a rush down the river? No. They're going to recall.
First tower gold goes over to ThunderTalk, goes over to the lane Z was in. Azure gonna get locked up here. Luna can't do this on his own.
Can't reach! Arms too short, Pastry!
Alrighty. We'll take stock, 7 minutes through, 3,000 gold ahead for ThunderTalk, and we don't have very long, because I think they're gonna start fighting again soon.
I think you're accurate about that. Rolster, it doesn't particularly benefit them to fight, with one exception, that of course being Luna. And every time they fight, this Senna gets miles stronger if she's able to just farm souls at the back of the fight. ThunderTalk, it does very much behoove them to fight because they can shut down Isaac. This entire team competition ceases to make sense.
I think I found the minigame. SWK is like, aha, I've discovered the rest of the team, I'm out of here. And I think I figured it out. See, just wants to get in the side lane and 1v1 and farm, and Rolster just hunting him down with all the tanks and all the engage.
And the theory very much is, if you can kill the Yasuo center of the Yasuo composition, it's a nothing composition.
Yep.
So, the theory for ThunderTalk is, yes, get Z side lane farm, also shut down Isaac, it's 2-for-1, we call those freakies.
Looking good on ThunderTalk's side if that's the plan. We'll see what happens though as it develops. As Z is going to get so much gold this game. This is very much a Z-centric mid-game and probably a Z-centric late game as well.
S12K has literally abandoned the Azure and is just shadowing Z around the map. It is his job to keep this pain alive.
Z is roll swapping again. He's back to the Dragon lane now.
Roll swapping to Dua.
Azure like, I don't mind the Ziggs champion, I can play mid for her. He's moonlighting right now in the mid lane. He is in trouble. Doesn't flash though. Chris also to protect as they're looking for the engage. Herald spawned again, but no one's rushing to the objective just yet. It's Rolster back to the Dragon.
A quiet flank here. Rattel has been farming in the side lanes. Though I don't have the items up, I suspect that this Darius is going to do a lot of damage in this next fight.
5v5 time. Ziggs ulti not bad, but not quite enough. S12K looking for it. Salem goes in. Finds two. There's the Yasuo ulti. They pull them back to it. Picture perfect out of Rolster. They get Azure. That's great to start it off. But what can Z get here? He's rampaging through the team. Takes the lantern out to safety. And Chris is dancing around as Favor is trying to make it happen. But Luna dives in. He gets the snare. And now Isaac is going up. But Z is still alive somehow.
Huge! That's a massive Yasuo! Exactly what they need him! And Rolster have set back up, narrowing the gold lead. They are eliminating the gold lead as they take this Dragon.
Watch it again, here again, as this was just so good on the Axe replay out of Rolster. Salem gets straight in there, and as he said, the Yasuo comp does what Yasuo wants.
A perfect combo, absolutely obliterates Azure. The Ziggs a non-factor in this team fight. And then watch the protection detail that Isaac gets from Doe. Just bodyguarding him, making sure that Isaac can find these kills. And Isaac has then the backup. Luna steps forward, provides that backline damage, heal to keep Isaac alive. It is all about Isaac for Rolster.
That windwall angle was so sick there as well to block Z from getting the counter kill. Then he would have gotten Zeke was denied like 3 different kills there in that team fight, despite pumping out damage the whole time. 2 item Bane is just not enough when your team gets evaporated every team fight.
Critically, Z did not die, however, and is still on track to do late game damage. We may get another team fight to prove that here around the Rift Herald.
Herald is the objective, started up already. In fact, looking to be finished by Rolster. Ziggs out there, they're going to try and find the steal instead. It's Yasuo finding a pick onto one, but the rest of ThunderTalk are trying to move back in. There's Doe now with the engage onto S12K, but Z's going to disengage. Condemn tumbles away as Rolster hunting for a kill.
They're okay with this. You see them force that fight down bottom, separate Chris from the team. Chris is going to recall. That's all right. Rolster just want to keep this game going. They are still committed to the game plan, the strategy that has served them so well for so long. They will win if they get to 20 minutes.
All right, 9 minutes left or thereabouts there for Rolster Y. Gold lead's been shredded down as well. ThunderTalk barely up 1,000 gold right now. It's just going to be, again, on this Vayne and on this Ziggs. They are both very potent carries, but it just looks like the fight is so much harder, even if the gold is even.
I will go so far as to say I believe Azure will be a non-factor until we get to like the 15-minute mark, at which point he will have the tools to survive in the back of the team fight. Until then, he's just going to get deleted the second a team fight starts. The difference for Z is he does have that tumble, makes Vayne a little bit harder to track down between the tumble and the condemn. I believe he can keep Isaac at range, keep Rattel from just comboing to death, and that makes him the most important player over on ThunderTalk. He needs to do the damage that stops Rattel and Isaac from just keeping this team alive.
And again, on the other side, it is definitely the Yasuo-centric comp, so Isaac looking good there. 2 items and counting now. as they're still continuing to defend this mid tower as well. I mean, ThunderTalk are trying to 1-3-1 them, but Rolster doing a very good job of keeping these side lanes honest.
Watch this sweep down here. Rolster beginning the fight. Anytime they can get an opportunity to start fights, it's going to come through Salem or Ratel. Ratel building the Protovel Darius. Here we go.
Oh, that's so nice. Everywhere, Salem just covers 4 screens. A whole tablet worth of engage there for Salem. It's a turret trade there, but that's not going to be enough against this Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald's very likely going to get 2 charges off here. This is Rolster growing their gold lead and growing their gold lead onto their critical carries.
Still don't have a gold lead yet. Their Herald is not going to charge again. It was denied. Nice moves there from S12K.
So good.
That being said, ThunderTalk are not very far ahead, and I think in this kind of game, unless you are going to show me the best Vayne I've ever seen in Wild Rift in late game, I don't think you can navigate these 5v5s.
He does have, I believe, the second most golden game behind Ratel. So the carries are still the carries. Seeing Ratel still chewing up this goal. And as a reminder, I did mention it earlier, it was a little bit quiet in the last team fight. It was decided by wombo combos, but Ratel is building a very, very big Darius. Expect him to shred these team fights.
Yeah, this ain't Tank Darius this time around. It's still carry Ratel, which is nice. You love to see it there. Outer also making sure that their key carry really in their last series, and in this one as well, it seems like, is still getting those tools.
I don't think ThunderTalk can contest this Drake. They don't have the team fight for it right now. The Zor's so far behind.
Do you think they are going to contest this Drake?
Chris is going to be able to steal it at the very least.
Gonna miss it. Ooh, no!
He steals it!
He finds it! And there's the lantern out. Chris! That's so nicely done.
Chris steals away the dragon. Yet another heroic performance by the ThunderTalk jungler.
And he's been very good this series. Doe heating up as well. Off of the Graves, onto the tanks. Looking a lot better there out of the Rolster jungle as well. I feel like both teams are ramping up as the series goes on, and ThunderTalk are throwing more and more surprises, and Rolster have a couple in their back pocket as well.
I do not understand how ThunderTalk continue to keep this gold lead. It's all on their side lane farming, objective steals like that. But by piecemeal, by individual skirmishes and pickups, they've managed to maintain a gold lead in a game where Rolster are so terrifying in the team fight, they refuse to fight them.
Again, now they have to stick together, have to dodge out the Malphite, who's just glued to the Azure basically
Rolster.
in any roam.
Sweeping on the cutoff,
they've
all
already
of
found the
Rolster.
cut. Azure is just dead to rights. That flash was not worth it. S12K, I would also revisit that because I don't think you want to pull the team closer to you right now.
The key ults are down.
Oh, we'll see. That's maybe a pick, but Dora's pretty tanky. Salem finds the other side of it all. Now is he going to get moved back in? It's Ratel trying to find the kill on Salem with the Protovel, finishes it off, and the backside of the fight's gone horribly wrong. Luna's going to live, but for how much longer? Faye behind Chris as Luna's just getting out of there, and I think Luna's out.
Luna manages to just speed away, and he will survive. The fight goes well for Rolster, considering a 2-for-1 trade at the end of the day, and a kill most critically onto Z. As ThunderTalk spot an opportunity, they say, you blew an incredible amount of ultimates just to kill Azure. That was Dawning Shadow, that was the last breath out of Isaac. There were none of the key team fight ultimates available to finish the combos. So Rolster are vulnerable despite having a player advantage, and ThunderTalk are so unafraid that they are willing to launch that 4v5 assault, and they walk away 1-for-1.
All right, now TJ, we keep talking about the late game. We're about 4 minutes from the 20-minute mark as Chris is trying to find something there. Nice little play, but not enough. I have to point out, Baron is up, and the Elder is next. And the Elder is a real spicy one, TJ. It's the Infernal.
We are going to team fight for Rolster's tournament lives. It is going to come down to the team fight for or around this Elder Infernal Drake, and Rolster know it. That's why they're playing defense now, slowing things down, trying to find isolated picks if they can get them, but not taking any risks, not with Luna.
Oh, now they have to try and get the tower. It's so annoying. The Zig Satchel is there, but they can't get it. It's so dangerous to group to try and finish it off, and that is a big deal for Rolster trying to take these big objectives.
And Rolster are entirely dependent upon those tanks to protect the backline. We saw things go wrong in the last team fight when Luna and Isaac were left exposed. That cannot happen again. Should that happen in a fair 5v5, ThunderTalk would have won the fight outright. they must defend their backline for the dive. That dive going to come out from Chris and Feibai.
Baron bait, S12K in trouble. Protobot's out to safety. Feibai also there, but everyone's backing away.
30 seconds on this Infernal Elder. It's coming up. And Rolster have no control of the river nearby. ThunderTalk forcing the Korean team to walk into the bush, to walk into the river blind.
Rolster just won a team fight. ThunderTalk just flirting with them, not giving them the fight that they're looking for. But they have to respect the potential Baron. They have to respect this as well. Feibai flashes, that's 12K. Gonna get himself slowed up. Now move back in with the Gragas cast. There's the Dawning Shadow, and that's going to be enough. Zig's ulti not good as Salem is going to find one, but that's not enough either as Z is popped the ulti. They're going in, but he's got stayed up by Luna. That's not what they're after, but Feibai's popping up in the fight. Almost gets Luna, but it's not done yet. Z, though, still fighting, shoots down Doe, and now Rattel going to go back through, but Z is still alive. But the snare from Luna, the stasis is actually enough as Z finds the flash over into the Raptor pit.
2 for 1. Luna somehow miraculously keeps himself alive in the back of this team fight. Yet again, the miracle worker that makes Rolster's late games work. As the pressure comes his way, perfectly timed stasis, perfectly timed flash. He manages to survive off of his own mechanical skills. The team fight starts well as S12K oversteps, but they don't find the setup for E6 Yasuo ultimate, which means they're scrapping for the rest of this team fight. And when Feibai finds that ultimate, things are going sideways. But look at Luna, stasis underneath the turret, 1 HP, he survives and manages to return damage from that low HP, healing himself up, keeping his team alive.
The Elder is up, and Rolster in the area. Chris is already here alongside Z though. Where is everybody else? Rolster are a little late to this.
They want to give red buff over to Ezek, look at that. He's doing the extra work during this moment, knowing that ThunderTalk can't start the Infernal by themselves. Rolster preying upon that indecision. ThunderTalk trying to exploit it themselves, splitting out across the map, giving blue buff over to their carry Feibai.
Gonna have to remember to breathe. These are gonna be very long team fights, TJ.
ThunderTalk are doing Baron. Nobody's got vision on them.
Wait,
they can just do Baron.
They're flipping it. Chris is just going for the steal. They have to know he's done this every time. And now they move, and now they go in. They're going to kill the jungler. That's a beautiful wombo combo. Salem dead, despite the Thresh Lantern. And now Z is going for the fight. Double play there. Z has popped the ulti. Salem in trouble, but not dead yet. The Elder is theirs. Secured by Rolster. That should be it. Rattel, Protobot's in. Z the target. This looks like game 5 on my screen, TJ. Rolster doing it again. The ace is so close. Rolster pushing in now onto Azure. It's only S12K left alive.
I think you're right, Pastry. I think Rolster have done it. With the Elder Infernal pickup, it is almost impossible for ThunderTalk to get back in this game. Rolster are going to take their time. It looks like they're considering a Baron, but it almost does not matter because at this point, they have an almost insurmountable lead. And against the brink of elimination, they have won 2 games in a row and tied up the series. The only thing that can stop them now is heroics from Z.
And the Winions, S12K roaming on in. Maybe looking for a steal, gonna interfere with Isaac here, and Isaac's just gonna let it go.
Oh man, those minions.
Yeah, they mean business.
Really shredding the Nexus as well. Not a great sign for Rolster. It will make it a little bit harder to find split map pressure here. As they need to push in through the 2 bottom lanes. That top lane is going to be a little bit more difficult to make things happen out of. That creates an opportunity. ThunderTalk want to outlast this Baron. It won't increase their odds tremendously, but anything's better than fighting into a double buffed team.
I mean, there's just no way they can win this game, right?
I have seen some late game Vanes. Late game Vayne does enough damage that the Elder Infernal might not matter. Rolster can find this fight with her separated though.
I like this from Rolster. CZ immediately pressure. Rattel's cruising up in the top lane as well. S12K getting himself poked up, but it's going to be all right. Z's forced to back and he does rejoin the team.
And it's not just Z, there's also Azure who's going to really come into his own in the late game. And look at that wave clear.
S12K, he's starting it off. He doesn't find it though.
Luna half HP'd by the combo, needs to play
Chris!
the safe. Here comes Chris.
Chris is the fight, Feibai goes back in. They found it. ThunderTalk going for the team fight. And Z's still alive. The GA's going to keep him up. But as
Azua needs to live as well. Rattel is getting poked off as Z still fighting alongside Feibai. They got the Ziggs, but Z is still going. And Luna's dead. ThunderTalk found the deep fight.
They've done it! Z finds the team fight he needs, and ThunderTalk fight into the Elder Infernal, and they win the fight.
Is the game over?
I don't know. 30 seconds. It's going to be the best shot of ThunderTalk versus Rattel. Who else to try and save the game for Rolster?
I don't think they can end, but they're going to do some damage here. Izek's up in 15 seconds. Beibai's pushing bot lane. They get one tower. 2 would be very nice here.
This is possible if the bottom lane turret goes down, so Rattel needs to force in.
Oh, he's just fighting me now. He's dead. Great stun out of Z. There's Chris with the kick. The stasis buys critical time. Precious seconds that they need. And now Rattel goes back through. He's dunking Z, but Z takes him out. Here comes Salem for revenge. And Izek gets a kill as well.
An excellent play by Salem. Protobelt, unstoppable force. He shuts down the carry for ThunderTalk that made all of this possible. And Rolster, hold on by Rattel.
It's just big blows, knockout punches being thrown, but no one's blown to the mat just yet. Great save there from Rattel. Salem there, finishing the job. Carry's dead for 25 seconds, but ThunderTalk will get another fight here.
ThunderTalk will get another fair fight. Rolster are not about to fight without Rattel. That means Rolster must once more 5 versus 5 team fight for their tournament lives here in the Horizon Cup.
Z's done, by the way. His build's ready. I mean, if you're going to put your team to the finals, if you were going to fulfill the narrative that you have laid out since your team started the campaign of Horizon Cup, this is one hell of a game to carry.
Baron in 15 seconds. ThunderTalk must do the impossible. To the Elder Infernal Dragon versus a late game scaling team. ThunderTalk must win a 5v5 team fight and end this game.
Chris, surprise. Not a surprise he wants, but Rattel's not going to go in for it here. It's very tense here. This game is long.
Rattel versus Z happening now in the bottom lane. Rattel does have TP and can return to this fight up top. That's why Rolster turns EDP to the Baron.
No TPs for ThunderTalk either. So they can't go for this now. Ziggs is going to get the bad news, and Baron has been shredded and dead.
Can they get out? Can they get out? Here comes ThunderTalk to try and force the 5v4. They've got Z rotating in.
And now Doe onto Azua, but he gets dodged. Now Chris is going back through. The Yasuo only needs one. There's the Stasis Lantern out again. Azua clicks on it. He is going to live, but Salem finds a kill in the back of the fight. And Z just hasn't joined his team. So much time being bought for Chris, but I'm not sure it's enough as Doe's going to live through the assault.
A perfect team fight for Rolster. They mitigate the threat from ThunderTalk, who split them in half around that Baron. And now, with 2 kills, surely this should be game. Making 3 kills, a Baron buff, 24 minutes, the longest game of the tournament. And Rolster keep their hopes alive.
It's Z versus the world, and the world has answered. Rolster are going to give us game number 5.
I'm washing my hands. I got to get some of this series off of them. There's too much series all over my hands, Pastry. We're going to game 5 in the semi-finals.
Oh boy. I don't think water's going to be enough. We're going to have to pipe oxygen into the desk at some point. That game especially, my goodness, every 5v5 lasted an eternity, which makes sense in a Rolster game. They don't lose when they get past 20 minutes. That has held true so far this series. It is very fitting that Rolster's game that pushes them to the shot at the final is the longest game in Horizon Cup.
Well, don't dot your eyes, cross your T's yet.
Yeah, true. We could still have the longest game in Horizon Cup.
It does still come down to this game 5. This semi-final determines who goes on to face Darkun Gaming in the grand finals of the Horizon Cup. And I genuinely could not predict a winner at this point.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to predict one either. So let's send it over to Smack Stigon and Iraqi Zoro ahead of the 5th game.
Thank you very much, guys. It is a Game 5, our first Game 5 here in the Knockouts, and it feels deserved. It has been a bloody battle here for Rolster as they've gone to the deepest wells of resilience to battle back here, Smacks.
That game was insane. That has to be the single best game of the Horizon Cup so far. I don't want to count out the rest of them. We still have one more game in this series. We still have the finals, but I wouldn't be surprised if that ended up being the best one because that was the longest one. The fights were the best. Every single moment had me on the edge of my seat, you on the edge of your seat, and then Iraqi as well. We were all just so tense here. I love that game so much.
Iraqi, let's get you in here, man, just because this draft, we talked about it during the draft phase. The Yasuo wasn't quite finding the way through. You were talking about maybe Rolster overthought the draft with putting the Gragas and the Malphite in there. Get in there.
Yeah, I think Rolster in a way outsmarted themselves. Not having Gragas as the duo lane with the fasting Senna meant that they lose bot prio. And then when they did flex it to the jungle, they also lost on an opportunity to pick up a stronger jungler. Combine that with the fact that they have a melee versus ranged matchup in the mid lane between Yasuo and Vayne, which automatically means you lose prio in that lane as well for the first 3 levels. It meant that ThunderTalk could literally do whatever they wanted on the bot side of the map for the entirety of the early game, and Rolster had no way of fighting back.
Yes, let's take a look at the highlights. There's a whole lot of it because, of course, it was the longest game of the Horizon Cup, regardless of what round it was in. And it started off here, a decent engage on the Yasuo, which forced a rotation around, or a decent engage on the Vayne, which rotated around down on the bottom side of the map, and then very sneakily got the kill. Rattel was able to kick off this trade right here as well that made TJ confused. Oh, you're gonna just smite it here, I believe is what TJ said here. Rocky, get in there.
Yeah, I mean, the saving grace for Rolster Y is the fact that they have a so much stronger 5v5 team fighting composition. So as long as the gold gap wasn't too large coming out of the early game, which I don't think it was somewhere between 2 and 3K, they can have team fights exactly like this one that you can see on your screen, where they can just force with their wombo combo of Malphite and Yasuo and take them with ease. And at that point, their composition does come to show, and their idea and draft does work.
I was a little worried for them at that early game because, like we saw, they were down pretty heavily on the side of Rolster Y, but as soon as that first Malphite ultimate hit 3 members, I knew that we were in for a banger. And then they just keep on going. This entire highlight reel is just Malphite ult after Malphite ult.
Yeah, and that one where they cut the Ziggs in mid lane, that was kind of frustrating for me if I'm a ThunderTalk fan, because they were in the process of setting up the 1-3-1. You have the wave clear with Ziggs, but they went deep. And this is where it got scary if you're a Rolster fan. Watch Salem here. Salem looking to ult someone. Salem looking to ult anyone. Whiffs his ult. And this is where Z goes crazy. And Fabai, who's been under a lot of scrutiny before this series, has the opportunity to clean up here, Rocky.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Diana, so it's a pick that he's really comfortable on. And I mean, how insane was this late game? Because after that, they almost lost the game, but they came back. They took Elder, they took Baron, and then they find another amazing team fight where their composition can come through. And I have to say, at this point, I'm pretty sure Rolster Y are feeling themselves. There's a lot of momentum coming in with them. They're so close to the reverse sweep and making it to the grand finals of the most prestigious tournament of the entire year for Wildrift.
All right, hey, and a reminder that Iraqi Zoro, Professor Iraqi Zoro that is, picked Rolster to win this one. And as you can see, he was very hype while watching Rolster win. I'm telling you, me and Smacks, we're ready to get in the game, man, just because he's constantly shot calling what's next. He's clapping, he's saying, "Let's go, guys!" And I'm like, oh, Smacks, my guy.
It was awesome. Oh man, look at that pop up. It was an intense game for all 3 of us, but really, if you just watch this one, you can tell that Iraqi was definitely taking it the hardest and taking it the hypest as well.
Yeah, all right, rightfully so. The tie was just getting tighter and tighter. So now, with the tie being 2-2, either one of you switching on your predictions here. Smacks, I'll go with you first.
I think I have the harder job. I think Iraqi Zoro is probably not going to swap his, but I'm not going to swap mine either. I'm sticking by ThunderTalk's side. I think they can stop the momentum and stop the reverse sweep.
Professor, we staying with the roster pick here?
I mean, why give up now? I had faith coming in. The 75% fan vote had faith coming in, and I'm going to stay by that. I hope they can close out. The momentum is on their side. Just got to clean up the early game a little bit and try not to fall as far behind, and then wait for your strengths, which are the team fighting and the later on gameplay that you can do as a team.
All right, well, ThunderTalk, remember, we saw them cackling earlier when Rolster pulled out the Vayne ban. Not so loose now. A little bit more focused. I wouldn't say dejected, but a little bit more focused. 2-2 here. Winner moves on to the finals of the first international LAN for Wild Rift, the Horizon Cup Finals. Who will it be? Let's find out with Pastry and TJ. Take us home, boys.
Thank you very much, Tegan. We have arrived, TJ, at game number 5. Hopefully, not the only 5th game of the tournament, but we only got one more chance left, and that's tomorrow. And we'll see if Darkun Gaming are facing either ThunderTalk or KT Rolster Y.
I'm holding onto the desk like a race car. I don't know where I'm going next, Pastry.
It might speed away at any moment at this rate. You know, I've knocked over a water bottle. We've like thrown some stuff around.
I will say I jumped during that last game and the entire desk rolled forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's the next thing is that we come back to us. It's just no desk. We pushed it over to the other side of the studio because the game's so hype.
I don't know if we have a clip of it, but at the end of game number 2, Pastry threw his empty water bottle up in the air, and it did a flip and landed right behind his chair, right behind him in the chair, and it is one of the most insane things I've ever seen.
Unfortunately, they'll have to believe your story. I don't believe we have that one on record, but you're my witness to my incidental sweet empty water bottle flip.
It was gnarly, dude.
You know, I tell you what's gnarly. Team fights in the last game.
Oh.
And game 5
Game
pretty
4 and
gnarly
game
too.
5.
Alrighty, it's back on blue, or still on blue perhaps for ThunderTalk. Red here for Rolster in the last one, and I think Z and Rattel are losing some picks because honestly, TJ, despite all of the great things that have happened, every film has great supporting cast, but it's really about the leads. And the leads in this series are absolutely the 2 carries. It is Z versus Rattel once again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to see if we get a full 6-ban focus on stars last draft. As I believe Smacks pointed out, every single ban was targeted at either Z or Rattel. And that unfortunately means a whole lot of top lane characters get banned, which does narrow the pool for Rattel. He was forced out of the hard carry pool onto a Darius last game, which he looked pretty good on, but just couldn't have the same game impact he could on many of the other picks here. And we are indeed getting it out of ThunderTalk. That's a complete run back. And Rolster running back as well. Same sex.
Malphite's scary.
Is Malphite scary?
Oh,
Yeah.
Sen is scary. That's the problem they want to run.
Wow.
Interesting.
So, ThunderTalk draft away the Senna. This is going to get matched by Ziggs. This Senna does open up all kinds of things for the ThunderTalk bottom lane, where S2K has been playing very well. I'm curious if we'll see maybe a Galio come through there, a Gragas come through there, and be hard carries.
Ooh, Lucian.
This is interesting. Rolster pivoting a little bit earlier in the game, Pastry. This is more reminiscent of what Rolster do domestically, where they win around the second Dragon team fight, around the 10 to 15 minute mark, as opposed to in these late game 20-minute marks.
Chris back on Lee, I do like that. I think he's been excellent on the pick so far. Not much reason to change that here. I'm guessing this does kind of signal that Ezek's going to be playing Ziggs, and it's going to be Luna's Lucian, but I guess I will leave the door open for Rattel's Lucian as well.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on that, as the Lucian could go anyway, but I do expect it to go in Luna's hands. What do you pull out mid for Rattel, though? He's seen the pick, he has counter pick now. Darius down.
Yeah, not much left. I actually like that pick a lot for that reason. So it is Olaf, which could be top, could be jungle. There is flexibility there.
Rolster do play Olaf top. This is a thing that happens in the WCK. I don't like it very much. I don't think it's especially good, but it is all right into Darius because his CC doesn't land. I would, until there is evidence otherwise, I would expect that to be in the jungle though.
All right, well,
oh, that's the evidence.
All right, well, it's not going to be this, as Nunu was picked in. But
So-
what if it was center mid, though?
I assume it's not going to be your sentiment.
It's definitely not going to be center mid.
But I will give you...
But I am very prepared if it somehow is.
If it is center mid, I will just give you like 20 seconds. You can just talk about your solo queue.
You know, it's been great for me. That's all the people need to know.
No, only if it gets
all right. It's good. It's Orianna. We're back at Orianna, which narratively is very interesting to me. We'll let you chat first.
Well, I think the biggest marker here is that ThunderTalk has stolen the late game away from Rolster. They do have the Lee Sin to kind of bridge that gap, but they are playing to Senna, Orianna, the late game. Rolster on the opposite side do have a late game threat that Olaf gets mighty scary, Six does all right in the late game, but their power spike is going to be a little bit earlier around this Lucian. They've got the clear CC train built up, Nunu into Nami. They're going to try and use that to win mid-game teamfights, and that means they're going to have to move a mite faster than they did in the other 4 games of this series.
Which has not been a strength for Rolster. They are the 20-minute team. I feel like the matchups here are Z versus Rattel and KT versus the clock. And if they make it to 20 minutes, it's double thumbs up and they win. If not, typically things fall to pieces.
Yeah, and not this game. Though they will still have late game power, it's not going to be the same. The Senna, the Orianna, the biggest late game powerhouses available in a draft are both over on ThunderTalk thanks to some very shrewd drafting. And that means this game 5 of the semi-final, the single game that determines which team advances to play Darkun in the grand final of the Rise Cup, is going to be completely different from every game we've seen so far.
Wouldn't have it any other way for a game 5. And the thing I was going to say, you know, for the Z, the player we've talked about for ThunderTalk this whole time, it is very fitting to me that if he's going to qualify and make it to that final, it'll be on Orianna, a champion I kind of want to say he's learnt or relearned as he's played through the tournament, because his day 1 Orianna was very different from today's Orianna.
Day 1 Orianna was like mayonnaise. Here in the semi-finals, it's spicy pastry.
It is very spicy, that is true. The other thing is, like, ThunderTalk, if they're going to go later, play 5v5, it's gonna be a team. They're gonna out-team fight KT.
That's what the Orianna draft does insist on. If you draft an Orianna, you are demanding that your team organize in front of you. And I think what's most interesting about that is it is a bet on Z, but it is also Z betting on his teammates. Z leading into the team that ThunderTalk has built over the course of this tournament.
Exactly!
As they step forward in Game 5 with their tournament lives on the line.
Nice and easy to remember how long this roster's been together, because it's the exact same length as Horizon Cup. As we'll see what happens here. It is the 5th and final game of tonight. We will find out who is going to be playing in the grand final up against Darkun Gaming. Will it be the all-Chinese affair with ThunderTalk qualifying? Will it be Rolster completing the reverse sweep and showcasing a rivalry that we have seen many times in esports?
The earliest jungle presence is going to be a bit of a race. You can expect Doe to arrive pretty early in lane once he's got Nunu, but Chris can fight dead lane. First 2-3 levels because, of course, they're on Lee Sin. So this game is going to start scrappy.
Early gold for Rattel there as well. It takes a little bit out of the mid lane there for Isaac. Seen this already from him.
Isaac on the same is playing a waiting game, but you're keeping things at a distance. He's going to share some of that XP with Rattel, boosting him about a level ahead if everything goes to plan.
Also, I think has some focus on the bottom side of the map. Really from something we haven't seen much in this series. We had that one game where Chris went bottom lane and set up Azure, but it's really been the top side, which makes sense given the positioning of the carries in this series. But I think especially for the Rolster side, Luna's going to have to get aggressive, which is not something he really does in the 2v2.
No, Luna is the master of kiting. Luna is the master of hiding behind his carries and team fights. This game is going to demand that Luna play aggressively in that Lucian. More so, it's going to be dependent on Doe's early presence in lane. Do they early gank the Senna in order to shut that down?
Rattel already forcing Daria actually out of favor, yeah. The pocket Olaf coming out nicely here in the early stages even of this game.
Even before Ragnarok's online, the Darius trading pattern kind of demands people be up close, and then he wants to separate. And Olaf is very good at just staying up close and personal.
Rattel even roaming down for the crab. Are they giving him... Yeah, they are. He's just taking a little bit of extra here. I love that play. Wait, is there a crab? Am I going crazy? There is a crab there.
All right, Pastry.
I'm not losing it. You're losing it.
Game 5 taking its toll. This crab will indeed go over to Cress. Was it ever really there? Don't ask Pastry.
Yeah,
he's going to go for an invade. Wow.
Very obviously not a jungler, as Chris. He's going to try it. Doe is here, though. Chris does not know. And the team does. So now it could be trouble. The rest of the squad are roaming up. Chris is like, aha. I see what's going on. Oh, we missed it. He can't steal it. Oh, here we go, back in. Oh, we got it.
He stole it! I don't know what to make of this!
That's very casual, but he did get it. I like that.
Everything went wrong for ThunderTalk. Rolster had the perfect opportunity.
Chris still manages to make away with the blue buff.
Great success there. As Chris, ooh, early executioner's calling.
Yeah, I will say one of the things that matters a lot in this game is just the early game tempo, and what we're seeing right now where Rolster are having to fight to defend their own buffs, where they're having to fight inside their own jungle because of Chris's presence. That may decide this series.
Already kicked him, but not going to follow onto Isaac, but a lot of damage done here, opening up some space for Z, as Chris continues to take farm away, and Rattel almost solo killed Faber.
And this is the performance that won them games number 1 and 2. Chris dominating the jungle on this Lee Sin and continuing to steal away everything he can, forcing Doe to fight for table scraps.
Yeah, I think he did manage to smite that Raptor away, did Doe, but still not what he really wants to be doing with his time. As Faber has got himself the belt. But watch this one again here. How did this almost happen for Rattel?
Well, you see this Olaf is going to walk.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Very quick fingers, by the way, from the center. Faber happy to have Azua awake and ready to go with a very quick Dawn Shadow.
And there's just nothing you can do if you're the Darius on that one, aside from you can ping the ult, you can be like, Rattel burned ult. Fortunately, because it's Wild Rent, it'll be back else.
Here comes Chris, looking for the kick, doesn't grab it just yet. Dodges the bubble though, but the tidal wave's going to connect, and oh my goodness, the snowball is rolling on in. The first blood's still available. Zig's dunk is there, and Doe is going to get it. Now Azua's left for Darius. Rolster is going to find 2 kills.
Rolster with a massive double kill! Finally finds their early game tempo exactly where we asked them to. It's down in the bottom lane. Luna benefiting from both kills. The actual gold getting passed over to Doe, enabling them to build a frontline tank that ThunderTalk are going to struggle to work through in this mid game.
Watch this one again. ThunderTalk a little more than they could shoot here in the Axe replay.
Luna with a very good calling, an instant response by Salem from that tidal wave. The second they realized that they might be able to find an over-aggressive Lee Sin. And that's exactly what they need to do as Rolster. Punish everything ThunderTalk are giving them.
Doe is behemoth right now on this Nunu.
Don't do this, Rattel.
Sunfire Cape there, Rattel thinks better of it.
He wasn't checking for vision. They had a ward in there, so I genuinely don't know why Rattel was thinking about walking into a 1v3.
Walking into a different 1v3.
Chris got
the Q.
He's got all.
Greyby's in. Chris is there. My goodness, he does a lot of damage, but there's Dawning Shadow, and there's the dunk out of Faber for the kill.
Chris burning. 1 HP. Chris survives, and he picks up the gold as well.
Isaac now going in, but he's pretty strong on this stick, so Faber is going to have to back out of there. And the thing that they want is the side they want to win on here. Rolster got the bottom lane tower off that.
In trouble here.
Doesn't feel worth it. Just can't do anything. Isaac just clears the wave and chills out. Now Z's here. They're going for everything. Shockwave hits. Not enough damage. Almost enough damage, but now Rattel's back. Z's flashing back. Now going to try and make it happen. That W missing might cost Z his life here.
Rattel doesn't have ulti, and that means he can't close the distance. This slows the center route. They're too scary. And he will back away, but he does a good call in the midst of all that, Julian, and that is that Rolster did manage to contribute that bot lane turret into Luna's bank account. He's now a very big Lucian, and it's freed up Salem. Salem no longer charged with escorting that Lucian. Your bottom lane can come up here and protect Rattel against the pressure that's going his way.
This gold lead for Rolster. This is looking like early ThunderTalk in the first open games of the series.
A very good sign for them. But look at ThunderTalk, wow, just completely committed to killing Rattel. They know he's a carry player, and they are devoting all of their resources to getting this kill. Because after games 1 through 5, they are certain that if they can shut down Rattel, they could win this game.
There's a trade as well. They don't get the kill, but they do get the tower. That is nice here for ThunderTalk. It's not enough to close the gold gap, but it does cut it in about half.
They'll need to reset though, and that leaves Rolster with complete command in the middle of the map. They're going to press forward here with the Ziggs. They might be able to do turret damage.
Really nice from Z to stop that culling. But it's just wave clear duty. Like, Z's not going to have that offensively now if ThunderTalk want to make a play.
Cooldown's relatively long.
Herald here. ThunderTalk trying to crack open the mid tower. They couldn't get in game number 4. Gonna get the charge off here.
Toe carries the root into Luna. And that means that the Rift Herald charges. A little bit of trolling, just for the team, just for the boys.
Well, still got, 850 HP left on the tower, so not dead just yet, but, noodling around does happen sometimes. He's gonna snowball wherever he wants. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Mostly it's good.
I don't think that Rolster should subscribe to this ideology that you're pitching, Julian.
Yeah, I do agree that, stylistically, doesn't seem like they line up with that kind of style. The free-form jazz Nuno. I think they're much more rigid and classical.
This is a very interesting way of rebranding a Nuno that just runs it down in my games.
Does he even have sweeper? I think he's fine. Don't get the pass from him.
ThunderTalk playing very defensively right now, and again, this is a flip of previous games. The pressure is on Rolster to do something into Oriana's center, which is going to get so scary towards the 15-minute mark. They need to fight now if you're Rolster. This window around the 8 to 10-minute mark is their strongest. They're going to get worse and worse, I think, as Luna's going to start falling off. They'll still have damage in the late game, but they'll have to fight into the peak performance of ThunderTalk.
Feibai and Azua just chilling out, knowing the pressure is coming here in the top side of the map. There is a Rift Herald up in 20 seconds that Rolster are looking to play for.
Joe scared away here. This Rift Herald would be big for Rolster. It would open up the middle of the map, which is their main goal right now. They can lock down this mid turret. That means that further objectives go their way, and that mitigates the lane. The goal here, by picking up the Drakes, is to give themselves tools to work with. As we go later in this game, this center, this Oriana, get bigger and bigger.
Dragon's up as well. Chris has been down the bottom lane this whole time, actually, so I'm going to try and set up for this Dragon. Here comes Rattel on the flank. Azua completely out of position.
Rattel
pulls the trigger, but doesn't find the axe. They now reset the Dragon, so a bit awkward here for Rolster.
And ThunderTalk are completely out of position. Look at Luna just poking over the wall. Here comes Rattel.
Zig's ulti down. They're going to try and dodge it. Here's Rattel going in again. Pops the Ragnarok. Azul with the Dawning Shadow going to try and save the day. S12K barely live. Rattel barely lives. And somehow everyone's walking away.
Nobody dies in a 5 versus 5 team fight in game number 5 for both teams' tournament hopes. As Rolster back away, are forced to back away. It's a good execution of their sequence, but ThunderTalk are very aware of what's about to hit them. You see this instant kite come out from them. Azure helping the team back away from that threat.
And Chris just keeps the wave going, trying to pressure this bottom side tower, still open up more space around this Dragon. Time for a reset now for ThunderTalk. They have made their way back here, and Z's ulti's cooling off very quickly.
Around the Drake, ThunderTalk 2 vision set up, and they're starting to push forward. They use Feibai and S12K as their front line, try to position Z and Azure behind it, just poking out damage. If Rolster want to win this fight, they need to get Rattel in specific into that backline, give him access to Z.
So you're also poking here in this siege. ThunderTalk are trying to open up space before they get onto this Dragon. They're being patient here. Well, something we've really had to see from them, honestly, but very Rolster-like, honestly, in this situation.
Yeah, ThunderTalk playing patiently and slowly in this mess.
I'm going to take it back in a moment because Chris, a little too close to the Ola, he's going to dash away. Great shockwave out of Z, but no follow-up, and he lost a lot of health in the trade there. And now S12K is locked up, and that should be a kill. No, not yet. The Dawning Shadow going to save him temporarily, but Chris can't find it, gets the kick instead. Kicks Luna into the team, and he's dead. Chris has found the play that might save them here. As Feibai now roams on in.
And ThunderTalk see Rattel on the bottom side of the map, and they pull the trigger. They know they can play aggressive. There is no tool to gain access to the backline. The only thing they need to do is shut down Luna, and they do exactly that. Chris, the hero, yet again for ThunderTalk.
High value bomb there for Isaac to cancel 2 recalls, but they're just going to take the 2 kills, 2-for-1 trade in favor of ThunderTalk, reset it up, and look again, TJ. That gold lead, less than 1,000 now. And Chris is even starting the Drake.
Spotted by this Redemption, very well played. Here comes Salem to try and harass. He doesn't have the safety. Watch S12K on this flank. This is so dangerous for Rolster.
Here as well, though, there's the Ziggs bomb down. Feibai spinning on in, they're on to Doe. Luna again, but now Doe's completely isolated. He's dead! No, he's not dead yet. He now finally falls to Faye by. Senna now trying to get the roots down, and there's a double kill. Faye by's popping up, but Rattel is going to dive back through. Who gets the dragon? Doesn't matter right now, because Senna's slain the enemy, and now the rest of ThunderTalk are diving on in, and Chris is just comboing everyone into oblivion, including that Mountain Drake.
A perfect team fight for ThunderTalk. They do find the Drake in the midst of all that, and Rolster can't respond to the quick map movement of ThunderTalk. Oh, Isaac.
Azura is playing with fire. What a dodge. Dawning Shadow gets the Q down. One last order. Flashes in for the Q. Dodges between the tower. That's the ace for ThunderTalk.
Azura, what was that? He flashes forward to find the kill, secure the turret, and make sure that this team fight finds its maximum possible conversion. As Joe gets caught out early here, separated from the team. The tidal wave tries to repair the situation, but the damage is done. ThunderTalk can organize their front to back with Bayby soaking up all of the damage, and nobody on Rolster able to access the backline. See Azure, they're just free firing. Nobody even touches them during this team fight.
Thread the needle through the eye of the storm there. As you can see, the ThunderTalk camp starting to get excited, starting to see the finals on the horizon.
See a grand finals in their future, and all they need to do is keep this pace. ThunderTalk have the late game damage advantage. The only thing that goes wrong for them is the next few minutes where Rolster can force a sketchy team fight, use Rattel in particular. And look at this, Rattel's caught off.
Chris is going to force the Ragnarok on his own. He has been an absolute superstar for the team this series. And this game may be his best work yet. S12K trying to make it happen onto Isaac, Dawning Shadow. Going to keep the team safe as Zig chucks out the bomb to try and defend.
Rattel in trouble here.
He knows it. Oh, gets tagged. Bayby walks up to the tower instead. They're going to try and finish this off.
Doe roaming in here, and Rattel just struggling on the Olaf. It's not the hard carry he wanted. By eliminating literally the entire top character pool, ThunderTalk have forced Rattel to play a champion that he does not feel comfortable on. And you are seeing it as ThunderTalk press forward. They're down to just the inhibitors now.
This gold lead is massive on the ThunderTalk side, and they are the team that, again, they're the 20-minute team this time around, and they have a gold lead of the mid-game team.
And 4 turrets stand between ThunderTalk and their shot at the Horizon Cup, their shot at the Grand Finals.
So for Rolster, a team that is not used to being in this situation, they are the team that look to the clock and see if the first numbers are 2, and if it's not, they just vibe and wait until it is. They do not get that luxury this game.
Rolster, I think, have passed the point of no return, frankly. I do not think there is a point at which this game gets better for them at this point. They are always going to be fighting from a disadvantage from here until the end of the game. And if they want to change that, they must step forward and force disadvantaged fights for ThunderTalk. That means around the Baron, around this upcoming Elder Infernal Drake, which may once again decide a game in this series.
Chris is not even interested in the objective, by the way.
No.
He's like fighting people.
Because ThunderTalk understands the only way they lose this game is those disadvantaged fights. So why start the Dragon? Why start the Baron? This is why Rolster are so infamous for taking their time in late games. Because they win the late games usually. But this time, Game 5 of the semifinals, that is no longer true.
Alright, well, not only are they pressuring this Baron, not only is Chris a side laner now, apparently, but there is 15 seconds until the Infernal Dragon is up. And it is not just any Infernal Dragon. It's the biggest one of all. It's the spiciest one.
It is the Elder Infernal for the ticket to the Grand Finals. For Rolster and ThunderTalk's tournament lives, they must walk up here and just 5v5 for the game.
For ThunderTalk, it all but seals this game for them. For Rolster, it just keeps them alive. I don't know if it even wins them the game, but they have to fight for it. And Doe
that was
just blind spots him. They just predicting where the Nunu is sitting, and Chris has found the kick that might be the game. Doe flashes out though.
Rattel's too far forward on this TP. He's in trouble.
No, the Ragnarok now is going to have to join the fight as Zua's cutting it out and see. Flashes out as well, Dawning Shadow picks up the Olaf. There's no dead. They can't do it anymore. It's Fei-Bai diving into the backside, dunking onto Isaac. He's going to take down the Ziggs, and Luna is going to try and save the game, but Salem is dead. It's only Luna left alive, and that is the game.
That's the semi-final as ThunderTalk win a team fight around this Elder Infernal Dragon, and they find a complete ace. They find the win they so badly needed, and they've got a 3-2 series victory.
Don't need the game. The next is all they'll take. It is going to be the All-Chinese Finals here at the Horizon Cup as ThunderTalk take down Rolster 3-2.
Absolute cheers on stage, and understandable as they have just secured their ticket to the very first international final here in Wild Rift, and with it made a statement. The Chinese teams, both in the WPL, the franchise league from whence ThunderTalk came, and from the open scene where Da-Kun Gaming emerged from. Both those sides, the entire region, are the most terrifying in Wild Rift, and all that is left is to settle the domestic score. Which is better, the teams from the franchise leagues or those coming in from the outside?
They're not bad for a pickup team. Makes their way to the final. I'm joking. It is so fun that ThunderTalk have just become a team. Like, I joked about them. They're just kind of playing scrims on stage. Like, yeah, they're just getting better with practice. And turns out on-camera games are also as important as off-camera games.
For a team that started this tournament with only 2 of their original 5, they have not only survived that hardship, I think they have grown during it, as you are right to point out. Every game we see ThunderTalk level up. And for the first time this tournament, I think we can safely say that series was not won on Z's back.
No.
He looked good in that game 5, but Z did not make the difference. That was found through the rest of his team, in particular through Chris coming out of the jungle.
Oh my god, Chris.
Dominating games 1 and 2, goes quiet as he's shut down, as there's increased focus on the late game when it's harder for Lee Sin to find impact. And then they give him a game 5 where the early game is what matters, and Chris yet again delivers a victory.
Chris popping off, Z hard carrying some of those games and still playing well. Azure showing range as a carry player. S12K continuing to build probably on every support champion and making it work. And Fei-Bai growing as a Baron laner. Not this story we expected. He was supposed to be a star mid laner. And they just moved it around because it happens sometimes.
Fei-Bai, the longest serving member of this team, by the way. This roster, of course, before it got shuffled up because none of their visas came through, he was the player who was from the original team that competed all the way back at the very beginning of the WPL. And for him to last all the way through all of those roster changes, have to swap roles up to the Baron lane to make room for Z, and still be able to deliver here with carry performances, with utility performances, be exactly what is necessary to contain Rattel in that final game. That is one of the most impressive stories at this event.
And the throne is now theirs for the taking for ThunderTalk and the approaching best player in the world in Z. So let's hear from the State Farm Analyst Test as we look towards our first international Wild Rift Finals.
Thank you very much, Pastry and TJ. Great cast on the day. GGTT. We entered this tournament with 2 teams from China. We end this tournament with the 2 teams from China. Da-Kun Gaming and ThunderTalk Gaming will fight it out for the Horizon Cup. Max.
And these 2 teams have not played against each other up until this point. So this could not have been a better final matchup for the Chinese rosters. One coming from the WPL and the other from the Open League that we mentioned from the cast. They finally get a chance to play against each other in a competitive series, and it's the best of 7 finals.
Yeah, it's so amazing to see the Chinese super teams living up to the hype and making it an all-Chinese grand finals. Such class in the game, and macro and strategy and mechanics. They really did put absolute clinics on, and through everyone they faced, and now no one stands in front of them but their own competitors or rivals from their own region. And at the same time, I mean, big congrats to both Korea and SEA for having a team each reach the final top 4 of the Horizon Cup. It's truly an amazing feat to accomplish, and the regional fans should definitely be behind their players celebrating their accomplishment.
And that's what I wanted to highlight from this last series. ThunderTalk got pushed to the brink, and you really learn about yourself, Smacks, when you are pushed to your limits and possibly beyond, as ThunderTalk really was cruising up until this point.
They learned a lot about themselves, and we learned a lot about them as well, as we got 5 amazing games of ThunderTalk and Rolster Y. But ThunderTalk coming out ahead in the end. And I really love the way that the casters highlighted that it wasn't just off the back of Z. The whole team really got involved. They really stepped it up. And specifically, Chris is my big standout player from this. It feels like he really had a jungle gap in nearly all 5 of those games, maybe all 5 of them, especially early.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights from that final game number 5. Forced upon by Rolsters, they won game number 4, and it looked okay here. The dive from the bottom side didn't go well. A great tidal wave by Salem caught out multiple members, and Rolster was able to capitalize here, Rocky.
Yeah, I mean, the early game did go in the favor of Rolster, and it was due to their composition. They needed to push the advantage. You know, picks like the Lucian, Nami, the Olaf, they all need gold to be able to win and beat out the scaling of Orianna and Senna later on. And once that was the situation walking away from the draft, I knew Rolster was going to lose this game because that's just not their playstyle. And at the same time, it's amazing that ThunderTalk recognized how to win this series after trying so many different variations and finally finding the right adaptation to just play for the team fighting, just play for the scaling, because like I said, Rolster Y aren't too comfortable pushing early game advantages.
It just feels like whenever ThunderTalk got that early start out the gate, it just completely blew things wide open for them. And I mean, the objective fights being this one-sided as well certainly helped. I really like the way that they were able to move around this Ziggs as well, because Ziggs you'd think of as this really big hyper-scaling champion for Rolster Y, but he just wasn't being able to find effective moments and effective positioning in these team fights when the Lee Sin and the Darius are just bouncing around, making his life just so scary.
Yeah, it definitely was. Again, just the fact that multiple members were able to do this. Sorry, Rocky, go ahead.
No, I was just going to highlight the fact that, you know, so many members are stepping up on the side of ThunderTalk. It's no longer just the Z pulling his team through. I think Chris did a fantastic job in this game. He truly was jungle gapping so many smite secures, so many plays, and then the rest of the team as well. Feibai coming in with the Darius, expanding his champion pool. It looked really good all around for ThunderTalk Gaming, and they look more like a team now rather than just a one-man show.
Well, one player that we expected a lot from was the man in the mid lane. It's Z, and we could take a look at the stats from this series alone. In those wins, 8-3-3, 1-1-7 where he was a facilitator, but that's still an 8 KDA.
Okay.
And then a perfect KDA in game 5.
Look at the damage share in game 2. That is nearly 45%. I just want to do some quick math for everybody. Usually you are 20% of your team because it's a team of 5 players. He is more than double 20% of his team's damage in that game 2 victory. That is an absurd number for this player moving into the finals.
And remember, he shot calls too, Rocky.
Yeah, and the KP, I think, comes through. I think that's because of his shot calling. He's so involved in every play that the team does make. 80%, 84%. Only the first game was a little bit on the lower end, but still, I mean, amazing numbers across the board for Z, and it perfectly, you know, illustrates what we talked about before, and this guy being the best laner at the tournament.
Now let's take a look over at Rolster as they fall valiantly 3-2 after a great fight back here. They found ways through the top lane in Rattel. Isaac, after a shaky first couple of games, found his footing. I think Luna also, after a couple of shaky games, found a good game, but they weren't quite able to get over the hump here in the final games, Max.
Yeah, the last game was not the way that I was hoping that it would go out. I was really hoping, crossing my fingers to see if Luna would finally pull out this Corki that I know he's so good at, but didn't end up happening. He did go to a different carry champion in the Lucian, but they just didn't get that early game started for him quite as heavy as we've seen other Lucian and Lucian Nami lanes in specific really pop off with. I'm talking about Team Secret from yesterday specifically. So it was a little bit disappointing for me for that, because I just love his Corki so much. But what wasn't disappointing was the fact that they were just so close to that reverse sweep. It was just this close.
Rocky, final thoughts here on Rolster Y.
Well, I would like to reiterate my point. I think the fans behind both Rolster Y as well as Team Secret, who did lose earlier in the first semifinals that we watched today, I think the fans should definitely celebrate the accomplishment of these teams. Coming in top 4 at the Horizon Cup is a huge feat, like I said. And, you know, if I was in their place, I'm pretty sure they're going to feel sad for a little bit, but later on, they're going to look back and they're going to recognize how far they did come and the success they had this year.
Yeah, hats off to Team Secret from earlier. Hats off to Rolster for how much they grew and the fantastic fight they put up in the semifinals. They did fall to ThunderTalk, and here's the Tigress with the G, known as Z, from TT.
Welcome to the post-match interview. We know who our final team is going to be. ThunderTalk Gaming securing their spot here to face DKG. Now, I just have to know right off the bat, what was that series like for you? Dominating first 2 games, but going the distance for the rest.
对于你们来讲，很恭喜你们还是进入到了决赛。但还是想问一下，你们在第1局、第2局之后发生了一些什么，导致你们可能会离开这个比赛的现场？
啊？
就是在你们输掉了后面2局之后，
输掉了后面
3、4局之后
，3、4局之后，
对，
就打着就结束了。哎，怎么说呢？就也没有太在意前面输的吧，没有太去在意我们输掉的那2场比赛，然后想第3把怎么应对吧。
Yeah. Actually, we definitely think we could got this game. We could win it. Although we have lost 2 games in a round, but we don't think it's gonna be a problem. What we need to do is just to face up to the game 3.
How much of a problem was Rattel, though? It felt like you, as a team, really started focusing him, using all of your bans against him in that game 5.
对于你们来讲，你觉得就是那2局的问题可能是出在什么地方呢？
那2局问题就是想玩啊，一个是我想玩。然后另一个是有点小瞧了吧，就是有点打得太放松了，然后就是想着去玩一下，然后就这2个问题。
I think during the 3 and 4th game, I'm a little bit like too relaxed. I just want to pick the champion that I haven't used in the Horizon Cup. So maybe that's the reason why I lost the 2 games.
Yeah, why did you end up picking the Vayne? Just to have a different pick, or was there some strategy behind that?
就是在最后1局的时候呢，你为什么会选择这个中单英雄呢？你的选择他的策略是什么？
最后1局的话就是就是我们知道我们是平常是和他们打过很多训练赛的，然后他们也就是基本上就打了差不多10几来把吧，10几场，然后他们就赢了我们1场。老实讲，我们对他的话就是没有就是特别的那种紧张，因为对我们对他们来说。可能就是应该是他们怕我们，而不是我们怕他们，所以我们一开始其实就打得很好。
OK， 那最后为什么选皎月？就是觉得训练赛有打过。
选皎月。
就是你最后
选的发条。
对。
最后选发条是因为平时就是他扮我英雄。就是他一直扮我杰，他平常的话打训练赛他们被我们杀怕了，被我杰杀怕了，然后就一直扮我杰。训练赛也扮，现在比赛他也连扮我5把。就1把没帮到吧，然后也没什么英雄玩了，然后就想着拿一把法条稳一下嘛，毕竟我法条也是100%胜率，是吧
？Because actually the last game, I thought they have banned my Zed for 5 times of the game, so I just want to pick the champion that was pretty confident with in a scrim. So I just picked the Oriana, because I thought I haven't lose the game with Oriana. It's my 100% rate to get the win.
We really enjoyed seeing that quickly. Is it going to be a win against DKG?
你觉得你们最后1场会赢 DKG 吗？
这个我只能说兄弟们，给你们带来几场就是激动人心的比赛吧，就给你们就是来看我们，毕竟看了我们也这么久了，决赛的话我们给他们打个满满的 BO7吧，然后让大家所有人都享受一下，然后我们。就是也很享受，因为打比赛的话，就是不同于你们看比赛，因为我们打比赛可能会 在其中的话，就是会更享受其中的一些过程，然后所以打得很舒服。我希望明天的话，可以的话就打个 BO7 打满，然后我们最好的是我们4-7啊，4-3他们。
Actually, we think it's the last round of the game for us, so we want to enjoy the game. So although we can win DKG, but we still need to pull 4-7 rounds of the game. So I think maybe we're gonna like 4-3 to them.
All right, it's going to be so fun to watch. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the interview, Z.
谢谢你接受他的采访 Thank you.
好 ，Thank you.
What a wild ride Wild Rift Rising Cup has been, everyone. Thank you for tuning in thus far. Stay tuned for the rest.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Spax. Those were some long answers from me.
I fully believe that he is the shot caller after those answers because he did not stop talking.
I know, Gabby was like, quick answer, and it was not a quick answer, and there's great reason why. He had a full thought about it beforehand and needed to share it. Araki, getting into the mind of a player like Z, one of the best in the world, and he whips out champions, and he's like, yeah, I just want to play something that I've never played before. That's normal, right?
Yeah, I mean, doing that as well as just pulling off the Orianna that he said he felt very confident on to pull through a very, very important game. It really just shows the resilience that ThunderTalk do have. For those who don't know, to qualify to the Horizon Cup, ThunderTalk had to drop to the losers bracket in the LPL qualifier and make a run through it all the way back to the grand finals and then clean sweep OMG. So this team is very, very good about good in playing long series and best of 5, best of 7. So it going into the grand finals, I think it shows really good possibilities for them and really good expectations as well against DKG, even though they're a very tough opponent.
Well, earlier today, La Tigris caught up with our player of the series from the first series between Dakun Gaming and Team Secret. Here's what DKG's Emo had to say.
After that semifinal series, Dakun Gaming become the first to secure their spot in the grand finals of this Wild Rift Horizon Cup. And following such a victory, I am joined by the support player in Emo. I know both of the teams had predicted a 3-0, but it did go a bit differently. What are your thoughts on how both Team Secret and DKG performed here today?
OK， 那么首先要恭喜你们成为了第一个锁定了决赛名额的队伍。然后想问一下，其实今天两边都预测了3-0的这个比分，但是事实上呢都没有成功的拿下这个比分。想问一下，你觉得对于你们来讲的话，你们跟另外一支队伍 TS 来讲，是一个什么样的一个对战情况呢？
就我们不失误的话，应该是不会输1小分的。那局失误比较大吧。
Actually, we think we made some mistakes during the BO2, so it's gonna be like if we couldn't lose that game, we're gonna like 3-0. That should be our best scores for that term.
Yeah, it was an interesting series to watch for sure because there was all this draft versatility. What was your team's response to seeing the Lucian come out in the top lane and more beyond that?
那其实对于你们来讲的话，你们的这个单人路在可能整个负起的一个责任会比较重大一些。对于你们来讲，你们单人路的话，主要的负责的一些是什么呢？
就抗压不死，打团扛住就行了。
Our top laner should be the best tanky one in our team, so that he need to push the lane for the bottom lane, for the top lane, so that he couldn't be die for once.
Very interesting drafts to come out from you all as well in the last game. What did make you as a team decide to pivot towards bringing out that bot lane? You know, you had the Blitzcrank, you had the Brand as well.
对于你们来讲，最后一局选择了火男搭配机器人的这个选择非常的罕见。为什么这样选呢？
这局比较好用，然后我们平常训练赛玩的也比较多。
Okay, because we think it's a good draft to into the draft from Team Secret, and we have recently do some training during our scrims.
Yep. Yeah, lots to learn during that scrim performance. You do have to face off against the victor from the other semifinal series. Which team would you prefer to face, and what do you think you're going to be able to pull off against them?
你们下一场的话，还要对阵的是下一个半决赛选出来的一个胜者队伍。你觉得哪个队伍是你们更想要遇见的？
打 TT 吧，感觉 TT 比较好打一点。
Actually, we want to face up again with the TT because we think ThunderTalk Gaming gonna be easier to beat up.
All right, I know we all look forward to seeing that. Thank you for stopping by for the interview. More Horizon Cup to come, everybody.
Thank you for that, Gabby. And he asked for ThunderTalk Gaming. He'll get ThunderTalk Gaming, but Araki, I don't know if it's actually the easier team to beat up after what we saw.
Yeah, I doubt it is the easier team to beat, but I think the big takeaway is that DKG are looking a lot more confident than Z did in the interview. So perhaps they have a lot prepared and they know this team very well, and it would make sense that they would want to face them if that was the case.
Or maybe they're just taking a page out of their recent opponent's book and they're keeping things a secret in the interview and not revealing everything like Z did.
I like it there. Well, we'll get to find out tomorrow when we return for the first Wild Rift International Final in a best-of-7 between DKG and TT. What are your initial thoughts on the finals, Arakizora?
I mean, my initial thoughts is that I'm just gonna watch this as a fan, as a spectator, as an enjoyer of pinnacle of Wild Rift gameplay, because these two teams are insane, and I think they're gonna show us how Wild Rift is meant to be played. So I'm just gonna be writing down in my notebook and trying to learn from them.
Smacks?
Woo! Let's go Wild Rift Finals! We're going to a Game 7! Woo-hoo-hoo!
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that both these teams got pushed today. It wasn't just a clean sweep in the series here, and we got to see them panic a little bit, right? Hey, look, both teams are, were able to bleed a little bit, and it also showed the quality that this whole tournament had throughout. All right, y'all, 2 teams, 1 region for a shot at winning the first ever Wild Rift International Tournament. ThunderTalk Gaming, Dakun Gaming. Who will take the crown? Find out tomorrow. We'll catch y'all later.
I can see